Chapter 1. The throne room of the Gremory estate had never felt so cold. Issei Hyoudou stood in the center of a circle of red carpet, the boosted gear humming faintly against his left arm, and listened to the words that ended his world. Rias Gremory sat upon the raised dais beside her brother Surzex, her crimson hair catching the chandelier light, her expression schooled into something that might have passed for regret if Issei had not spent 3 years learning every shade of her face. This was not regret. This was calculation. "I'm sorry, Issei," she said, and her voice did not waver even slightly. "But the Gremory house needs an heir bonded through proper channels, and the Underworld Council has made its position clear. Your origin, your power, it destabilizes the balance we have worked for centuries to maintain. You understand." He did not understand. He would never understand. Around the chamber stood the peerage he had bled for. Akino would not meet his eyes. Kiba's jaw was tight, but his hand did not move toward his sword. Kaneko stared at the floor as if the marble held answers. Asia, sweet Asia, who had healed him 100 times over, had tears streaming silently down her face, but she did not step forward. She did not speak. None of them spoke. The betrayal was not a single blow. It was the absence of every voice that should have risen in his defense. Surzex leaned forward, his crimson eyes carrying something that might have been sympathy buried beneath duty. "Issei, the council has decided your sacred gear represents an unacceptable variable. We are not asking you to die. We are asking you to relinquish your position in this peerage and depart the Underworld's protected territories. Your power will be sealed to a manageable degree, for the safety of all factions." Sealed. Issei felt the word settle into his chest like a stone dropped into still water, and the ripples of it moved through everything he had built. 3 years of training until his body screamed. 3 years of standing between his friends and monsters that should have ended them a dozen times over. 3 years of loving a woman who was now speaking of him the way a merchant speaks of an inconvenient debt. "I gave everything," he said quietly. "My name. My humanity. Twice I died for this house. Twice." Rias's composure cracked, just barely, at the corner of her mouth. "And we are grateful. But gratitude does not change what you are becoming, Issei. The Welsh dragon inside you grows stronger every month, and the factions fear what happens when it finishes growing. I fear it too. You fear me." "I fear for you," she corrected too quickly. Issei looked past her to the peerage that had once called itself his family. He looked at Asia's tears and Kaneko's silence and Kiba's averted gaze, and something inside him that had been bending under the weight of loyalty for years, quietly, finally, broke. He did not shout. He did not summon the boosted gauntlet in threat. He simply straightened his spine, the way his old drill instructor Azazel had taught him during a summer of brutal training neither of them ever spoke of publicly, and he asked one question. "Is there a single person in this room who will stand and say I do not deserve this?" Silence answered him. A silence so complete that Issei could hear the faint crackle of magic sealing runes being prepared behind the dais, an enchantment meant to bind the very thing that had saved this family more times than any of them wanted to admit. "Very well," Issei said. He turned and walked toward the chamber doors, and no one moved to stop him, though every eye in the room followed his back. "Issei," Rias called out, her voice cracking for the first time. "This does not have to be the end for you. There are still places you could serve. There are still ways to be useful." He paused at the threshold. "I am not something to be useful," he said, without turning around. "I was your partner. I was supposed to be your husband. And you have decided I am a problem to be managed. That tells me everything about the family I gave my life to protect." The doors closed behind him with a sound like a chapter ending. Outside, the sky over the Underworld burned its eternal false twilight, streaked in violet and dying orange, and Issei Hyoudou stood alone on the estate steps for the first time in 3 years, feeling the absence of every hand that should have reached for his. He looked down at his left arm, where the boosted gear pulsed faintly beneath his sleeve, and for the first time since he had awakened this power, he spoke to it not as a tool, not as a burden, but as the only thing left that had never once betrayed him. "Drake," he said quietly. "Are you there?" The voice that answered came from somewhere deep inside his own chest, ancient and rough as stone ground against stone. I am always here, partner. I have been waiting 3 years for you to finally ask what I think instead of what she wants. And what do you think? I think, the Red Dragon Emperor said, that a king does not beg for a seat at another house's table. I think it is time you built your own. Issei closed his eyes, and for one long moment, standing on the steps of the house that had discarded him, he let himself grieve. He grieved for Asia's silence, for Kiba's turned face, for Kaniko's downcast eyes, for the version of Rias he had fallen in love with and the version who had just condemned him with the council's cold vocabulary. He grieved for 3 years he could never have back. Then he opened his eyes, and the grief hardened into something colder and far more useful. Sealing runes, he murmured, feeling the first threads of foreign magic creeping toward his gauntlet from the estate behind him, thin filaments meant to bind the dragon before he ever left the grounds. Cowards! They could not even do it to my face. The gauntlet flared crimson. Boost! The sealing runes shattered like glass against a wall of raw draconic pressure, and somewhere behind him Issei heard shouts of alarm rising from the estate, servants and guards scrambling as the power they had feared refused, for the first time, to be leashed. He did not look back again. Issei Hyoudou walked down the long drive of the Gremory estate, and out through its iron gates, and with every step the weight on his shoulders shifted from grief into something with edges, something with purpose. If they wanted a monster, he thought, then perhaps it was time they learned what a monster built entirely by his own hands could become. The gates closed behind him with a final, echoing clang, and the Underworld's false twilight swallowed the road ahead. Chapter 2. He did not know where he was walking until his feet carried him to the edge of a wide gray plain that marked the border between Gremory territory and the unclaimed wastes, land that belonged to no noble house because no noble house had ever managed to hold it. It was said that the wastes were cursed, haunted by the remnants of an ancient civil war so old even devils had forgotten its name. Strays gathered there. Rogue exorcists. Fallen angels cast out even by Grigori's loose standards. Stray devils who had eaten their masters and fled rather than face execution. It was the kind of place polite society sent its problems to die quietly. Issei stood at its edge and felt, for the first time in years, something like clarity. Drake, he said, this land? No one claims it. Because no sane being wants it, partner. It eats armies for breakfast. Then it will suit me fine, Issei said. I am not sane anymore. I am something else now. He walked into the wastes as the fall sun set behind him, and he did not stop walking until 3 days later, when he found the first ruin. It rose out of cracked gray earth like a rib cage of some ancient beast, black stone towers half swallowed by centuries of neglect. A fortress built before even the Great War that split the world into factions. Vines of a strange silver plant crawled up its walls, and something in the architecture felt wrong in a way that made Issei's dragon senses prickle with old, buried recognition. Drake, do you know this place? There was a long pause before the dragon answered, and when he did, his voice carried something Issei had never heard from him before. Something close to reverence. I know it, Drake said quietly. This was Vitra's seat, long before your kind called it the Wastes. One of the old dragon kings ruled here, before the factions carved up the world and decided dragons belonged to no faction and thus deserved no land of their own. He fell in the war between heaven and the old gods. His fortress has stood empty for 3,000 years. Issei looked up at the crumbling black towers, at the silver vines choking stone that had once housed the king of dragons, and something in his chest, still raw from betrayal, began to burn with a different kind of fire. 3,000 years empty, he murmured. Waiting, Drake said, for someone worthy to walk back through its gates. Issei climbed the broken steps to the fortress entrance, a pair of doors 20 feet tall, iron reinforced and sealed with runes so old their meaning had eroded into abstract scars across the metal. He pressed his palm against the seal, and the boosted gear flared to answer some old recognition buried in the stone. The doors groaned. Dust sifted from ancient hinges. And slowly, impossibly, after 3,000 years of silence, the gates of Vitra's fortress opened for a boy who had lost everything and found, in the ashes of that loss, a place to begin again. He spent the first week alone, exploring the ruin by torchlight, mapping its halls, discovering a throne room untouched by time, a war chamber lined with faded murals of dragons in flight, and a deep chamber beneath the foundation that hummed with residual draconic energy so thick it made his skin prickle even through his coat. It was in that deep chamber, on the 8th night, that he found the first of them. A woman lay curled against the chamber wall, wings the color of storm clouds folded tight against her back, her skin pale as bone and marked with faint black scarring that pulsed with dying magic. A fallen angel, but unlike any Issei had encountered. Her light was almost gone, guttering like a candle in wind. He knelt beside her without thinking, the way 3 years of instinct toward the wounded had trained him to. "Hey," he said softly. "Can you hear me?" Her eyes opened, gold and glassy with exhaustion, and focused slowly on his face. "Another hunter," she rasped, her voice cracked from disuse. "Come to finish what Gregory started?" "No," Issei said. "I am not here to finish anything. I am here because this place let me in, and I think it wanted me to find you." She studied him for a long moment, gold eyes flicking over the crimson gauntlet still faintly glowing on his arm, and something like disbelief crossed her face. "You carry the boosted gear," she whispered. "The Welsh dragon. I felt its power the moment you crossed the threshold. I thought Gregory's assassins had finally found me." "I am not with Gregory," Issei said. "I am not with anyone anymore. I was cast out by the people I gave my life to protect, and I found this place because it was the only door still open to me." The fallen angel's expression shifted, something raw moving behind her exhaustion. "Cast out," she repeated. "So we are the same, then. My name is Rias. I was exiled from Gregory for refusing an order I considered unforgivable. They have been hunting me for 6 months. I came here because dying quietly in an old ruin seemed better than dying loudly on their terms." "You are not dying today," Issei said, and meant it with a certainty that surprised him. He reached into the satchel he had packed before leaving the Gremory estate, the one habit of preparation Rias had at least taught him well, and produced a vial of concentrated phoenix tears he had carried since his early days in the peerage, never used, saved for an emergency that had never come until now. Rias's eyes widened as he pressed the vial into her hand. "This is priceless. Why would you waste it on a stranger?" "Because I know what it feels like to be discarded by people who were supposed to protect you," Issei said. "And I refuse to become someone who does the same thing to others." She drank the tears with trembling hands, and color slowly returned to her cheeks as the ancient magic knit closed wounds that had been killing her for weeks. When she could finally sit upright, she looked at him with an expression caught somewhere between gratitude and disbelief. "Why?" she asked again, quieter this time. "You do not know me. I have done things. Gregory did not exile me for nothing." "Tell me," Issei said simply. "I have time. I have nowhere else to be." So she told him. Of an order to eliminate a group of half-human children born of forbidden unions between fallen angels and mortals, children Gregory considered dangerous anomalies to be quietly erased. Of her refusal, and the price of that refusal, and the 6 months since spent running through the unclaimed wastes while assassins hunted her across a landscape that ate the unprepared alive. When she finished, Issei sat in silence for a long moment, turning her story over against the wounds still raw in his own chest. "I understand something now that I did not understand this morning," he finally said. "What is that?" "The people who are supposed to protect the world are often the ones most willing to sacrifice the innocent to keep their peace intact," he said. "Rias called my power a variable to be managed. Your superiors called children an anomaly to be erased. Different counsel, same cruelty." Rias studied him for a long moment, gold eyes searching his face for the lie she expected and did not find. "What will you do now?" she asked. "I do not know yet," Issei admitted. "But I know I am done asking permission to exist. I am done being useful to people who see me as a threat the moment I stop being convenient." Rias was quiet for a long moment, and then, slowly, she extended her hand. "If you are building something," she said, "I would rather build it with you than die alone in the dark waiting for Gregory's next assassin." Issei looked at her offered hand, thought of the throne room he had walked out of only 8 days ago, thought of Asia's silent tears and Kiba's turned face, and felt something shift inside his chest, quiet and enormous, like the first stone laid for a foundation no one else had believed could hold weight. He took her hand. "Then welcome home," he said. "Whatever this becomes, you have a place in it." Chapter 3. Word of the fortress reopening did not travel quickly through the three factions, who were far too occupied with their own quiet celebrations over the removal of an inconvenient dragon from Gremory's peerage, but it traveled fast enough through the unclaimed wastes themselves, where every stray, exile, and outcast learned within a season that something had changed at the old ruin on the Grey Plain. They came slowly at first. A stray devil named Donasik, who had once served under a fallen angel cadre before his own exile, drawn by rumors of shelter that asked no questions. A young dragon-blooded exorcist named Zenovia's cousin, cast out of the church for asking too many questions about doctrine that did not hold up to scrutiny, wandering the wastes half-starved until Ryanair found her collapsed at the fortress border and carried her home. Issei did not turn anyone away who came in good faith, but he also did not extend blind trust. Every arrival was interviewed personally, tested where necessary, and given honest terms before being welcomed inside the black stone walls that had once housed the Dragon King. "This is not a peerage," he told each of them, the same words every time. "I will not bind you with evil pieces or any magic that makes your loyalty something other than a choice you make freely every single day. If you stay because you want to. If you leave, the door is open and I will not hunt you for it." It was Ryanair who first suggested giving the growing community a name, 3 weeks after the sixth arrival, as they sat together in the war chamber beneath murals of ancient dragons locked in eternal flight. "We need something to call ourselves," she said. "Something that is not just a list of grievances against the factions that discarded us." Issei considered this for a long moment, tracing the faded outline of a dragon on the mural wall with 2 fingers. "Not a peerage," he finally said. "Not a faction in the way heaven or the underworld understands the word. Something else. Something built on choice instead of chains." "What would you call it, then?" He thought of Drake's voice on the estate steps, the one that had told him a king does not beg for a seat at another house's table. He thought of a fortress 3,000 years empty, waiting for someone worthy to walk back through its gates. He thought of every person in this room who had been cast aside by the systems that were supposed to protect them, and who had chosen, despite everything, to build something new rather than simply survive. "A sovereignty," he said slowly, testing the weight of the word. "Not a kingdom ruled by inherited blood or ancient treaty, but a place where anyone discarded by the old order can choose to belong. We answer to no faction. We bow to no council. We decide our own worth." Drake's low rumble of approval echoed from somewhere deep in Issei's chest, felt more than heard by the others in the room. "That," the dragon said, "is the first thing you have said since you left that estate that sounds like a king." By the end of the first month, 17 people called the fortress home. By the end of the second, 43. Word had begun to travel beyond the wastes, whispered carefully in taverns that served all 3 factions equally, about a place where the discarded could find shelter without chains, ruled by a boy who had once carried the boosted gear for the Gremory house and now carried it for no one but himself. The 3 factions noticed, eventually, as Issei had known they would. The first delegation arrived 4 months after he had walked through the fortress gates, a small envoy from the Gregory faction led by a fallen angel Issei recognized immediately from 3 years of uneasy alliance meetings. Azazel himself stood at the base of the fortress steps, golden eyes taking in the newly repaired battlements, the silver vines cleared from the black stone walls, the faint hum of collective magic that now infused the entire ruin like a heartbeat. "You have been busy," Azazel said, when Issei came out to meet him personally, flanked by Ryanair on one side and Donasik on the other. "I have been building," Issei corrected. Azazel's expression, usually carrying its characteristic amusement, was unusually serious. "Do you understand what you have done, boy? You have gathered exiles from all 3 factions under one roof. Fallen angels who defied Gregory orders. Devils who fled their masters. I am told there is even a rogue exorcist among your number. Do you understand how that looks to the councils that just spent considerable effort convincing themselves you were no longer a threat?" "I understand exactly how it looks," Issei said calmly. "It looks like the beginning of something the councils cannot control. Because it is." Azazel studied him for a long, silent moment, and something in his golden eyes shifted from wariness into something closer to grudging respect. "You know this puts you on a collision course with all 3 factions eventually. Even the ones that never touched you directly. I know, Issei said. I have known since the day Rias called me a variable to be managed. I decided a long time ago that I would rather be a threat on my own terms than a tool on someone else's. Azazel was quiet for a long moment, looking past Issei at the fortress rising black and reclaimed against the false twilight sky, at the small crowd of exiles gathering cautiously in the doorway behind him, watching the exchange with wary hope. For what it is worth, Azazel finally said, I argued against the council's decision. I told them sealing a growing sacred gear on principle rather than provocation was a mistake that would come back on all of us eventually. No one listened. Governments rarely listen to the people who turn out to be right. Issei felt something in his chest ease slightly, an old ache from Gregory's silence during the exile that he had not realized he was still carrying. Why are you here, then, if not to drag me back for sealing? I am here, Azazel said, because I wanted to see it with my own eyes before I decided which side of history to stand on. He looked around once more at the reclaimed fortress, at the exiles who had found shelter within its walls, at the boy who had turned exile into the foundation of something new. And I think, he added slowly, that I have seen enough. He extended a hand, the same gesture Rias had offered months earlier in the deep chamber where Issei had found her dying. I am not offering Gregory's alliance, Azazel clarified. The council would never sanction that, not yet. I am offering my own, personally, as a teacher who trained you and watched what the factions did with that training. Consider it a debt I owe you for standing by while they threw you away. Issei looked at the offered hand for a long moment, thinking of every lesson Azazel had ever taught him during that brutal summer of training, thinking of the man's dry humor and genuine care buried beneath layers of political cynicism. He took the hand. Then welcome to the sovereignty, Issei said. Try not to make me regret it. Azazel's answering smile was the first genuine one Issei had seen from him in years. I would not dream of it, boy. Or should I start calling you something else now? A man does not build a fortress and gather a court without eventually needing a title. Issei considered this, looking back at the black towers rising against the twilight, at Rias' steady presence beside him, at the growing community of the discarded who had chosen, against every reasonable expectation, to build something new rather than simply disappear. Sovereign, he decided. Not king. Not lord. Sovereign of a place that answers to no one but the people who choose to call it home. Sovereign Issei, Azazel repeated, testing the weight of it. The Underworld Council is going to lose their minds when they hear this. Good, Issei said, and for the first time since walking out of the Gremory estate, something that might have been the beginning of a smile crossed his face. Let them. Chapter 4. The Underworld Council did, in fact, lose their minds, though word of it reached the fortress second-hand through Azazel's careful network of contacts rather than any direct confrontation, since no one in Lucifer's government was quite eager to march an army into a reclaimed Dragon King's stronghold defended by an increasingly powerful group of the systematically discarded. Surzek's Lucifer sent a single letter 3 weeks after Azazel's visit, delivered by a nervous young messenger devil who clearly wanted to be anywhere else in the universe. Issei read it alone in the fortress war chamber, beneath the murals of ancient dragons in flight, while Rias waited by the door with poorly concealed anxiety. Issei, the letter began, no titles, no formal underworld seal beyond a simple wax stamp. I have heard what you are building. I want you to know I argued against the Council's original decision more than you likely believe, though that argument clearly carried no weight where it mattered. I am not writing as Lucifer today. I am writing as someone who watched my sister make a choice I fear she will spend the rest of her long life regretting. The Council views your sovereignty as a destabilizing threat. I would ask you to consider, before this becomes something neither of us can walk back from, whether there is a path toward peace between what you are building and what the underworld represents. I do not say this to protect the Council. I say this because unnecessary war serves no one, and I have seen enough war in my long life to know how rarely it produces the outcomes anyone intended when it began. Whatever you decide, know that this letter is sent in genuine hope, not political calculation. Surzek's. Issei read the letter twice, then set it down on the stone table and stared for a long moment at the mural of a dragon mid-flight, wings spread wide against a painted sky that had not seen real sunlight in 3,000 years. What does it say? Ryanair finally asked, unable to bear the silence any longer. It says Surzex is afraid of what happens next, Issei said. And it says he is not entirely wrong to be. Are we going to war with the Underworld? I do not know yet, Issei admitted. I did not build this place to conquer anyone. I built it because I needed somewhere to stand after everyone I trusted decided I was expendable. But I am not going to pretend the factions will simply leave us alone forever either. Power like this, gathered in one place, outside their control. Sooner or later, someone with less patience than Surzex is going to decide we are a problem worth solving by force. Then what do we do? Ryanair asked. Issei looked around the war chamber, at the growing collection of maps his people had begun assembling of the unclaimed wastes and the territories bordering it, at the careful notes on defensive fortifications half completed along the fortress's outer walls, at the quiet, determined work of 43 people who had chosen exile over erasure and found something worth protecting in each other. We prepare, he said finally. Not for conquest. For the day when preparation becomes the only thing standing between what we have built and people who would rather see it destroyed than admit it was ever their failure that created it. Over the following weeks, the fortress transformed further. Donasik, who had spent decades as a stray devil learning survival in hostile territory before Issei found him, took charge of organizing defensive positions along the outer walls, drawing on hard-won knowledge of exactly how the factions hunted those who defied them. Ryanair, whose light had grown steadily stronger since the day Issei saved her life, began training the fortress's growing number of fallen angel exiles in coordinated aerial combat, a skill Gregory had systematically denied to anyone they considered expendable, and Issei himself trained harder than he ever had under Rias's peerage, driven now not by the fear of disappointing someone he loved but by the clear-eyed understanding that everyone within these walls was depending on his strength holding when the factions eventually came calling. Drake, he said one night, alone in the deep chamber where he had first found Ryanair, the ancient draconic energy still humming faintly through the stone around him. I need to be stronger. Not for revenge. For them. The dragon's voice, when it answered, carried a weight Issei had not heard from him before, something between pride and old, patient grief. Partner, Drake said, do you understand what you have already built in 4 months? A Dragon King's fortress reclaimed. 43 lives given purpose after being told they had none. A name whispered now in every tavern between here and the faction's borders, not with fear, but with hope. You have already become something the old order never anticipated and does not know how to stop. It is not enough, Issei said. Not yet. The factions have centuries of power behind them. I have a fortress and 43 people who believed in me before I had proven anything. Then let us prove it together, Drake said. You wanted to know, on the steps of that estate, whether a king could be built from nothing but grief and refusal. I told you then it was time to build your own table. I am telling you now, watching what you have already made from that grief, that you were always going to be capable of far more than any peerage ever let you become. Issei closed his eyes, feeling the ancient power humming through the chamber floor beneath him, feeling the weight of Surzex's letter still sitting unanswered on the war chamber table above, feeling the quiet, determined lives of 43 people who had chosen him as the center of something worth protecting. Then help me become what they need, he said. Not the tool Rias wanted. Not the threat the council feared. Something else. Something that has never existed before. The boosted gear flared crimson in the darkness of the ancient chamber, and Drake's voice, when it answered, carried something that in 3 years of partnership Issei had never quite heard before. That, the Red Dragon Emperor said quietly, sounds like the beginning of a sovereign empire, partner. Let us build it properly this time. From the ground up, on nothing but choice, and the people willing to stand beside you because they want to, not because a system forced their hand. Outside the fortress walls, the false twilight of the underworld's endless sky stretched on toward a horizon neither faction nor exile could see the end of, and within the reclaimed halls of the Dragon King's ancient seat, Issei Hyoudou continued the long, patient work of building something the old order had never imagined possible. A place where the discarded were not expendable. A place that answered to no council, bowed to no ancient treaty, and asked nothing of anyone who walked through its gates except the willingness to build something new, together, out of the wreckage the old world had left behind. The sovereignty was still young, but it was theirs, and it was growing, and somewhere in the distant halls of power, the three factions were only just beginning to understand what they had created the day they decided a betrayed dragon was a problem better discarded than understood. Chapter 5. The first real test of the sovereignty came not from the Underworld Council, as Issei had expected, but from the Church, a splinter faction of exorcists, men and women who had grown disillusioned with heaven's increasingly rigid doctrine but had not yet found the courage to leave outright, began arriving at the fortress gates in ones and twos, drawn by rumors of a place that judged people by their choices rather than their bloodlines or the circumstances of their birth. Among them was a young woman named Irina's estranged cousin, a former holy sword wielder named Elena who had been quietly stripped of her blessing after questioning why the church had ordered the execution of a village suspected of harboring a fallen angel who turned out, upon later investigation no one bothered to conduct until it was far too late, to have been entirely innocent. Elena arrived at the fortress gates on a gray morning 6 months after Issei had first walked through them, exhausted and hunted, church excommunication papers still folded in her coat pocket like a wound she could not stop touching. "I do not know if I belong here," she told Issei during her interview in the war chamber, hands wrapped tightly around a cup of tea Rias had pressed into them the moment she arrived. "I still believe in God. I still believe in the mission the church was supposed to serve. I just no longer believe the people running it deserve the authority they claim." "That is a distinction most people never learn to make," Issei said. "Faith and institution are not the same thing, and pretending otherwise is how institutions get away with betraying the people who trust them." Elena studied him for a long moment, something like recognition crossing her tired face. "That is exactly what I told my superiors before they excommunicated me for saying it." "You are welcome here," Issei said. "Not because you renounced anything. Because you refused to stop asking questions when the answer became inconvenient for people with power." But her arrival, and the arrivals of 6 other church exiles in the weeks that followed, did not go unnoticed. The church, unlike the more cautious Underworld Council, did not send letters expressing careful concern. They sent an extermination unit. Issei felt them coming before Donasik's watch even sounded the alarm. A ripple of holy energy moving across the wastes toward the fortress with the particular arrogance of people who had never once considered the possibility of failure. He stood on the fortress battlements as the unit approached, 12 exorcists in white and silver, led by a severe-faced commander whose holy sword blazed with barely restrained zealotry. By order of the church council, the commander called up toward the walls, his voice carrying easily across the gray plain, "You are harboring excommunicated heretics and known apostates. Surrender them for judgment, and the rest of your settlement will be spared inspection." Rias, standing at Issei's shoulder with her storm-colored wings spread wide and ready, glanced sideways at him. "They actually think we are going to hand people over. They think we are still operating by the old rules," Issei said quietly. "They think this is a peerage they can pressure through threats against individual members. They do not understand yet what we actually are." He stepped to the edge of the battlement, the boosted gear flaring crimson along his forearm, visible even at this distance, and let his voice carry down to the assembled exorcists with a weight that had nothing to do with volume, and everything to do with the certainty behind it. "This is the sovereignty," he called down. "Every person within these walls chose to be here freely, and every person within these walls will be defended as if they were my own blood, because that is what they have become. You do not have jurisdiction here. You never did. Turn around and go back to whoever sent you, and tell them the era of the factions deciding who deserves to exist is over." The commander's expression twisted with disbelief bordering on fury. "You dare defy holy authority. I dare defy an institution that excommunicates a woman for refusing to murder innocent villagers on a false accusation," Issei said. "If that makes me your enemy, then I accept the title gladly." The commander raised his sword, and for a long, tense moment, the gray plain between the fortress and the exorcist unit crackled with the promise of violence either side seemed inclined to back away from. It was Elena who broke the standoff, stepping up onto the battlement beside Issei despite her exhaustion, despite the excommunication papers still folded in her coat, her voice ringing out clear and steady across the plain. "Commander Aldrich," she called down. "You trained me. You know I do not lie easily, and I am not lying now. The village we were ordered to purge was innocent. I confirmed it myself, 3 months after the order was carried out, when it was already too late to matter to the people who died. If you truly serve God rather than the council's convenience, you already know what I am telling you is true. The commander's raised sword wavered, just slightly, doubt flickering behind his zealous certainty for the first time since he had arrived. That order came from the council, he said, though his voice had lost some of its earlier conviction. I follow orders. That is my duty. Your duty was to protect the innocent, Elena said. Not to become a weapon for people who use your faith as a leash. I did not leave because I stopped believing, Commander. I left because I finally understood the difference between the mission and the men currently running it into the ground. The standoff held for a long, breathless minute, 12 exorcists and a commander whose certainty had just cracked wide open standing opposite a fortress full of the discarded, and Issei found himself holding his breath, uncertain which way violence would ultimately tip. Then, slowly, the commander lowered his sword. I will report that the fortress could not be breached without unacceptable losses, he said finally, each word chosen with visible care. The council will not be pleased. But I will not spend my unit's lives storming a position this well defended over an order I am no longer certain was righteous to begin with. He turned to leave, then paused, looking back up at Elena with an expression that carried something almost like grief. You could still come back, he said. Recant. Serve your penance. The Church does forgive. The Church forgives obedience, Elena called back. It has never once forgiven honesty. I will take my chances here, where at least the truth is not a crime. The commander said nothing further. He simply turned, gathered his unit, and marched back across the gray plain the way they had come, leaving the fortress standing untouched behind them. Issei let out a breath he had not realized he was holding, and beside him, Riener's wings folded slowly back against her spine. That was too close, she said quietly. It was, Issei agreed. And it will not be the last time. Elena bought us this one with words. We will not always have someone standing beside us who can talk a zealot's blade back into its sheath. Then we prepare for the times words will not be enough, Riener said. Issei nodded slowly, watching the exorcist unit shrink toward the horizon, and felt the shape of the coming years settle over him with a weight that was equal parts burden and resolve. We prepare, he agreed. And we grow strong enough that next time, no one even bothers sending a unit to test us. Chapter 6. Word of the Church's failed extermination attempt spread faster than anything that had come before it, carried not by Azazel's careful network this time but by the exorcists themselves, who could not entirely hide the story of a fortress that had turned back 12 holy warriors without a single blow exchanged. The sovereignty's numbers doubled in the 2 months that followed. Devils fleeing masters who treated evil pieces as property rather than partnership. Fallen angels who had watched Gregory's council grow more paranoid and more willing to sacrifice its own for the appearance of order. Church exiles who, like Elena, still carried faith but no longer trusted the institution claiming to represent it. Even a handful of stray hybrids, children of forbidden unions between factions who had spent their entire lives hiding from all 3 governments simultaneously, found their way across the wastes to gates that, for the first time in their lives, did not ask them to justify their own existence before offering shelter. Issei met every single one of them personally, a practice Riener gently suggested he might eventually need to delegate as the fortress grew, and one he stubbornly refused to abandon. They deserved to be seen by the person asking them to trust this place with their lives, he told her, during one of the rare quiet evenings they spent together on the fortress battlements, watching the false twilight deepen toward the deeper violet that passed for night in the underworld sky. I know what it feels like to stand in a room full of people who are supposed to care and realize none of them are going to speak up for you. I am not going to build something that makes anyone else feel that way. Riener was quiet for a moment, studying his profile in the dim light, something unreadable moving behind her golden eyes. You have changed, she said finally. Since the day I found you in that chamber. Since the day you found me, I suppose I should say. Is that a bad thing? No, she said. It is just strange, watching someone build themselves back up from nothing and become more than what they lost. Most people who survive what you survived spend the rest of their lives just trying to get back to where they started. You built something entirely new instead. Issei considered this for a long moment, looking out over the fortress grounds below, at the lights beginning to flicker on in what had once been an abandoned ruin and was now, 6 months later, a home for nearly 100 people who had nowhere else in the world willing to claim them. I do not think I could have gone back even if I wanted to, he said finally. Rias did not just cast me out. She showed me exactly what the old system valued, and it was never me. It was what I could do for them. The moment I stopped being useful in the way they wanted, I became a liability to be managed. I am not interested in rebuilding a life inside a system that only ever saw me as a tool. And what do you see yourself as now? Rias asked. Not a tool. Not a weapon for the factions to fear or control. What are you in your own eyes? Issei thought about the question longer than he had thought about anything since walking out of the Gremory estate's throne room, turning it over against everything he had built in the 6 months since, against the fortress rising strong around them, against nearly 100 lives that had chosen, against every reasonable expectation, to place their trust in a boy the old world had discarded. Someone who refuses to let anyone else feel as alone as I felt on those estate steps, he finally said. That is all I know for certain right now. Everything else, the title, the empire, whatever this becomes, that is just the shape the refusal takes when you give it enough time to grow. Drake's low rumble of approval echoed quietly from somewhere deep in his chest, and far below, across the fortress grounds, the lights of nearly 100 people who had found a home continued to burn steadily against the endless twilight. Rias smiled, small and genuine, one of the few unguarded expressions Issei had seen from her since the night he found her dying in the deep chamber beneath the fortress. Then I suppose, she said, we had better keep growing. Issei looked out at the fortress, at the black stone walls that had stood empty for 3,000 years before opening for a boy with nothing left to lose, and felt something settle into place in his chest that had not been there since the throne room doors closed behind him 6 months earlier. Not the grief he had carried out of that estate. Not the raw fury that had shattered the ceiling runes on the estate steps. Something steadier. Something that felt, for the first time since Rias's cold voice had ended his old life, like the foundation of a future worth building. Far to the west, past the borders of the unclaimed wastes, in a council chamber Issei would not see for many months yet, Surzek's Lucifer read a fresh report on the church's failed extermination attempt with a growing sense of unease, and understood, with the particular clarity of a man who had spent centuries studying the mistakes of empires before his own, that the Underworld's council had made a decision 4 months ago that none of them yet fully understood the cost of. They had told the dragon he was a problem to be managed. Instead, they had given him a reason to become something none of the old factions had ever prepared themselves to face. And in the fortress on the Great Plain, beneath murals of ancient dragons locked in eternal flight, Issei Hyoudou continued the long work of building his sovereignty, one discarded life at a time, one refusal at a time, one quiet act of defiance at a time, while the old world that had cast him aside slowly began to understand exactly what it had lost the day it decided a boy who had given everything was worth nothing at all. Chapter 7. The letter from Surzek sat unanswered on the war chamber table for 3 months before Issei finally decided how to respond, and when he did not choose paper. He chose a delegation. Rias argued against it at first, pacing the length of the war chamber with her wings flared in restless agitation. Walking into the Underworld capital is walking straight into the heart of the government that sealed you and cast you out. If this is a trap, we lose everything in a single afternoon. It might be a trap, Issei agreed. But Surzek did not write like a man setting a trap. He wrote like a man watching his sister's decision curdle into something he no longer recognizes, and looking for a door that lets him step back from the edge before it is too late for both sides. If there is even a chance of that door being real, I have to walk through it. Otherwise we spend the next decade bracing for a war either of us actually wants. In the end, he took a small party. Rias, whose steady presence had become as natural to him now as breathing. Azazel, whose standing with the Underworld Council, however strained since his open alliance with the sovereignty, still carried enough weight to secure safe passage. And Elena, whose testimony against the Church's extermination order had already begun to ripple through diplomatic circles far beyond the fortress's walls, lending the delegation a credibility Issei could not have manufactured alone. The Gremory estate looked exactly as Issei remembered it, red brick and high towers rising against the same false twilight, and walking back up that long drive for the first time in nearly a year sent a current of old grief through his chest that he had not fully prepared himself for, no matter how much time had passed since those iron gates closed behind him. Surzex met them personally at the estate steps, without ceremony, without guards flanking him in a show of political theater. He looked older than Issei remembered, the weight of governing an entire Underworld faction etched more visibly into his features than it had been a year ago. "Thank you for coming," Surzex said. "I was not certain you would." "Neither was I," Issei admitted. "But a war either of us wants helps no one. I would rather understand what you are actually offering before I decide it is not enough." They talked for hours in a private study far from the throne room where Issei's exile had begun, and for the first time since the sealing runes had shattered against his gauntlet on the estate steps, Issei allowed himself to hear the full context behind the council's decision. Not an excuse. Surzex was careful never to frame it that way. But context. The council feared the pace of the boosted gear's growth inside a peerage bound by evil pieces they did not fully understand, Surzex explained. There is precedent, ancient precedent, of sacred gear wielders whose power outgrew their ability to control it, with consequences that reshaped entire territories before anyone could intervene. The council's fear was not entirely irrational, even if the solution they chose was cruel, and, I now believe, catastrophically short-sighted. You could have told me that instead of sealing me in silence, and casting me out with no explanation beyond a closed door, Issei said. I might have understood fear. I have never once been given the chance to respond to it as a person rather than a variable to be managed. I know, Surzex said quietly. And I have spent the years since watching what you built from that mistake with an increasingly uncomfortable mixture of admiration and dread. You did not become the uncontrolled catastrophe the council feared. You became something they never modeled for, because no one ever imagined the boy they discarded would simply go build an entire nation from the wreckage rather than either submit or destroy himself trying to force his way back in. And now, Issei said? What does the council want now? Another attempt to seal what they are still afraid of. Surzex was quiet for a long moment, studying Issei across the study with an expression that carried genuine, weary honesty. Some of the council still wants that, he admitted. I will not pretend otherwise to you. But I no longer believe it is achievable, and more importantly, I no longer believe it is right. What I am offering is not submission back into Gremory's peerage, nor a demand that you dissolve what you have built. I am offering formal recognition. The sovereignty exists whether the Underworld acknowledges it or not. I would rather acknowledge it as a neighbor than pretend it does not exist until it becomes an enemy through sheer accumulated resentment. Recognition, Issei repeated slowly, turning the word over. Not alliance, not yet, Surzex clarified. Trust of that depth takes longer to rebuild than a single afternoon's conversation can manage, and I would not insult you by pretending otherwise. But recognition. A formal acknowledgement that the sovereignty is a sovereign territory in its own right, with the diplomatic protections that status carries under the old treaties between factions. No more extermination units sent by other factions assuming your people are unprotected exiles who can be hunted without consequence. No more councils debating whether you are a problem to be managed rather than a government to be negotiated with. Issei sat with that offer for a long moment, thinking of Elena on the battlements facing down a commander's blade with nothing but the truth as her shield, thinking of Ryanair dying alone in a chamber beneath a fortress no one else had wanted, thinking of nearly 100 people now sleeping safely behind black stone walls that had stood empty for 3,000 years before he walked through their gates with nothing left to lose. I did not build the sovereignty to be folded back into the old order's framework, Issei finally said. I built it because the old order's framework is exactly what discarded every person now living inside those walls. I will accept recognition. I will not accept subordination dressed up as diplomacy. I am not offering subordination, Surzex said. I am offering the closest thing to an apology the Underworld's political structure will currently permit me to make, and an acknowledgement that whatever comes next between our two governments, it should be built on something better than the mistake that started this. Issei extended his hand across the study, the same gesture he had offered Ryanair in the deep chamber, the same gesture Azazel had offered him on the fortress steps 4 months later, the same simple, deliberate choice that had built everything the sovereignty had become. Then let us build something better, Issei said. Carefully. Honestly. And on terms that do not require anyone to be discarded the moment they become inconvenient. Surzex took his hand, and the current of old grief in Issei's chest finally, quietly, began to loosen its grip. They walked out of the study together into the estate's long corridor, and it was there, rounding the corner toward the main entrance, that Issei came face to face with Rias for the first time since the throne room doors had closed behind him a year earlier. She stopped mid-step, crimson hair catching the same chandelier light it always had, her expression cycling rapidly through shock, then something that might have been shame, then something more complicated that Issei did not have a word for, and did not particularly want to find one. Issei, she said, his name unfamiliar in her mouth after a year of silence. Rias, he replied, even in calm, the way he had learned to speak about things that no longer had the power to break him. I did not know you were coming, she said. If I had known, I would have. Would have what? Issei asked, not unkindly, but without softening the question either. Apologized. Explained. It does not change what happened, Rias. It does not change the year I spent rebuilding everything from nothing because the people I trusted most decided I was a liability the moment my power became inconvenient to manage. Her eyes glistened, and for a moment Issei saw something in her face that might have been genuine grief, buried beneath a year of political calculation she had likely spent trying to convince herself was necessary. I think about it every day, she said quietly. What we did. What I did. I told myself it was for the greater good of the house, of the factions, of the balance we were sworn to protect. I am not certain I believe that anymore. Issei studied her for a long moment, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that the anger he expected to feel had mostly burned itself out over a year of building something new from its ashes. What remained was quieter. Sadder, perhaps, but no longer sharp enough to cut. I hope you figure out what you actually believe, he said. I mean that. But I am not the same person who stood in that throne room asking if anyone would speak up for him. I built something new because no one did. I am not interested in tearing it down to make room for whatever this conversation is supposed to be. He stepped past her, Ryanair falling into step at his shoulder, Elena and Azazel following close behind, and did not look back as they walked out through the same iron gates that had closed behind him a year earlier, this time opening freely to let him leave on his own terms rather than swallowing him in exile. Outside, the false twilight stretched wide and violet over the long road back toward the wastes, back toward black stone walls and murals of dragons in flight, back toward nearly 100 people who had chosen, against every reasonable expectation, to build a home together out of everything the old world had thrown away. How do you feel? Ryanair asked quietly, as the estate shrank behind them. Issei considered the question honestly, turning it over against a year of grief transformed slowly, patiently, into something with a foundation solid enough to hold real weight. Lighter, he said finally. Like I finally set something down I had been carrying since the moment those throne room doors closed. Drake's voice rumbled low and steady in his chest, carrying something that, after 3 years of partnership and 1 long year of rebuilding, sounded very much like pride. Good, the dragon said. Because there is still a great deal of building left to do, partner. Recognition from one faction is a beginning. It is not the end of the story. I know, Issei said, looking out toward the horizon where the wastes waited, where the fortress stood, where the people who had chosen him were waiting for word of what came next. It is not the end at all. It is only the beginning of the empire he intended to build. They reached the edge of the wastes, as the false twilight deepened toward its nightly violet, and from that rise in the land, the fortress was visible in the distance, its black towers catching the last light, small fires already burning along its battlements where Donasik's watch kept careful vigil over the people sleeping within. Elena stopped beside him, studying the silhouette with an expression Issei had come to recognize over the months since her arrival, the particular quiet wonder of someone who still had not fully convinced herself that a place like this could exist without eventually being taken from her the way everything else had been. "It still surprises me every time we come back," she admitted. "That it is still standing. That it is still ours." "It will keep surprising you," Azazel said, falling into step on Issei's other side, his tone carrying more warmth than his usual dry cynicism allowed. "That is what happens when you build something worth protecting instead of something worth conquering. The surprise does not fade. It just becomes the thing you wake up grateful for." Ryanair said nothing, but her hand found Issei's without hesitation, the way it had begun to more and more often in the months since that first night in the deep chamber, and Issei found he did not mind the silence, or the gesture, or the quiet certainty it carried. They walked the rest of the way in companionable silence, for people who had each lost everything the old world claimed they were owed, moving together toward a home none of them had been handed but had instead built, stone by stone and choice by choice, out of the wreckage of everything that came before. The fortress gates opened for them as they approached, no ceremony required, simply the recognition of people returning to a place that was truly theirs. Inside, the sounds of a community settling into evening drifted across the courtyard, voices and quiet laughter, and the clatter of a shared meal being prepared in the kitchens that had once been cold storage chambers before nearly 100 hands had turned them into something warmer. Issei paused just inside the gates, looking back once at the darkening plain behind them, at the long road that led eventually back to the Underworld capital, to Surzex's uncertain offer of recognition, to Rias's unfinished grief, to a council still divided on what to do about a boy who had refused to disappear quietly. Somewhere beyond that horizon, the old order was still deciding what to make of him. Here, inside walls that had waited 3,000 years for someone worthy to walk through them, nearly 100 people already knew exactly what to make of him, and greeted him now not as a threat to be managed or a tool to be used, but simply as the person who had opened the gate and told them, without conditions, that they belong. Issei Hyoudou walked into his fortress as the false twilight gave way to violet night, and somewhere deep in his chest, Drake's ancient voice settled into something quiet and content, the voice of a partner finally certain the king he had been waiting 3 years to see was only just beginning to become everything he was meant to be. The sovereignty's first year had ended. Its true story was only starting. Chapter 8. Recognition, it turned out, did not travel through the Underworld's political structure quietly. Within a week of Issei's return from the Gremory estate, the news had spread through every noble house with a stake in the old balance of power, and the reaction split cleanly along lines Surzex had clearly anticipated when he made his offer. The younger houses, those who had come of age watching the factions grow increasingly rigid and increasingly willing to sacrifice individuals for the appearance of stability, greeted the news with cautious curiosity. The older houses, those who remembered a time before the fragile peace between factions and valued the current order precisely because it had cost them so much to build, greeted it with something closer to alarm. Surzex called an emergency council session 4 days after Issei's visit, and Azazel, who still maintained enough standing in Grigori's own fractured leadership to attend as an observer, relayed the details to Issei that same night through a crystal communication array the fortress had recently installed with the help of a devil engineer who had defected from a minor house tired of watching her innovations get credited to nobles who had never touched a schematic in their lives. "They are not united," Azazel reported, his projected image flickering faintly above the war chamber table. "Surzex has enough support to hold the recognition in place for now, but there is a faction, led by a house called Baal, arguing the sovereignty represents an existential threat that recognition only legitimizes rather than contains. They want the recognition reversed. Some of them want considerably more than that." Issei absorbed this without visible reaction, though Ryanair, standing close enough to feel the tension settle into his shoulders, reached out and rested a hand against his arm. "What does more than that mean, exactly?" she asked. Azazel's expression, even through the flickering projection, carried clear discomfort. "There is talk, quiet talk, nothing sanctioned by the full council yet, of a preemptive strike disguised as a border dispute. Something that would let them claim self-defense while actually eliminating what they consider a long-term threat before it grows large enough to make that option impossible." Ryanair's wings flared instinctively at the words, a defensive reflex Issei had watched grow sharper over the past year as the fortress's population, and the number of lives she felt personally responsible for protecting, continued to grow. Let them try, she said, low and fierce. I would rather they did not have to try at all, Issei said quietly. Every battle we win against the faction still costs lives on both sides, Ryanair. I did not build this place to prove I could beat them. I built it so people would stop dying for the crime of being inconvenient. Then what do you propose? Azazel asked. You cannot simply wait for Baal's faction to decide the timing suits them. Issei was quiet for a long moment, staring at the mural of dragons in flight that dominated the war chamber's far wall, the same mural he had studied on the night he first told Ryanair he intended to become something the old order had never modeled for. We stop being a rumor they can dismiss as contained, he finally said. We stop being a fortress on the edge of a wasteland that a hardline faction can frame as an isolated threat easy to eliminate quietly. We become something visible enough, and connected enough, that eliminating us would cost the Underworld more than any single house is willing to pay. How? Ryanair asked. Issei looked at Azazel's flickering image, then at Ryanair, then, finally, at Elena, who had entered the war chamber partway through the conversation and now stood near the door, arms crossed, listening with the particular intensity of someone who had spent her life inside institutions and understood exactly how their politics worked from the inside. We reach out to the angels, Issei said. Michael's faction has stayed quiet through all of this, and I do not think that silence is accidental. If heaven is watching to see what we become before deciding how to respond, then we go to them directly, the same way I went to Surzex, and we find out whether there is a path toward a second recognition. Not because we need heaven's permission to exist. Because a sovereignty recognized by two factions instead of one becomes a much more complicated target for a single hardline house within a third to eliminate quietly. Elena's expression shifted into something thoughtful. That is a significant risk. Heaven's council has its own hardliners, and unlike Surzex, you have no existing relationship with anyone at that level of their hierarchy. I have you, Issei said simply. You spent years inside the church before your exile. You understand their internal politics better than anyone in this fortress. If I am walking into a second negotiation with a faction that has every reason to distrust the devil who commands the boosted gear, I would rather walk in with someone who can tell me which doors are worth knocking on, and which ones are traps dressed up as diplomacy. Elena held his gaze for a long moment, something settling behind her eyes that looked almost like the same resolve she had carried standing on the battlements, facing down Commander Aldrich's blade a year earlier. Then I will help you prepare, she said. But Issei, I need you to understand something before we walk that road. Heaven does not think the way the Underworld thinks. Surzex offered you recognition because devils value pragmatism above almost everything else, and keeping you as a contained neighbor rather than provoking you into an enemy was simply the practical choice. Heaven's council operates on doctrine first and pragmatism a distant second. If we go to them, we cannot lead with practicality. We have to lead with something they actually value. And what is that? Ryanair asked. Elena looked at Issei for a long moment before answering, something almost gentle in her expression. Redemption, she said quietly. Everyone in this fortress is a story of someone who was cast aside and chose to build something better rather than let bitterness consume them. Heaven's council claims to believe in exactly that story more than any other faction does. If we can show them the sovereignty actually lives that belief instead of merely using it as propaganda, we have a chance. If we walk in demanding recognition as a matter of political leverage the way we did with Surzex, we will lose before we even finish the first sentence. Issei considered this, feeling the shape of a new kind of diplomacy settle into place beside the harder, more familiar shape of preparing for war. Then we do not lead with leverage, he said. We lead with the truth. Every person in this fortress, and what they were before they found their way here, and what they have become since. If Heaven's council cannot recognize that as worth protecting, then perhaps recognition from them was never going to be possible regardless of how we approached it. Drake's low rumble stirred faintly in his chest, a sound Ryanair had learned over the past year to recognize as the dragon's particular brand of approval. That, the ancient voice murmured, quiet enough that only Issei could hear it clearly, is the difference between a king seeking power and a king seeking to be understood. Few rulers in any era ever learn which one actually lasts. Chapter 9. The road to heaven's territory was not a road at all in any conventional sense, but a passage between planes that only those with angelic or holy blessing could navigate safely without an escort, which meant the delegation Issei assembled for this second journey looked considerably different from the one that had walked up the Gremory estate's drive months earlier. Elena led the way, her excommunication papers finally set aside in favor of a formal letter she had drafted herself, addressed not to the full council but to a specific archangel she had trained under briefly during her early years in the church, a woman named Gabriel whose reputation for genuine compassion had survived even the increasingly rigid politics surrounding her. Rias came as well, though her presence carried obvious risk, a fallen angel walking willingly into heaven's territory for the first time since her own exile, her storm-colored wings drawing wary glances from every holy sentry they passed along the passage. They will not attack an unarmed delegation seeking dialogue, Elena reassured her quietly, as they crossed the final threshold into heaven's outer gardens, a landscape of impossible white blossoms and light that did not quite behave the way light behaved anywhere else Issei had traveled. Whatever else you believe about heaven's politics, they still hold formal diplomatic protocol as sacred. We are safe, for now, as long as we do not give them a reason to reconsider that protection. For now, Rias repeated, unable to fully mask the tension in her voice. Gabriel met them in the gardens personally, and Issei found himself unprepared for the sheer warmth radiating from her presence, a stark contrast to the careful, weary diplomacy he had encountered in Surzex, and an even starker contrast to the cold political calculation he still remembered from Rias's voice in the Gremory throne room. Elena, Gabriel said, moving forward to embrace her former student without hesitation, ignoring entirely the small crowd of sovereignty representatives standing behind her. I have missed you terribly. I argued quietly, against the severity of your punishment. I am glad to see it did not break you. It did not break me, Elena said, returning the embrace briefly before stepping back. It taught me something I needed to learn about the difference between an institution and the faith it claims to serve. I am here because I believe I have found a place that understands that difference better than the church I left behind. Gabriel's gaze shifted to Issei, curious and unguarded in a way that felt almost disarming after months spent navigating the careful masks of underworld politics. You must be the dragon everyone is talking about, she said, and there was no accusation in the words, only genuine interest. The one who built a nation from exile rather than seeking vengeance against the house that cast him out. I did not build it to avoid vengeance, Issei said honestly. I built it because vengeance would not have given the people who found their way to my gates anywhere safe to stand. Vengeance ends when the enemy is defeated. What I wanted to build needed to last longer than that. Gabriel studied him for a long moment, something thoughtful moving behind her expression, and then, without any of the ceremony Issei had braced himself for, she gestured toward a stone bench beneath a tree heavy with blossoms that shimmered faintly with their own internal light. Sit with me, she said. Tell me about your sovereignty. Not the political framing I am certain you have prepared for the council. Tell me the truth of it, the way you would tell a friend rather than a government you are hoping to negotiate with. Issei glanced at Elena, who nodded encouragingly, and then, for the first time since leaving the fortress, he set aside the careful diplomatic language he had rehearsed and simply told Gabriel the truth. He told her about Rias, dying in a chamber beneath an abandoned fortress, and the phoenix tears he had carried for 3 years without ever needing them until the moment he did. He told her about Donasik, who had spent decades surviving alone before finding a place willing to let him build rather than merely endure. He told her about Elena facing down a commander's blade with nothing but the truth as her shield, and about the church exiles and the stray hybrids and the growing number of people from every corner of the old order who had found, within black stone walls 3,000 years empty, the first place in their lives that had never once asked them to justify their own worth before offering shelter. Gabriel listened without interrupting, her expression softening further with every story, until finally, when Issei fell silent, she reached out and rested a gentle hand against his forearm, close to where the boosted gear pulsed quietly beneath his sleeve. That, she said softly, is the story Heaven's Council needs to hear. Not from Elena's letter. From your own voice, exactly as you told it to me. I cannot promise the full council will listen the way I have listened. There are hardliners among us as there are hardliners in every faction, voices who see any concentration of power outside the old structures as inherently dangerous regardless of its intentions. But I will personally advocate for you to be heard, and I believe, having heard your story, that hearing it honestly is the least this council owes you. Thank you, Issei said, and meant it more deeply than the simple words could carry. Do not thank me yet, Gabriel said, a note of gentle caution entering her voice. Heaven's politics move slowly, and doctrine has a way of overriding compassion when fear enters the conversation. I will fight for you to be heard fairly. I cannot promise the outcome you are hoping for. That is all I am asking for, Issei said. A fair hearing is more than most of the people inside my fortress ever received from the institutions that cast them aside. Gabriel's smile, when it came, carried a sadness that told Issei she understood exactly what he meant, and had likely watched that same pattern play out inside her own faction more times than she wished to count. Then let us give the council something they rarely receive either, she said, rising from the bench. A story instead of a report. Truth instead of strategy. It will not guarantee success, but I believe, more than any prepared argument you could have brought, it gives you the best possible chance. Chapter 10. The council chamber in Heaven's territory bore little resemblance to the throne room where Issei's exile had begun, all soaring white architecture and light that seemed to originate from nowhere and everywhere at once, but the tension in the air felt uncomfortably familiar nonetheless. The particular weight of powerful people deciding the fate of someone who had no formal standing to argue on his own behalf beyond the strength of his own voice. Michael himself presided over the session, flanked by senior archangels whose expressions ranged from cautious curiosity to open suspicion. And Issei felt Rianer's tension radiating beside him as the fallen angel who had once served under Grigori's command stood now in the heart of the faction that had cast her own kind out of paradise in the first ancient war that started the entire fractured system he was trying to navigate around. Michael's voice, when he finally spoke, carried a gravity that filled the chamber without any apparent effort. We have heard reports of your sovereignty for nearly a year now, he said. Reports of gathered exiles from every faction, of a fortress reclaimed from an age before the current balance of power existed, of a boy the Underworld cast out who has since built something none of the old structures anticipated or fully understand. Archangel Gabriel has advocated strongly that we hear your account directly rather than relying solely on second-hand reports filtered through political interest. I am inclined to honor that request. Speak, Issei Hyoudou, and we will listen. Issei stepped forward into the center of the chamber, and for a moment, the memory of standing in the Gremory throne room a year earlier, waiting for a single voice to speak in his defense and receiving only silence, rose sharp and unwelcome in his chest. He pushed the memory aside and spoke instead of what he had built since. He told the council the same truth he had told Gabriel in the gardens, unpolished and unguarded, refusing the temptation to frame his story as strategic leverage even as he felt the weight of every watching eye in the chamber. He spoke of Rianer and Donasik and Elena, of church exiles and stray hybrids, of nearly 100 people now living within walls that had been empty for 3,000 years, each one a story of someone the old order had discarded and who had chosen, against every reasonable expectation, to build something better rather than disappear quietly. I am not asking heaven to fear what I have built, he said, when the accounting finally reached its end. I understand the instinct toward caution when a new power emerges outside the structures you have spent centuries maintaining. But I am asking you to see what that power has actually been used for in the years since it began. Not conquest. Not vengeance against the factions that discarded its members. Shelter. That is all the sovereignty has ever offered anyone who walked through its gates. And shelter is not a threat to any faction that does not build its own strength on the suffering of the people I have chosen to protect. A silence settled over the chamber, and Issei watched the expressions of the assembled archangels shift and weigh against each other in ways he could not fully read, until finally, one of them, an older archangel whose name Issei did not know, spoke with open skepticism. Pretty words, the archangel said. But power gathered outside any faction structure remains power that faction structure cannot predict or control. History has taught heaven, more painfully than any other faction, precisely how dangerous unchecked power can become regardless of how noble its founding intentions may have seemed at the time. I do not ask you to trust my intentions blindly, Issei replied evenly. I ask you to judge the sovereignty by its actions over the past year. We turned back an extermination unit from your own church's remaining exorcist branches without a single life lost on either side, because Elena chose truth over violence, and I trusted her enough to let that choice stand rather than escalating toward the fight we could easily have won. We accepted Underworld recognition on terms that explicitly rejected subordination while also explicitly rejecting conquest. If unchecked power inevitably corrupts toward domination, as your history teaches you to fear, I would ask you to consider that a year is more than enough time for that corruption to have already begun showing itself, and it has not. Yet, the skeptical archangel said. Yet, Issei agreed, refusing to flinch from the word. I cannot promise you certainty about a future none of us can see. No faction in this chamber can promise that about itself either, if we are being honest with each other rather than simply defending institutional pride. What I can promise is this. Every person inside my fortress chose freely to be there, bound by nothing but their own will to stay, and any sovereignty built on that foundation has far less room for the kind of unchecked corruption your history warns against than one built on chains, evil pieces, or doctrine enforced through fear of exile. Michael had remained silent throughout the exchange, his expression unreadable, but when he finally spoke, something in his voice carried a weight that settled the restless energy building in the chamber. I remember the war that split this world into factions, he said quietly. I remember watching structures built with good intentions slowly calcify into the rigid, fearful institutions all three factions have become, more concerned with maintaining control than with the people that control was originally meant to protect. I am not blind to what your fortress represents, Issei Hyoudou. It is not merely a new power on the map. It is a quiet rebuke to every one of us who allowed our institutions to become the kind of place that discards its own rather than protecting them. The chamber fell silent, and Issei felt Gabriel's steady presence beside him, unwavering support in a room full of uncertain judgment. I will not offer full recognition today, Michael continued. That decision requires more deliberation than a single hearing can responsibly provide, and I owe this council the diligence of careful consideration rather than a decision made purely on the strength of a compelling account, however honest it may be. But I will say this. Heaven will not move against your sovereignty while that deliberation continues, and I will personally ensure Gabriel's testimony, and your own words today, are weighed with the seriousness they deserve rather than dismissed by fear alone. It was not the full recognition Issei had hoped to secure, but it was, he understood as he bowed his head in acknowledgement, considerably more than the silence he had received in the Gremory throne room a year earlier, and considerably more than he had any right to expect from a faction that owed him nothing beyond the fair hearing he had asked for. Thank you, he said simply. That is all I came here asking for. As the council session ended and the delegation made their way back through Heaven's gardens toward the passage that would return them to the wastes, Gabriel fell into step beside Issei, her expression carrying quiet satisfaction beneath its careful diplomatic composure. You did better than you know, she said. Michael rarely speaks that openly about the church's own failures in front of a full council session. You gave him permission to say something he has likely wanted to say for a very long time. I did not come here to give anyone permission for anything, Issei said. I came here hoping to keep my people safe. Sometimes, Gabriel said, with a small, knowing smile, those two things turn out to be the same thing. Chapter 11. The Baal faction did not wait for Heaven's deliberation to conclude before making their move. It came 11 days after the delegation's return from Heaven's territory, not as an open declaration of war, which would have required a level of council consensus Xerxes' supporters were still successfully blocking, but as something quieter and considerably more difficult to counter. A border dispute, precisely as Azazel had warned, manufactured from a stretch of unclaimed land bordering the wastes that Baal's house suddenly claimed had always belonged to their ancestral territory, land that happened to sit directly between the sovereignty's fortress and its only reliable route to fresh water. Donasek brought the news to the war chamber with visible tension in every line of his posture, a map spread across the stone table marking the disputed territory in stark red ink. They have moved soldiers into position along the border, he reported. Not an invasion force, not yet small enough that Surzex cannot reasonably order them withdrawn without a formal council vote, but large enough to make clear what happens if we attempt to access that water route without their permission. Issei studied the map for a long moment, feeling the familiar cold clarity that had settled over him in the months since walking out of the Gremory throne room, the particular calm that came from understanding exactly what was being tested and refusing to let panic cloud the response. They are testing whether we will escalate first, he said. If we send our own forces to break the blockade, Bale's house gets to frame us as the aggressor in front of the same council currently deciding whether to formalize our recognition. If we do nothing, they tighten the blockade gradually until our water access becomes a genuine crisis, and force us to either escalate on worse terms later or come to them begging for concessions that would functionally undo everything Surzex negotiated. Ryanair's expression had hardened into something sharp and calculating, a look Issei had come to recognize as the fallen angel translating old survival instincts honed across months of running from Gregory's assassins into strategic thinking for a fortress she now considered her own responsibility to protect. Then we do either, she said. We find a third option they have not prepared for. Elena, who had been studying the map in silence, tapped a finger against a section of terrain further north, well outside the disputed border. There is an older water route here, she said. I found reference to it in some of the fortress's original architectural records, sealed off centuries ago during whatever conflict originally emptied this place. If it is still viable, we could restore access without ever entering the territory Bale's house is contesting, which removes their entire justification for the blockade. Issei looked at the marked location, then at Elena, feeling something like relief loosen slightly in his chest. Show me. The old route, when Donasek and a small team investigated it over the following days, turned out to be an underground aqueduct system built by whatever civilization had first raised the fortress, sealed by rockfall rather than deliberate design, and restoring it required nearly 2 weeks of careful excavation work that every able body in the fortress contributed to in shifts. A labor that Issei made a point of joining personally despite Ryanair's gentle insistence that a sovereign did not need to break stone alongside his people. If I am not willing to do the work myself, he told her, during one exhausted evening break with dust still clinging to his hands, then I have no right asking anyone else to trust that the work matters as much to me as it does to them. By the time the aqueduct was fully restored, Bale's house had tightened their blockade twice, clearly expecting either capitulation or an armed response that never came, and when word finally reached them that the sovereignty had simply routed around their manufactured crisis entirely, the political consequences proved considerably more damaging to Bale's own standing than anyone in the war chamber had initially anticipated. Azazel relayed the fallout through the crystal array 3 days later, his projected image carrying something close to genuine amusement for the first time since the crisis began. You should have seen Surzex's face during the emergency session, he reported. Bale's representative stood up expecting to present evidence of sovereignty aggression justifying escalated action, and instead had to explain to the full council why his house had spent 2 weeks blockading a resource the sovereignty simply did not need anymore, at considerable cost to his own house's credibility, and none whatsoever to yours. Several of the more cautious houses who had been quietly sympathetic to Bale's concerns are now asking much harder questions about what exactly Bale's faction was hoping to provoke. Ryanair's answering smile carried real satisfaction. So they overplayed their hand. They tried to force a war and instead handed Surzex's recognition faction a considerably stronger argument than they had before the blockade began, Azazel confirmed. I would not call this crisis over. Bale's house is not the kind to abandon a grudge easily, but I would call it a victory more complete than anyone in that chamber, myself included, expected the sovereignty to achieve without a single soldier crossing the disputed border. Issei felt the tension of the past 2 weeks finally begin to ease from his shoulders, though the underlying awareness remained sharp and unwavering. This will not be the last test, he said. No, Azazel agreed. It will not. But you have just demonstrated something considerably more valuable than victory in a single confrontation. You have demonstrated patience under provocation, and in politics as fractured as the underworlds currently are, patience proves far harder for your enemies to counter than aggression ever could. Chapter 12. The sovereignty's second year began not with the quiet rebuilding that had marked its first, but with a steady stream of visitors whose purposes ranged from curious to openly transactional. As word of the fortress's successful navigation of both diplomatic recognition and the Bale blockade spread far beyond the waste into circles that had previously dismissed the entire project as an interesting curiosity unlikely to survive its own founder's inexperience, merchants came first, cautious traders willing to risk the journey across the wastes in exchange for access to a growing population with genuine needs and, increasingly, the resources to meet them, since several of the fortress's residents had brought skills and connections from their old lives that the community had begun quietly monetizing to fund its own continued growth. Scholars came next, drawn by rumors of a Dragon King's ancient library, partially recovered from beneath centuries of dust and rockfall, containing texts that predated the current factional structure entirely and offered glimpses into a version of the supernatural world that had existed before heaven, hell, and the fallen had drawn their current rigid borders. And inevitably, other powers came as well, testing the boundaries of what the sovereignty represented with considerably more subtlety than Bale's house had employed. It was during this period that Issei first encountered Vala Lucifer, a white-haired figure who arrived at the fortress gates alone, without escort or announcement, his presence carrying an aura that made even Rionair's battle-honed instincts flare with immediate wariness. "I am not here to fight you," Vala said before Issei had spoken a single word, his tone carrying the particular boredom of someone who had grown tired of being underestimated by people who assumed his reputation demanded violence at every meeting. "I am here because I wanted to see, with my own eyes, whether the stories were true. A Welsh dragon wielder who built a sovereignty from nothing rather than simply chasing power for its own sake. That is a rarer story than you might imagine, in a world as thoroughly obsessed with strength as this one has become." Issei studied the white-haired figure carefully, recognizing in him something familiar, an outsider who had chosen his own path outside the structures the old order expected him to follow, though the shape that choice had taken looked considerably different from the one Issei himself had built. "And what did you find?" Issei asked, "when you looked with your own eyes?" Vala's expression shifted into something almost like respect, rare and unguarded. "I found a fortress full of people who do not flinch when I walk through their gates," he said. "That tells me more than any report Azazel could have relayed. Fear breeds compliance. What you have built here breeds something else. Loyalty freely given, rather than extracted through power or obligation. I have spent my entire life pursuing strength for its own sake, chasing worthy opponents, testing the edges of what the boosted gear and divine dividing were ever capable of becoming. I am not certain I understand what you have built. But I respect it more than I expected to." "Is that an offer of alliance?" Issei asked. "Not yet," Vala said. "I do not align myself easily with anyone's cause, even one I respect. But I will say this. If the day comes when your sovereignty faces a threat considerable enough to require the kind of strength few in this world can offer, you may find my answer different from what you expect." He left as quietly as he had arrived, and Issei stood at the fortress gates for a long moment afterward, turning the strange, unexpected encounter over in his mind, while Rionair finally allowed her wings to relax from their defensive posture. "What was that?" she asked. "I think," Issei said slowly, "that was someone else who has spent his entire life being underestimated by people who could not see past his reputation. I think he came here looking for proof that strength and compassion are not mutually exclusive, the way most of this world has always assumed they must be." "Did he find it?" Rionair asked. Issei watched the horizon where Vala's figure had already vanished, a strange, solitary presence moving through a world that had never quite known what to do with him either. "I think he is still deciding," Issei said. "But I think, when the day comes that he needs to decide for certain, he will remember what he saw here today." Chapter 13. Heaven's deliberation concluded 4 months after the delegation's visit, delivered not through a formal envoy but through Gabriel herself, who arrived at the fortress gates with a small honor guard and an expression that Issei read as cautiously hopeful even before she spoke a single word. "The council has reached its decision," she said, once the formal greetings had been exchanged and the small delegation had been seated in the war chamber beneath the mural of dragons in flight that had witnessed nearly every significant conversation in the sovereignty's short history. It was not unanimous. Nothing involving your sovereignty has been unanimous within any faction's council, and I suspect nothing ever will be, given how thoroughly you have complicated the assumptions all three factions have operated under for centuries. But the majority carried the vote, and Michael has formally authorized recognition, on terms similar to those the Underworld extended, though Heaven's Council insisted on additional language regarding the protection of any church exiles who choose to seek shelter within your walls going forward. Issei felt something in his chest loosen that had been held tight since the day he first proposed reaching out to Heaven's territory, a tension he had not fully realized he was still carrying until the moment it began to ease. "Thank you," he said simply. "And thank Michael, and the council members who argued in our favor, even the ones I never had the chance to speak with directly." "I will," Gabriel said. "Though I suspect the greater thanks belongs to you, Issei Hyoudou. You gave this council something it desperately needed to be reminded of, that redemption and shelter are not abstract doctrine to be preached from a distance, but something that can be built, patiently and honestly, by people willing to do the difficult work of actually living it. Several of the archangels who voted in your favor told me afterward that your testimony was the most honest account of faith and action they had heard delivered in that chamber in centuries." Elena, standing quietly near the chamber door, had tears in her eyes that she made no effort to hide. "2 factions," she said softly. "In under 2 years. No one would have believed this possible the day I first walked through these gates." "I would not have believed it possible either," Issei admitted. "I did not build this place chasing recognition from either faction. I built it because I needed somewhere to stand after everyone I trusted decided I was expendable. Everything since has simply been the shape that refusal took when given enough time and enough people willing to build it alongside me." With Grigory's faction still fractured under its own internal tensions, formal recognition from that third power remained an open question. One Azazel continued working carefully to advance from within, but 2 factions out of 3, achieved through patience and honest testimony rather than the war Issei had once feared was inevitable, represented a foundation more solid than anything he had allowed himself to hope for on the day he first walked through the fortress's ancient gates with nothing left to lose. That night, as the fortress celebrated the news with a gathering in the courtyard that stretched long into the violet dark, Rias found Issei standing alone on the battlements, looking out over the waste toward a horizon that no longer felt quite as uncertain as it once had. 2 years ago, she said, joining him at the wall's edge, you were standing on a different set of steps, watching everyone you trusted walk away in silence. I remember, Issei said quietly. Do you regret it, she asked. Any of it? The betrayal that started all of this. Issei considered the question honestly, the way he had learned to consider every difficult question since building a life that no longer had room for easy answers. I regret the pain, he said finally. I regret what it cost Asia and Kiba and Kaneko to stay silent that day, because I do not think, even now, that silence came without cost to them as well. I regret 3 years given to people who ultimately decided I was a variable rather than a person worth defending. But I do not regret what came after. I do not regret this fortress, or the people inside it, or the family we have built from nothing but choice and refusal and the willingness to keep going when giving up would have been so much easier. Rias's hand found his on the battlement wall, the same quiet gesture that had become as familiar to him now as breathing, and Issei found, standing beside her beneath the endless violet twilight, that the grief he had carried out of the Gremory estate 2 years ago had finally, fully, transformed into something he no longer needed to grieve at all. It became this instead, he said softly, looking out over the fortress lights burning steady against the dark. It became everything. Far below, in the courtyard, the sounds of celebration continued long into the night, nearly 200 lives now calling the reclaimed fortress home, each one a story of exile turned into belonging, each one a small, quiet proof that the old order's certainty, that power like Issei's could only ever end in destruction, had been wrong from the very beginning. The sovereignty's second year had only just begun, but already, it stood taller than anyone, even Issei himself, had once believed possible. Chapter 14. The peace, as peace so often did in a world still governed by 3 factions each nursing their own internal fractures, did not last as long as anyone in the war chamber had quietly hoped. It began with a disappearance. A young devil named Mara, one of the more recent arrivals to the fortress, a girl barely out of her formative years who had fled a minor noble house after her own family attempted to bind her into an arranged evil peace contract against her will, vanished from the fortress grounds during a routine supply run to a trading post at the edge of the wastes, a journey she had made safely a dozen times before without incident. Donasek organized the search within the hour, and it was Rias who found the first evidence, 3 days later, in a stretch of the wastes far beyond the fortress's usual patrol range. A torn scrap of fabric, unmistakably from Mara's coat, caught on the branch of a withered tree, and beneath it, faint traces of a summoning circle burned into the cracked earth, the kind used by slavers who specialized in the black markets that still operated in the margins between factional jurisdiction, where desperate or vulnerable supernatural beings could be captured and sold to buyers whose interests ranged from labor to considerably darker purposes. Issei stood over the burned circle in silence for a long time, feeling an old, familiar fury rise in his chest, sharper and more focused than the grief that had carried him out of the Gremory estate 2 years earlier. "This is not the factions testing us," Rias said quietly, watching his expression harden. "This is something else. Something that operates entirely outside their jurisdiction, and the gaps their own bureaucracy leaves unguarded." "Then we go into the gaps," Issei said. The trail led them, over the following 2 weeks, through a network of black market contacts that Donasek's years as a stray devil proved invaluable in navigating, each lead peeling back another layer of an operation considerably larger and more entrenched than anyone had initially anticipated. A syndicate calling itself the Chain, operating from a hidden compound built into the ruins of an older, forgotten settlement even further into the unclaimed wastes than the sovereignty's own fortress, a place where the faction's authority had never meaningfully reached, and where the Chain had spent decades quietly building an operation that captured, held, and sold vulnerable supernatural beings to buyers across all 3 factions who preferred not to ask too many questions about where their labor or their entertainment originated. Elena, who had encountered rumors of the Chain briefly during her years within the church, provided crucial context the night before the fortress's assembled strike team departed to confront the compound directly. "They have operated for decades specifically because none of the factions consider eliminating them a priority worth the resources," she explained, spreading a hand-drawn map of the compound's known layout across the war chamber table. "Heaven considers it beneath their notice, a problem for devils and fallen to sort out among themselves. The Underworld Council has occasionally discussed action against them but always deprioritizes it in favor of more immediate political concerns. Gregory is too fractured internally to organize a coordinated response. The Chain has survived, essentially, by being everyone's low-priority problem simultaneously. Then they have never had to face a sovereignty built specifically by people who understand exactly what it costs to be treated as a low-priority problem," Issei said. The assault on the Chain's compound, when it finally came, was unlike anything the sovereignty had faced before, not a political standoff resolved through words and patience, but a genuine battle against an enemy who had spent decades preparing defenses against exactly the kind of raid Issei's forces now brought against them. Rias led the aerial assault against the compound's outer watchtowers, her fallen angel trainees moving in coordinated formation that would have been unthinkable for a group of individuals scattered and hunted separately only 2 years earlier. Donasek's intimate knowledge of stray devil survival tactics proved crucial in navigating the compound's hidden tunnels, where the Chain had constructed a labyrinth designed to disorient and trap anyone who breached the outer walls without inside knowledge. And Issei himself, at the compound's heart, finally faced the Chain's leader directly, a devil calling himself Malakar who had built his entire operation on the principle that the vulnerable existed to be exploited by those strong enough to take what they wanted, a philosophy that stood in direct, violent opposition to everything Issei had spent 2 years building. "You think yourself different from me," Malakar sneered, as their confrontation stretched across a chamber lined with cages, most now empty as Rias's forces worked to free the compound's remaining captives, though the memory of what those cages had held hung heavy and unmistakable in the air. "You gather the desperate and the discarded the same way I do. The only difference between us is that I am honest about what I take from them in return." "You are wrong about what makes us different," Issei said, the boosted gear flaring crimson along his forearm as he faced the Chain's leader across the cage-lined chamber. I take nothing from the people who come to my gates that they do not choose freely to give. I ask nothing in return for shelter except the willingness to build something together. You built an empire on chains and cages and the suffering of people who never had a choice in what happened to them. That is not a difference of degree, Malaka. That is the entire difference between what I built and what you are. Boost. The battle that followed was brief and, in the end, entirely one-sided. Malaka's considerable strength no match for 2 years of accumulated growth driven not by rage but by the steady, patient purpose of a sovereign determined to ensure no one under his protection would ever again face the kind of vulnerability that had allowed the chain to flourish in the gaps between 3 fractured factions in difference. By the time the compound finally fell silent, its cages empty and its captives freed, 37 people had been rescued from the chain's operation, and word of the raid, unlike the quiet diplomatic maneuvering that had characterized the sovereignty's previous 2 years, spread through every faction's territory with a speed and clarity that political recognition alone had never achieved. Chapter 15. The rescued captives who chose to return to the fortress rather than seek their own separate paths, and the vast majority did choose to return, having found in the sovereignty's reputation the first genuine promise of safety many of them had encountered in years, swelled the fortress's population past 250 within a single month. A growth rate that strained resources the community had carefully built over 2 years and forced Issei, for the first time since founding the sovereignty, to confront questions of infrastructure and governance that a smaller, more intimate community had never required. We cannot keep operating on instinct and personal interviews alone, Elena told him during a late-night planning session in the war chamber. Several weeks after the chain's fall, papers and rough organizational charts spread across the stone table between them. You have personally welcomed every single person who has walked through these gates for 2 years, Issei, and that mattered enormously in building the trust this place runs on. But we have crossed the threshold where that model simply does not scale. We need structure. Not the rigid, fear-based hierarchy the factions built, but something that lets the sovereignty keep growing without losing what made it worth joining in the first place. Issei studied the organizational charts for a long moment, feeling the particular discomfort of a man who had built something deeply personal now confronting the reality that personal attention alone could no longer sustain what that something had become. What do you propose? He asked. A council, Elena said. Not a council that rules over the sovereignty the way the factions' councils rule over their territories, but one that helps carry the weight you have been carrying alone. Representatives from each of the communities who have found their way here, devils, fallen, exiles, hybrids, each with a voice in how the fortress continues to grow, while you remain the sovereign whose judgment the community trusts to guide the larger direction. Rias, who had been listening quietly from near the chamber door, stepped forward with quiet conviction. She is right, Issei. You built this place because you refused to let anyone else feel as alone as you felt on those estate steps. But you cannot personally carry 250 lives on your own shoulders forever, no matter how much you want to. Building structure that shares that weight is not a betrayal of what you started. It is the only way to make sure what you started actually survives long enough to matter. Issei sat with the proposal for a long time, turning it over against 2 years of instinct that had told him personal attention, personal accountability, was the entire foundation of everything he had built, the thing that made the sovereignty different from the cold, distant governance of the factions that had discarded him. I do not want a council that becomes its own bureaucracy, he finally said. I do not want to build the same distant, careless structure that let Rias's council decide my fate in a room I was barely allowed to speak in. Then we build it differently, Elena said. Every council member accountable directly to the community they represent, subject to replacement if that community loses trust in their judgment. Regular open sessions where any resident can raise concerns directly, no matter their standing. A structure built specifically to prevent the kind of distance that let the old factions forget the people they were supposed to serve. Slowly, over the following weeks, the sovereignty's first formal council took shape, built exactly as Elena had proposed, representatives chosen by their own communities rather than appointed by Issei's authority alone, each one carrying direct accountability to the people who had elevated them. Donasik represented the growing population of stray devils who had found refuge within the fortress walls. Rias, somewhat reluctantly at first, represented the fallen angels, her natural leadership among that community having become undeniable over 2 years of steady, trusted service. Elena represented the church exiles, and a young hybrid named Kale, one of the chain's rescued captives who had proven remarkable talent for organizing the fortress's expanding infrastructure needs, represented the growing population of mixed heritage residents who had never before found a faction willing to claim them. And Issei, at the council's center, remained exactly what he had always been, not a distant ruler issuing decrees from behind closed doors, but a sovereign who had built something worth protecting precisely because he had never stopped being willing to sit in the same room as the people he served and listen, honestly, to what they needed. Chapter 16. The letter arrived on a quiet morning nearly 3 months after the council's formation, carried not by a nervous messenger devil this time but by Surzex himself, who requested, through Azazel's careful arrangement, a private audience at the fortress rather than another formal summons to the Underworld capital. Issei met him alone in the war chamber, beneath the mural of dragons that had witnessed every significant turning point in the sovereignty's short history, and found something different in Surzex's expression this time, less the careful weight of political calculation and more the open, uncertain look of a man who had come seeking something he was not entirely sure he had the right to ask for. "I heard about the chain," Surzex said, once the initial formalities had passed. 37 lives rescued from an operation 3 factions collectively failed to address for decades. "I will be honest with you, Issei, that raid did more to shift opinion within my own council than 2 years of careful diplomacy managed to accomplish. There is a growing faction, myself included, that has begun asking a difficult question. Whether the old structure, 3 factions each protecting their own narrow interests while genuine suffering falls through the gaps between them, still serves the purpose it was originally built for." Issei listened carefully, sensing something significant building beneath Surzex's careful words. "What are you asking me, exactly?" "I am asking," Surzex said slowly, "whether the sovereignty would consider something beyond simple recognition. A formal alliance. Not subordination. I understand by now that word carries no currency with you, and rightly so. A genuine partnership, where the Underworld's resources and the sovereignty's demonstrated willingness to act where the old factions have failed to act, might accomplish together what none of us have managed to accomplish alone." Issei was quiet for a long moment, thinking of 2 years spent building something from nothing but grief and refusal, thinking of Malakir's cages and the 37 lives freed from them, thinking of a council chamber in Heaven's territory where Michael had spoken openly, for the first time in centuries, about the failures of his own institution. "I did not build the sovereignty to become an extension of the Underworld's authority," Issei said carefully. "But I also did not build it to stand apart from every opportunity to do more good than a single fortress on the edge of the wastes can accomplish alone. If you are genuinely offering partnership, and not simply seeking to fold what I have built back into structures I already refused once, then I am willing to discuss what that partnership could actually look like." Surzex's answering smile carried genuine relief, the expression of a man who had walked into this conversation uncertain of his welcome and found, instead, an open door he had not fully expected. "Then let us discuss it," he said. "Carefully. Honestly. On terms that protect everything you have built rather than asking you to sacrifice any of it." As the two of them began, for the first time, to sketch the outline of what a genuine alliance between the sovereignty and the Underworld might actually look like, Issei found himself thinking of the throne room where his exile had begun 2 years earlier, of the cold silence that had answered his single question to a room full of people who claimed to care, of every hand that had failed to reach for him in that moment. He thought of how far the road had traveled since then, from grief to fortress, from exile to sovereignty, from a single question asked into silence to a genuine partnership now being offered by the very faction that had once cast him aside. The sovereignty's second year drew toward its close with more promise than Issei had ever allowed himself to imagine on the night he first walked through the fortress's ancient gates, and somewhere deep in his chest, Drake's steady, ancient presence rumbled with a satisfaction that had, over 2 long years, slowly grown into something that felt, unmistakably, like genuine pride. "You have built something extraordinary, partner," the dragon said quietly. As Issei watched Surzex depart the fortress grounds that evening, The first steps of an alliance either of them could have imagined 2 years earlier are now quietly underway. Not merely a sovereignty. A proof that the old order's certainty, that power like yours could only ever end in destruction, was wrong from the very beginning. It is not finished, Issei said, watching the false twilight deepen toward violet over the wastes, over the fortress lights burning steady behind him, over a road that still stretched far ahead toward whatever came next. No, Drake agreed. It is only beginning to become everything it was always meant to be. Chapter 17. The formal alliance between the sovereignty and the Underworld was signed 3 weeks later, not in the Gremory estate's throne room where Issei's exile had begun, but in the fortress war chamber itself, beneath the mural of ancient dragons in flight, a deliberate choice Surzex had proposed himself as a quiet acknowledgement of exactly whose ground this partnership was being built upon. The terms, hammered out over 3 weeks of careful negotiation that Elena and the newly formed council had contributed to at every stage, established something neither faction structure nor sovereignty precedent had ever quite attempted before. Joint operations against threats that fell into the gaps between factional jurisdiction, the kind of black market operations the chain had represented, would now draw on both the Underworld's diplomatic authority and the sovereignty's demonstrated willingness to act decisively where bureaucracy had previously allowed suffering to continue unchecked. Trade agreements that gave the fortress's growing population access to resources difficult to secure from the unclaimed wastes alone, in exchange for the specialized knowledge and skills the sovereignty's diverse residents had accumulated across their scattered former lives. And most significantly to Issei personally, a formal commitment from the Underworld Council to review its own evil peace system and the treatment of peerage members more broadly, a provision Surzex had fought hard to include over the continued objections of Bale's faction, still smarting from their failed blockade attempt over a year earlier. I cannot promise the review will produce the reforms you deserve to see, Surzex admitted, as the final documents were signed and witnessed by representatives from both the Sovereignty's Council and the Underworld's own delegation. Change of that magnitude within an institution as old as ours moves slowly, and I have learned, across a very long life, not to promise outcomes I cannot guarantee. But I can promise the review will happen, formally, on the record, and that your story, and the stories of everyone who has found their way to these gates, will be part of what informs it. That is more than I ever expected when I walked out of your sister's throne room 2 years ago, Issei said honestly. I am grateful for it, Surzex. Genuinely. Surzex's expression carried something complicated at the mention of Rias, a shadow that had followed every conversation between them since Issei's return to the estate the previous year. She asked to be here today, he said quietly. I told her the decision was not mine to make, that you would need to decide for yourself whether her presence belonged at something this significant. I did not tell her what I expected your answer to be. Issei considered the question for a long moment, feeling the particular ache that thoughts of Rias still occasionally carried, quieter now than it had once been, but never entirely absent. Not today, he finally said. This alliance is not about her, or about what happened between us. It is about what the sovereignty and the Underworld can build together going forward, and I do not want old grief clouding what should be a clean beginning. Perhaps someday there will be room for that conversation. Today is not that day. Surzex nodded, accepting the answer without argument, and the signing ceremony proceeded without further incident, concluding with a quiet celebration in the fortress courtyard that stretched long into the violet evening, Underworld dignitaries mingling cautiously at first, then with growing warmth, among a population that represented everything their own faction's rigid structures had once discarded. It was Ryanair who found Issei again on the battlements as the celebration continued below, the same quiet ritual that had marked so many significant nights over the past 2 years, her hand finding his against the cool stone wall without needing to ask permission. 2 factions recognized, she said softly, looking out over the courtyard lights and the wastes beyond them. A formal alliance with the Underworld. Nearly 300 people calling this fortress home. When you first told me, in that chamber where you found me dying, that you did not know what you were building yet, I do not think either of us imagined it would become this. I did not imagine any of it, Issei admitted. I only knew I refused to let anyone else feel as alone as I felt on those estate steps. Everything since has simply been the shape that refusal took, growing larger than I ever expected because it turned out I was not the only person in this world who needed somewhere to stand. Ryanair turned to face him fully, gold eyes catching the last light of the setting false sun, and for a long moment neither of them spoke, the silence between them carrying 2 years of shared purpose, shared grief transformed into shared building, shared choices made freely in a world that had taught them both, in different ways. That choice itself could not be taken for granted. "I am glad you found me in that chamber," she said quietly. "Not because you saved my life, though you did, and I will never stop being grateful for that. I am glad because somewhere in the 2 years since, I stopped simply surviving beside you and started genuinely building something I believe in, something I chose for myself rather than something I was running toward because I had nowhere else left to run." Issei reached up, gently, and brushed a strand of hair back from her face, a small, careful gesture that carried none of the urgency of the battles they had fought together and all of the quiet certainty of 2 years spent choosing each other, again and again, in every small decision that had built the life they now shared. "I am glad too," he said softly. She smiled, small and genuine, and for a moment, standing together on the battlements of a fortress that had waited 3,000 years for someone worthy to reclaim it, the weight of factions and alliances and the long, unfinished work still ahead of them fell quietly away, leaving only the two of them, and the gentle, unhurried warmth of a bond built on choice rather than chains. Below them, the courtyard celebration continued long into the night. Nearly 300 lives who had each found their way from exile to belonging, gathered together beneath a sky that had once felt like nothing but an endless twilight stretching toward no particular horizon, and now felt, unmistakably, like the sky over a home that would continue growing long after this particular night had passed into memory. The sovereignty's second year had ended in alliance rather than war, in partnership rather than the conquest the old order had once feared, in nearly 300 stories of exile transformed patiently, honestly, into belonging. Its third year, Issei understood, watching the fortress lights burn steady against the violet dark, would demand even more of everything he had built. New threats waited beyond the horizon that political recognition alone could not resolve. Gregory's fractured leadership remained an open question. Bale's faction had not forgotten their humiliation, and old grudges rarely faded quietly in a world where power and pride so often walked hand in hand. But for the first time since walking out of the Gremory estate with nothing left to lose, Issei Hyoudou faced the uncertain road ahead not with the raw, unhealed grief that had once driven him into the wastes, but with the steady, patient confidence of a sovereign who had already proven, again and again, exactly what could be built when refusal was given enough time, enough trust, and enough people willing to build it together. Whatever came next, he would not face it alone. He never would again. Chapter 18. The crisis within Gregory's leadership that Azazel had spent nearly 3 years carefully navigating finally broke into open conflict on a morning that began, deceptively, like any other in the fortress. Issei was reviewing council reports with Elena and Kale when the crystal array in the war chamber flared to sudden, urgent life. Azazel's projected image arriving without the usual courtesy of a scheduled communication window, his expression carrying a rawness Issei had rarely seen from the fallen angel across 3 years of increasingly close alliance. "I need to speak with you immediately," Azazel said, his voice tight with barely controlled tension. "Gregory's council has fractured completely. The hardline faction, the same voices who never forgave me for openly allying with your sovereignty, has moved against the moderate leadership in what amounts to an internal coup. Shemhazai is under arrest. I am being hunted within my own faction's territory as we speak." Ryanair, who had entered the chamber partway through the transmission, went rigid at the news, old fear from her own months of running through the wastes surfacing sharp and immediate in her expression. "Where are you now?" Issei asked, already moving toward the chamber's weapons rack out of pure instinct. "Hidden, for the moment," Azazel said. "But not for long. The hardliners have declared that any fallen angel maintaining ties to your sovereignty is to be considered a traitor to Gregory's sovereignty, subject to immediate detention. They are not simply consolidating internal power, Issei. They are preparing to sever every connection between Gregory and the alliance structure you have spent 3 years building, and I suspect that severance is only the opening move in something considerably larger." "What do you mean?" Elena asked. Azazel's expression darkened further. I mean, I have reason to believe the hardline faction has been in quiet contact with elements of Baal's house for months, coordinating a response to your sovereignty's continued growth that neither faction could achieve alone. If Grigory's hardliners consolidate full control and align openly with Baal's remaining grudge against you, you are no longer facing a fractured, hesitant opposition. You are facing a genuine coalition, one with considerably more resources and considerably less patience than either faction has shown individually. Issei felt the familiar cold clarity settle over him, the same calm that had carried him through the Baal blockade and the raid against the chain, though this crisis carried a weight the previous ones had not, the immediate, personal danger to a man who had become, over 3 years, something closer to family than ally. We are coming for you, Issei said simply. Tell me where. Issei, Azazel started to protest. You once told me you argued against the council's decision to seal and exile me, and that no one listened, Issei interrupted. You then chose, at real political cost to yourself, to stand beside what I built when doing so was neither safe nor convenient. I am not leaving you to be hunted alone by the same kind of hardline fear that once tried to seal my own power rather than understand it. Tell me where you are. A long pause stretched across the crystal array's connection, and when Azazel finally spoke again, something in his voice had shifted, the careful political distance he had maintained even through 3 years of alliance finally giving way to something rawer and more honest. There is an old watchtower on the northern edge of Grigory's territory, he said. Abandoned decades ago, forgotten by the current hardline leadership because it predates their rise to power. I can reach it within the hour if I am not intercepted first. If your sovereignty's forces can reach it before the hardliners' hunting parties do, we will be there, Issei said. Hold on. Chapter 19. The extraction team Issei assembled moved with a speed and coordination that would have been unthinkable for the fortress's early, improvised defenses 3 years earlier, a testament to seasons of careful preparation that had, until this moment, felt almost theoretical, contingency planning for threats the sovereignty had hoped never to actually face. Ryanair led the aerial vanguard personally, her formation of fallen angel trainees, many of them exiles who had fled the exact kind of hardline persecution now hunting Azazel, moving with grim, focused purpose across territory that held old, painful memories for every one of them. Donasik's ground forces followed in careful support, prepared for the possibility that Grigory's hunting parties might attempt to intercept the extraction before it ever reached the watchtower. Issei flew at the formation's head, the boosted gear already fully engaged, its crimson light steady and controlled rather than the raw, desperate power he had once unleashed, shattering sealing runes on the Gremory estate steps. 3 years of purpose had transformed that power considerably, tempered it into something he could wield with the precision of a man who understood exactly what he was fighting to protect. They reached the watchtower with barely 20 minutes to spare before a hardline hunting party arrived from the opposite direction, and the confrontation that followed was brief, brutal, and entirely one-sided, the hardliners badly underestimating both the sovereignty's readiness and the sheer desperate ferocity of fallen angels defending one of their own from the exact fate they had each narrowly escaped themselves. Azazel emerged from the watchtower's hidden lower chamber as the last of the hunting party retreated, exhaustion and relief warring visibly across his features, and for a long moment, he and Issei simply stood facing each other amid the wreckage of the brief battle, no words necessary to convey what the moment carried. You came, Azazel finally said. Of course I came, Issei replied. You are not just an ally, Azazel. You have been family to this sovereignty since the day you walked up those fortress steps and admitted you had argued against the decision that exiled me. Family does not get left behind because the political cost of rescue is inconvenient. Azazel's expression, usually guarded behind layers of dry cynicism, cracked open into something raw and unguarded, an emotion Issei had rarely glimpsed from him across 3 years of increasingly close alliance. I spent decades believing loyalty within Grigory's structure meant something, he said quietly. I watched that belief erode slowly, decision by decision, as the council grew more fearful and more willing to sacrifice its own for the appearance of stability. I did not expect, at this stage of my very long life, to find that loyalty again in a fortress built by a boy barely out of his teenage years. You did not find it, Issei said. You helped build it. Every decision you made to stand with us, at real cost to your own standing, is part of the reason this sovereignty has survived every test the old order has thrown at it. That is not something I gave you. That is something you earned, the same way everyone within these walls earns their place. The return journey to the fortress carried a different weight than the urgent flight that had preceded it, exhaustion and relief settling over the extraction team as the immediate crisis passed, though Issei understood, even as the fortress's familiar black towers rose against the horizon, that the danger Azazel had warned of, the coalition forming between Gregory's hardliners and Bale's lingering grudge, remained very much unresolved. That night, in the war chamber, the full council gathered to assess what the crisis had revealed, and Elena, studying maps and reports with the same careful analytical focus that had guided the sovereignty through every previous challenge, voiced the concern weighing heaviest on everyone present. If Gregory's hardliners have consolidated control and are actively coordinating with Bale's faction, she said, we are no longer facing isolated tests from individual houses acting alone. We are facing the possibility of genuine, coordinated conflict between the sovereignty and a meaningful portion of two entire factions simultaneously. That is a different scale of threat than anything we have navigated before. Issei studied the map spread across the war chamber table, the wastes and the fortress and the borders of three factions whose internal politics had shaped nearly every challenge the sovereignty had faced across 3 years of careful, patient building. Then we do what we have always done when the old order tries to force a war we did not choose, he said. We refuse to let them dictate the terms. Azazel, what does Gregory's moderate faction need to reclaim control from the hardliners before this coalition solidifies into something we cannot resolve through anything except open conflict? Azazel considered the question carefully, exhaustion still evident in his posture but his mind clearly already working through the political calculus with the same sharp instincts that had guided him through decades of Gregory's internal politics. Shemhazai's arrest is the key vulnerability in the hardliners' position, he finally said. He remains popular among the rank and file, and his detention was carried out quietly, without the full council's knowledge or consent. If we can secure his release and bring the circumstances of the coup into open visibility before the hardliners finish consolidating their narrative, the moderate faction has a genuine chance of reclaiming control through Gregory's own internal processes, without requiring the sovereignty to fight a war on their behalf. Then that is where we focus, Issei said. Not conquest. Not war. We help Gregory's moderates reclaim their own faction from a hardline coup, the same way we help the Underworld's own moderate voices find room to argue for recognition rather than fear 3 years ago. Chapter 20. The operation to secure Shemhazai's release required a delicacy considerably different from the raw confrontation that had freed Azazel, a careful infiltration rather than an open battle, since any appearance of the sovereignty invading Gregory's territory by force would hand the hardline faction exactly the propaganda they needed to justify their coup as necessary defense against outside aggression. Elena, drawing on years of church training and operating quietly within institutions hostile to her presence, volunteered to lead the infiltration personally, accompanied by a small team that included Rias, whose intimate knowledge of Gregory's internal architecture from her own years of service proved invaluable in navigating the detention facility's defenses without triggering the alarms that would turn a careful rescue into an open confrontation. We go in quiet, Elena briefed the small team in the hours before departure. We secure Shemhazai, and we get out before the hardliners even realize their prisoner is gone. No unnecessary violence. No confrontation that gives them ammunition to frame this as sovereignty aggression rather than an internal Gregory matter resolving itself. The infiltration, when it came, unfolded with a precision that reflected 3 years of the sovereignty's steady growth from an improvised collection of exiles into a genuinely capable organization, Rias' knowledge of the detention facility's blind spots allowing the team to bypass the hardliners' security almost entirely, reaching Shemhazai's cell within the facility's lower levels without a single alarm raised. Shemhazai himself, when they finally reached him, looked older and more worn than Issei remembered from the handful of formal Underworld Council sessions where their paths had briefly crossed, weeks of detention having taken a visible toll, but his eyes carried sharp, undimmed intelligence as Elena worked quickly to free him from the restraining wards the hardliners had placed on his confinement. Azazel sent you, he said, more statement than question, as the team guided him quickly and quietly back toward the extraction point. "He did more than send us," Rias said. "He nearly died trying to reach you himself before we convinced him a quiet infiltration stood a better chance than another direct rescue attempt." Shemhazai's tired expression carried a flicker of something like relief. "Then Gregory has not entirely lost itself to fear, if voices like his and yours are still willing to fight for what the faction is supposed to represent rather than what the hardliners have twisted it into." The extraction concluded without incident, the team reaching the fortress before the hardline faction had even fully registered their prisoner's absence, and it was Shemhazai's own testimony, delivered openly to Gregory's assembled rank and file within days of his rescue, that finally tipped the internal balance decisively back toward the moderate faction Azazel had spent years quietly cultivating. The hardliners had moved without council consent, Shemhazai revealed, exploiting a procedural loophole to justify his arrest and Azazel's exile as internal security measures rather than the coup they actually represented, and once that truth reached Gregory's wider membership, unfiltered by the hardline faction's careful narrative control, the consolidated power they had built collapsed considerably faster than anyone in the fortress war chamber had dared hope. Within 3 weeks, Gregory's moderate faction had reclaimed formal control of the council, the hardline leaders who had orchestrated the coup facing internal discipline for their unauthorized actions, and Azazel, restored to his position with considerably more standing than he had carried before the crisis began, extended, on behalf of Gregory's reconstituted council, the formal recognition the sovereignty had waited 3 years to receive. 3 factions, Rias said quietly, standing beside Issei on the battlements as word of Gregory's formal recognition reached the fortress, the same battlements where they had stood together through nearly every significant turning point of the past 3 years. "All 3 factions now recognize what you built." Issei felt the weight of the moment settle over him slowly, 3 years of patient, careful building finally reaching a milestone he had not fully allowed himself to believe possible on the night he first walked through the fortress's ancient gates with nothing left to lose. "Not what I built," he said quietly. "What we built. All of us. Every person who chose to walk through these gates and stay." Rias's hand found his against the battlement wall, the gesture as familiar now as breathing after 3 years of choosing each other through every crisis and every quiet evening in between. "What happens now?" she asked. "Full recognition from all 3 factions. An alliance with the Underworld. Gregory's moderate leadership restored partly because of what we did to protect it. Where does the sovereignty go from here?" Issei looked out over the fortress, at the lights burning steady against the violet dark, at nearly 300 lives who had built a home from exile and refusal and the patient, unglamorous work of choosing each other every single day for 3 long years. "I think," he said slowly, "we keep doing exactly what we have always done. We keep the gates open for anyone the old order still discards. We keep building something worth protecting, one choice at a time. The factions may have finally caught up to what we already knew was true. That does not mean the work is finished. It only means we have earned the standing to keep doing it more openly than before." Far below, in the fortress courtyard, the sounds of a community settling into another quiet evening drifted upward, laughter and conversation and the particular warmth of people who had built, together, something the old order had once believed impossible, and Issei, standing on the battlements with Rias's hand in his and 3 years of patient building finally bearing fruit beyond anything he had once dared imagine, allowed himself, fully and without reservation, to simply feel grateful for everything that road had cost and everything it had, in the end, become. Chapter 21. Bale's house, stripped of the coalition partner they had quietly been cultivating within Gregory's hardline faction, did not abandon their grievance against the sovereignty so much as retreat into a colder, more patient hostility, one that Surzex warned Issei about personally during a visit to the fortress barely a month after Gregory's formal recognition had been secured. "They have lost their coalition, but not their conviction," Surzex said, studying the war chamber's growing collection of maps and reports with the weary expression of a man who had spent decades managing his own faction's internal fractures. "Lord Bale himself has grown quieter since Gregory's hardliners collapsed, but quiet, in a house as proud and as old as his, rarely means resignation. I would not assume this conflict has reached its conclusion simply because the coalition that gave it teeth has fallen apart." What do you believe he is planning? Issei asked. Surzex was quiet for a long moment, choosing his words with visible care. I believe he is waiting, he finally said. Waiting for a moment when the sovereignty's attention is divided, or its resources stretched, before attempting something considerably more personal than a border blockade. Lord Bale has built his house's entire identity around the old order's certainty that power outside factional control must eventually be broken or destroyed. 3 years of watching you prove that certainty wrong has cost him more than political standing. It has cost him the foundation his entire worldview was built upon. Men do not surrender convictions like that quietly, Issei. They tend to burn brighter, and more recklessly, the longer those convictions go unvindicated. The warning proved prescient sooner than anyone in the fortress had anticipated. It came not as a blockade or a coordinated coalition, but as a single, desperate act, Lord Bale himself arriving at the fortress gates alone, 3 months after Surzex's warning, his expression carrying none of the careful political calculation that had characterized his house's previous maneuvering, but something rawer and considerably more dangerous. The particular desperation of a proud man watching everything he believed in crumble around him. I did not come to negotiate, Bale said, as Issei met him personally at the gates, Ryanair and Donasek flanking him with careful, watchful readiness. I came because I need to understand, with my own eyes, how a boy with no house, no lineage, no claim to power beyond a sacred gear he did not even choose, has managed to accomplish in 3 years what my own family has spent centuries failing to build. Recognition from all 3 factions. Loyalty freely given by hundreds who owe you nothing beyond what you have offered them. I do not understand it, Issei Hyoudou, and I have spent 3 years unable to accept what I cannot understand. Issei studied the older devil carefully, recognizing beneath the proud, brittle exterior something that felt, unexpectedly, almost familiar, the particular pain of a man whose entire sense of worth had been built on a foundation now proving unstable beneath him. Then ask me honestly, Issei said, and I will answer honestly. That is more than most of the old order has ever offered anyone standing where you are standing now. Bale's composure cracked slightly at the offer, something raw and unguarded flickering across his aged features. How, he finally asked. How does a sovereignty built on nothing but exiles and refusal outlast a house with 3,000 years of lineage and structure behind it? Because lineage and structure were never the foundation that mattered, Issei said. You built your house's strength on inheritance, on the assumption that power passed down through blood carries more weight than power chosen freely by people who could walk away at any moment and choose not to. I built the sovereignty on the opposite assumption, and 3 years have shown me that choice, freely given and freely renewed every single day, creates a loyalty inheritance can never fully replicate. Your soldiers serve because tradition and obligation bind them. My people stay because they want to, and that difference matters more than 3,000 years of lineage ever could. Bale was silent for a long moment, the weight of the answer settling visibly over him, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried none of the proud hostility that had characterized every previous encounter between his house and the sovereignty. I do not know how to build what you have built, he admitted quietly. I do not know if a house as old and as rigid as mine even can, at this stage. But I am tired, Issei Hyoudou, tired of watching my own children serve out of obligation rather than genuine loyalty, tired of maintaining a structure that demands respect it can no longer earn honestly. I came here today prepared for one final confrontation. I find myself, instead, simply wanting to understand how you did what I could not. Then let us talk, Issei said, gesturing toward the fortress gates, an invitation rather than a demand. Not as enemies settling a 3-year grievance. As 2 people trying to understand what actually holds power together, once the old assumptions stop working the way they used to. Chapter 22. The conversation that followed, stretching long into the evening within the war chamber's quiet walls, did not resolve 3 years of hostility into instant reconciliation, but it planted something neither Issei nor Bale had expected to find in each other, a genuine, if cautious, mutual respect built on honesty rather than the careful political posturing that had defined their previous interactions. Bale left the fortress that night without any formal agreement, no treaty or recognition exchanged, but Issei understood, watching the proud, weary devil depart through gates that had once bristled with hostility on both sides, that something fundamental had shifted regardless. He is not going to become an ally overnight, Ryanair observed, as they watched Bale's departing figure grow smaller against the twilight horizon. But he is not going to keep fighting a war he no longer believes he can win either. No, Issei agreed. I think, for the first time in 3 years, he actually heard what we have been trying to say all along. Not that his house's structure is worthless, but that the structure alone was never enough. Loyalty has to be earned continuously, not simply inherited and assumed. The following months brought a quiet, gradual thaw in relations between Bale's house and the sovereignty. Small gestures on both sides, Bale's house withdrawing the last remnants of border patrols that had monitored the disputed water territory since the original blockade, the sovereignty extending an invitation for Bale's own children, several of whom had reached out privately in the weeks following their father's visit, to observe the fortress's council sessions and see, firsthand, the structure Issei had built. It was during one such visit, nearly 6 months after Lord Bale's initial confrontation, that Issei received word, through Surzex's careful diplomatic channel, that Rias herself had requested a private audience, not through formal Underworld protocol this time, but simply as a personal request, carrying none of the political weight that had characterized their previous, brief encounter in the Gremory estate's corridor. I do not know what she wants to say, Surzex admitted, when he relayed the request personally. I only know she has asked, several times over the past year, whether such a meeting might be possible, and I did not feel it was my place to refuse on your behalf without asking first. Issei considered the request for several days before finally agreeing, understanding, as he made the decision, that the choice carried weight beyond simple curiosity. 3 years had transformed the raw, unhealed grief that once defined his relationship to Rias's betrayal into something quieter, more settled. But he recognized, honestly, that some final conversations still remained unresolved between them, a door either entirely closed nor genuinely open. They met, at Issei's insistence, not at the Gremory estate where his exile had begun, nor at the fortress that represented everything he had built since, but at a neutral location Surzex helped arrange, a quiet garden within Underworld territory that carried no particular history for either of them. Rias arrived first, and Issei found himself studying her carefully as he approached, searching for the cold political calculation that had characterized their final conversation in the estate throne room, and finding instead something considerably more uncertain, a woman who had spent 3 years, it seemed, genuinely wrestling with the consequences of a decision she had once framed as necessary. "Thank you for coming," she said, her voice carrying none of the practiced composure he remembered from their earlier encounters. "I almost did not," Issei admitted honestly. "I am not certain what this conversation is meant to accomplish, Rias. 3 years have passed. I have built a life, a sovereignty, a family, entirely separate from everything the Gremory house represented to me. I do not need closure from you to continue building it." "I know," Rias said quietly. "I am not asking you to need it. I am asking because I need it, and I understand that is not necessarily your responsibility to provide. But I have spent 3 years watching what you built from the wreckage of what we did to you, and I find I cannot simply move forward without at least trying to say what I should have said in that throne room 3 years ago, when I had the chance and chose silence instead." Issei waited, saying nothing, allowing her the space to continue. "I was afraid," Rias said, the words coming slowly, as if each one cost her something significant to admit. "Afraid of the council's judgment, afraid of what it would mean for my house if I defied their decision, afraid, if I am being fully honest, of a power I had convinced myself I could not fully understand or control, even though I had watched you use that power to protect this family, and me, more times than I can count. I told myself the council's decision was necessary for the greater good. I have spent 3 years understanding that was a story I told myself to avoid admitting the truth, that I chose my house's comfort over your worth as a person, and no amount of strategic justification changes what that choice actually was." Issei felt something in his chest, old and complicated, finally begin to settle into something quieter than it had been in 3 years. "I do not forgive it because it no longer matters," he said carefully. "It matters. It mattered enough to build an entire sovereignty from its wreckage. But I have also spent 3 years learning that carrying anger toward a wound that has already healed serves nothing except keeping the wound open longer than it needs to stay. I do not know if I forgive you, Rias. I know I no longer need to hate you to keep building what I have built. That is the most honest answer I have. Rias's eyes glistened, and this time she did not try to hide the emotion behind careful political composure. That is more than I expected, she said softly. More than I think I deserve, honestly. Thank you, Issei. For the honesty, if nothing else. They spoke for a while longer, careful and measured, not the reconciliation either of them had once imagined for a relationship that had begun as young love and ended in betrayal, but something quieter and more honest, an acknowledgement of everything that had happened between them, offered without the expectation that acknowledgement alone could undo 3 years of consequence. Chapter 23. The sovereignty's third year drew toward its close with a settled, hard-won peace that felt, to Issei, considerably more solid than the fragile recognition he had once hoped might simply be enough to keep his people safe. Full recognition from all 3 factions. A genuine alliance with the Underworld, deepened further by Gregory's restored moderate leadership extending their own partnership in the months following their internal crisis. Bale's house, if not yet a genuine ally, no longer an active threat, its aging lord having found in his conversations with Issei something that had quietly begun reshaping his own house's rigid structure. And Rias, the wound of that original betrayal finally settled into something Issei no longer needed to carry as active grief, transformed instead into simply another chapter of a longer story that had, in the end, led him somewhere considerably more meaningful than the life he had once imagined for himself within the Gremory peerage. The fortress itself had grown beyond anything Issei could have envisioned on the night he first walked through its ancient gates, nearly 400 residents now calling the reclaimed ruin home, its council structure mature and trusted, its influence extending across all 3 factions through trade, alliance, and the quiet, steady reputation of a place that offered genuine shelter to anyone the old order still discarded. Standing on the battlements on the final evening of the sovereignty's 3rd year, Rias beside him as she had been through nearly every significant moment of the journey, Issei found himself thinking back to the throne room where it had all begun, the cold silence that had answered his single question, the grief that had carried him into the unclaimed wastes with nothing left to lose. 3 years, he said quietly, watching the fortress lights burn steady against the familiar violet twilight. 3 years since I asked a room full of people who claimed to love me whether any of them would speak up for me, and received nothing but silence in return. Rias's hand found his, the gesture worn smooth and familiar by 3 years of repetition. And now, she said softly, an entire fortress speaks up for you, every single day, simply by choosing to stay. Issei felt Drake's ancient presence stir warmly in his chest, the dragon's low, steady rumble carrying, after 3 years of partnership through grief and building and hard-won peace, something that had grown, slowly and unmistakably, into genuine contentment. You asked me once, partner, Drake murmured, whether a king could be built from nothing but grief and refusal. I told you then it was time to build your own table. Look at what has grown from that grief now. Not a table. A kingdom built on choice, recognized by every faction that once believed such a thing impossible. It is not finished, Issei said, watching the horizon where the waste stretched toward territories still unexplored, toward futures still unwritten. There will be new challenges. New tests. The old order does not simply stop being the old order because one sovereignty proved a different way was possible. No, Drake agreed. But you have already proven the hardest part, partner. You have proven that grief does not have to end in bitterness or vengeance. It can become a foundation instead, if you are patient enough, and honest enough, and willing enough to keep choosing the harder, better path every single day it is offered to you. Below them, the fortress courtyard glowed warm with evening light, laughter and quiet conversation drifting upward from a community that had built, together, over 3 patient years, something the old order had once been certain could never survive. It had not just survived. It had become the proof that a different kind of power, built on choice rather than chains, on shelter rather than fear, on the simple, radical act of refusing to let anyone else feel as alone as a single betrayed dragon had once felt on a cold estate's marble steps, could stand as tall and as lasting as anything the old factions had built across their long, rigid centuries of rule. Issei Hyoudou, sovereign of a kingdom built from exile and refusal, stood on the battlements of a fortress 3,000 years reclaimed, and watched the violet twilight deepen over a home that would keep growing long after this particular night passed quietly into the sovereignty's long, unfinished story. The road ahead remained uncertain, but for the first time since the throne room doors had closed behind him 3 years earlier, Issei faced that uncertainty not with grief, but with the steady, unshakable confidence of a man who had already proven, beyond any doubt, exactly what could be built when refusal was given enough time, enough trust, and enough people willing to build it together, one choice at a time, for as long as it took. Chapter 24. The council session that opened the sovereignty's 4th year carried a different character than any that had preceded it, less the urgent crisis management that had defined so much of the fortress's early growth, and more the steady, deliberate work of an established power now planning for a future that stretched, for the first time, genuinely far beyond mere survival. Kale, whose talent for organizational infrastructure had grown considerably since his own rescue from the Chains compound 3 years earlier, presented the council with a proposal that had clearly consumed months of careful preparation, a plan to establish satellite settlements at strategic points across the wastes. Smaller outposts that could extend the sovereignty's reach and its capacity for shelter without requiring every exile a need to make the long, dangerous journey to the central fortress itself. We are already stretched thin, Kale explained, spreading detailed maps across the war chamber table, gesturing toward markers indicating locations he had personally scouted over recent months. Word of the sovereignty has spread far beyond what any of us anticipated 3 years ago. We receive requests for shelter now from territories we have never even mapped, people who hear rumors of this place and undertake journeys that kill nearly as many of them as the dangers they were originally fleeing. Satellite settlements, smaller and more accessible, could save lives that our current single point of shelter simply cannot reach in time. Issei studied the proposal carefully, feeling the particular weight of a decision that would reshape the sovereignty's fundamental structure, expanding it from a single fortress into something considerably closer to the kind of distributed territory the old factions themselves maintained. This changes what we are, he said slowly, thinking through the implications. A single fortress is easier to defend, easier to trust, easier to hold to the standards we have built over 3 years. Satellite settlements mean trusting leadership we cannot personally interview at every gate, extending our principles across distance in a way that makes maintaining them considerably harder. It does, Elena agreed, from her seat near the council table's far end. But the alternative is telling people in genuine danger that our shelter exists only for those capable of surviving a journey most of them are not equipped to make. That does not feel like the sovereignty either of us believes in, Issei. We built this place because the old order left gaps that swallowed the vulnerable whole. Refusing to grow because growth is difficult risks becoming exactly the kind of comfortable, self-protective structure we set out to be different from. Rias, who had grown into her role on the council with a confidence that still occasionally surprised her more than anyone else in the chamber, leaned forward with quiet conviction. We do not have to choose between careful and growing, she said. We choose leadership for the satellite settlements the same way this council chose its own members, from within our existing community, people whose values we have already tested through years of trust rather than strangers we are simply hoping will uphold our principles without oversight. The proposal, refined over several subsequent sessions into a careful, phased plan, ultimately won the council's full support, and by the 4th year's 2nd month, the first satellite settlement had begun construction at a location roughly 2 days' journey from the central fortress, led by Donasik personally, whose decades of stray devil survival experience made him uniquely suited to establishing shelter capable of reaching those the central fortress's distance had always placed at risk. Chapter 25. The satellite settlement's early months tested the sovereignty's careful principles in ways the central fortress's more established community had largely stopped confronting: questions of resource allocation, of how quickly trust could reasonably be extended to strangers arriving with nothing but desperate need and an uncertain history, of how to maintain the freely chosen loyalty that defined the sovereignty's core identity, while managing the practical realities of a settlement still finding its footing. Donasik relayed these challenges honestly during his monthly reports to the Central Council, refusing to soften the difficulties in favor of reassuring optimism, a transparency Issei had come to deeply value across 3 years of working alongside the former stray devil. We turned away no one, Danasik reported, during one particularly difficult session, but I will not pretend every arrival has integrated easily. We had an incident 3 weeks ago, a devil who arrived claiming persecution from his former house, who we later learned had actually fled after being caught exploiting weaker settlement members for his own gain. We resolved it without violence, expelled him from the settlement once the truth became clear, but it forced difficult conversations about how quickly we extend the same unconditional trust the central fortress has built over years of careful vetting. Issei listened carefully, recognizing in the challenge an echo of tensions he himself had navigated in the sovereignty's earliest days, before council structures and established community norms had provided the kind of collective wisdom a single, overwhelmed sovereign could never fully replicate alone. What did you learn from it? He asked. That trust freely given still requires accountability, Danasik said. We do not bind people with chains or evil pieces, and that principle remains as important now as it was on the day you first told me those words in the deep chamber where Rias found me. But unconditional shelter cannot mean unconditional tolerance for harm done to others within that shelter. We have built clearer guidelines since the incident, not punitive, but honest about what community actually requires from everyone who chooses to be part of it. That distinction, Issei said slowly, feels important enough that the entire sovereignty should hear it, not just the satellite settlement that learned it the hard way. The lesson, refined into a set of principles the council formally adopted across the entire sovereignty in the months that followed, became known within the fortress simply as the Settlement Accord. A careful articulation of the balance between the freedom that had always defined the sovereignty's core identity, and the accountability necessary to protect that freedom from being exploited by those who mistook shelter for license to cause harm. It was, Elena observed during the Accord's formal adoption, perhaps the clearest sign yet of how far the sovereignty had grown beyond its founding moment, no longer simply reacting to threats from the old factions, but developing, through its own internal wisdom and hard-won experience, a genuine philosophy of governance distinct from anything the old order had ever built. We are not just surviving what the factions tried to destroy anymore, she said, standing beside Issei on the battlements as the second satellite settlement's foundation work began in territory further south. We are building something they will eventually have to study, whether they want to admit it or not. A different answer to questions about power and loyalty and belonging that they have spent centuries assuming only had one possible answer. Chapter 26. The 4th year's autumn brought a visitor to the fortress that none of them had fully anticipated, though in retrospect, Issei would later reflect, perhaps they should have understood such a visit was simply a matter of time. Asia Argento arrived at the fortress gates alone, exhausted from a journey that had clearly taken considerable courage for a former Gremory peerage member to undertake, her healing magic still visibly present in the gentle warmth that seemed to follow her even in stillness, though the confident bearing Issei remembered from their shared years in the peerage had given way to something more uncertain. Weighted by 3 years of quiet guilt she had apparently never fully set down. I did not know if you would want to see me, she admitted, when Issei met her personally at the gates, Rias standing close but giving them the space the moment clearly required. I stayed silent that day, Issei. In the throne room. I have thought about it every single day since, wondering what would have happened if even one of us had found the courage to speak. Issei studied her carefully, recognizing in her expression the same raw uncertainty that had characterized his conversation with Rias in the neutral garden months earlier, though Asia's guilt carried a different quality, less the weight of active choice and more the particular pain of a gentler soul who had frozen in a moment that demanded courage she had not yet learned how to summon. Why are you here now? He asked, not unkindly, but honestly. Because I heard what you built, she said. Not through political reports or diplomatic channels, but through simple stories, travelers passing through Underworld territory speaking of a sovereignty that offers shelter to anyone the old order discards. I healed people for years within Rias's peerage, Issei, and I believed, genuinely, that healing was enough, that tending wounds after they happened was a worthy enough purpose even if I never found the courage to prevent the wounds from happening in the first place. Watching what you built made me understand, finally, that healing without courage is only half the work faith actually requires. Issei felt something in his chest, old and complicated, shift gently at her words, recognizing in them a genuine reckoning that felt considerably different from simple guilt-seeking absolution. "What do you want, Asia?" he asked gently. "I do not know if I deserve to ask this," she said, her voice trembling slightly, "but I would like to stay, if you would allow it. Not to earn forgiveness I am not certain I deserve. To finally learn the courage I should have found 3 years ago, in a place that seems to have built its entire foundation on exactly that lesson." Issei was quiet for a long moment, weighing the request against 3 years of memory, against the silence that had once cut him more deeply than any single word could have, against the gentle, genuine healer he remembered from years of shared battles and quiet friendship before that final, devastating silence in the throne room. "The sovereignty's gates are open to anyone willing to build something honest here," he finally said. "That has always been true, Asia, even for people who once failed to find their courage when it mattered most. I cannot promise this will be an easy place for you to find peace with what happened. Living among people who understand exactly what silence like that costs might be harder than staying away entirely." "I know," Asia said. "I would rather face that difficulty honestly than keep running from it in comfortable distance." "Then welcome home," Issei said, extending his hand in the same gesture that had welcomed Ryanair, Azazel, Elena, and hundreds of others across 4 long years of patient building. "Whatever this becomes, you have a place in it, the same as everyone else who chooses to build something better rather than simply survive." Asia's tears, when they came, carried none of the silent, frozen grief of the throne room 3 years earlier, but something considerably more hopeful, the particular relief of someone finally given the chance to become, through patient work and honest accountability, someone braver than the person she had once been. As the fortress gates closed behind her that evening, welcoming yet another exile into the growing community that had, over 4 remarkable years, transformed grief and betrayal into something the old order had never believed possible, Issei stood beside Ryanair on the familiar battlements, watching the violet twilight settle once more over a home that continued, patiently and steadily, to grow. The sovereignty's story was far from finished, but standing there, watching new lights join the steady glow of the fortress below, Issei understood, with a certainty that had only deepened across 4 years of careful, patient building, that whatever challenges still waited beyond the horizon, the foundation he had built from nothing but grief and refusal on a cold estate's marble steps had grown strong enough now to weather anything the old world still had left to test it with. He was no longer the boy who had asked a silent room whether anyone would speak for him. He had become, instead, the answer to that same question for every discarded soul who had since found their way to his gates, and that, more than any recognition the 3 factions could offer, more than any alliance, or treaty or hard-won peace, remained the truest measure of everything the sovereignty had become. Chapter 27. Winter settled over the wastes as the 4th year drew toward its close, the false twilight taking on a colder, sharper quality that the fortress's residents had learned, across 4 years, to welcome rather than dread, a season for quieter work and closer gatherings, for the kind of reflection that the constant motion of building and defending rarely allowed the rest of the year. It was during this season that Surzex returned to the fortress once more, this time not for negotiation or crisis management, but for something he described, almost shyly for a man of his considerable standing, as simply wanting to see what the sovereignty had become with his own eyes, away from the formal reports and diplomatic channels that had characterized most of his previous visits. "I have read every account my council has compiled about this place," he admitted, as Issei walked him personally through the fortress's expanded grounds, past the training yards where Ryanair's fallen angel corps drilled in the crisp winter air, past the workshops where devils and hybrids and church exiles worked side by side on projects that would have been unthinkable within any single faction's rigid structure, past the growing library where scholars continued slowly recovering texts from an age before the current factional order had even existed. But reading about it and standing here, watching it breathe and grow around me, are 2 entirely different experiences. "What do you see?" Issei asked, genuinely curious about the perspective of a man who had, across 4 years, become something closer to a trusted peer than a cautious political ally. "I see the thing the Underworld Council spent centuries insisting was impossible," Surzex said quietly. "Power without fear. Loyalty without chains. A structure that grows stronger the more freedom it extends to the people within it, rather than weaker, the way every principle we were taught insisted freedom and strength must inevitably trade against each other. I do not know if the underworld will ever fully absorb that lesson, Issei. Institutions rarely change as quickly or as completely as individuals do. But I believe, more firmly with every visit, that what you have built here will outlast every rigid structure that once dismissed it as a curiosity unlikely to survive its own founder's inexperience. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, past residents who greeted Issei with the easy familiarity of people who had long since stopped seeing him as a distant sovereign and instead understood him simply as the person who had opened the gates and never once stopped showing up for the community he had built, and Issei found himself, in that quiet moment, reflecting on how far the road had traveled since a single betrayed dragon had first walked alone into an unclaimed wasteland with nothing left to lose. "May I ask you something personal?" Surzek said, as they finally reached the battlements overlooking the fortress's newest expansion, timber and stone rising steadily against the winter sky, evidence of a community that showed no signs of slowing its patient, determined growth. "Of course," Issei said. "Do you ever regret it?" Surzek asked. "Not the betrayal itself. I understand that wound has settled into something you no longer carry as active grief. I mean the path since. Building an entire sovereignty from nothing, carrying the weight of hundreds of lives, facing threat after threat that a quieter, smaller existence would never have required you to face. Do you ever wonder what your life might have looked like if that throne room had gone differently, if Rias had simply chosen loyalty instead of fear?" Issei considered the question with the same honest care he had learned to bring to every difficult question across 4 years of building something that demanded constant, unflinching self-reflection. "I used to wonder that," he admitted. "In the early months, when the grief was still raw and the fortress was still mostly empty stone and silver vines and uncertain possibility. I would imagine what my life might have become if that betrayal had never happened, if I had simply continued as Rias's partner, married into the Gremory house, lived a quieter life within a structure that had already been built for me rather than one I had to build entirely from scratch." "And now," Surzek asked, "now I understand that version of my life would have been comfortable," Issei said slowly, "but it would never have been mine, not really. It would have been a life built within someone else's structure, valued for what I could contribute to a house that was never truly going to see me as anything more than a useful asset the moment my usefulness became inconvenient. I did not choose this path because I wanted the weight of hundreds of lives resting on my decisions. I chose it because once I understood what it meant to build something on freely given loyalty rather than obligation, I could not imagine returning to anything less than that, no matter how much heavier this road has been to walk." Surzek nodded slowly, something thoughtful and slightly wistful crossing his expression, the look of a man who had spent centuries governing through inherited structure and duty, and found himself, in this quiet winter moment, genuinely questioning whether that inheritance had ever offered him the same depth of purpose Issei had built from nothing but grief and refusal. "I envy you, in a strange way," he finally admitted. "Not the danger, or the weight, or the constant vigilance this path clearly demands. I envy the clarity of it. I inherited my position, Issei. I never had to choose it, the way you chose every single stone of what stands around us now. I wonder sometimes whether that inheritance has cost me something I do not fully have words for yet." Issei studied the older devil for a long moment, recognizing in his admission a vulnerability that felt entirely genuine, stripped of the careful political calculation that had once defined even Surzek's most sympathetic gestures. "Perhaps the underworld needs its own version of what we built here," Issei said gently. "Not by tearing down everything that came before, but by finding room, within your own structure, for the same kind of freely chosen loyalty that has made this place what it has become. You do not have to abandon your inheritance to learn from what grew beside it." Surzek's answering smile carried genuine warmth, the expression of a man who had come seeking simple observation and found, instead, something considerably more valuable, a friend willing to offer honest counsel rather than careful political flattery. "Perhaps we do," he said quietly. "Perhaps that is the next chapter this alliance was always meant to write together." As the winter light faded slowly toward the deeper violet that marked evening across the wastes, and the fortress lights began their familiar, steady kindling below. Issei stood beside Surzex on the battlements, two leaders from entirely different worlds, one built on ancient inheritance, and one built on patient, hard-won choice, finding, in this quiet shared moment, the genuine common ground that 4 years of careful diplomacy had slowly, steadily constructed between them. The sovereignty's 4th year drew toward its close not with crisis or confrontation, but with this quiet, hopeful conversation between two men who had each, in their own way, learned something essential about what actually holds power together across the long, uncertain work of building something meant to last. Below them, in the fortress that had once stood empty for 3,000 years, waiting for someone worthy to walk back through its gates, nearly 500 lives now called that reclaimed ruin home, each one a story of exile transformed patiently into belonging, each one proof, still growing and still unfinished, that the old order's certainty about power and loyalty and worth had been wrong from the very beginning. Issei Hyoudou, once a boy betrayed and cast aside by everyone he trusted, had become, across 4 remarkable years, something the old world had never prepared itself to understand. Not merely a sovereign. A proof that grief, given enough patience and enough courage and enough people willing to build alongside you, could become the strongest foundation of all. Chapter 28. The first snow of the season, a rare enough occurrence in the Underworld's strange, twilight climate that the fortress's younger residents still treated it as something close to a minor miracle, fell quietly over the reclaimed ruin on the last night of the sovereignty's 4th year, and Issei stood once more on the familiar battlements, watching it settle soft and silent over towers that had stood empty for 3,000 years before he had ever walked through their gates. Rias joined him as the last light faded, her wings dusted faintly with the fine, powdery snow, and for a long moment neither of them spoke, simply watching the fortress below settle into the particular hush that came with the season's first true quiet. 4 years, she said finally, echoing the same words she had offered on the night the alliance with the Underworld had first been signed, though the fortress around them had grown considerably since then, its lights now stretching further into the darkness than either of them could have imagined on that earlier, more uncertain evening. Nearly 500 people. Recognition from 3 factions. An alliance that keeps deepening. Satellite settlements reaching people we could never have helped from these walls alone. It still surprises me sometimes, how far this has traveled from a boy standing alone at the edge of an unclaimed wasteland with nothing but a sacred gear and a refusal to disappear quietly. It surprises me too, Issei admitted. Every single day, if I am honest. I did not build this expecting it to become what it has become. I only knew I refused to let anyone else stand where I once stood, in a room full of silence, wondering if a single person would speak up for them. And now an entire sovereignty speaks up, every day, simply by choosing to stay, Rias said softly, repeating the words she had once offered him a year earlier, words that had only grown truer with every season since. Issei turned to face her fully, the snow settling quietly around them both. For years of shared purpose and shared grief transformed patiently into shared building settled comfortably into the easy silence between them, and found himself, in that quiet moment, simply grateful, fully and without reservation, for every difficult step that had led them both to this particular battlements, on this particular winter evening. Watching a home they had built together continue its steady, patient growth beneath a sky that had once felt like nothing but an ending, and now felt, unmistakably, like the beginning of everything still left to build. Elena found them there a short while later, climbing the battlement stairs with Kale close behind her, both bundled against the season's first genuine cold, carrying between them a simple report that had clearly waited until this quiet evening specifically because either of them wanted to interrupt anything more urgent with news that could easily wait until morning. "We did not mean to intrude," Elena said, though her expression carried the particular warmth of someone who had long since stopped needing formal permission to join Issei and Rias in these quiet moments, for years of shared purpose having worn away whatever careful distance might once have separated a sovereign from his closest counsel. "You are not intruding," Issei said. "What brings you both up here on the first snow of the year?" Kale held up the report with a small, satisfied smile. "The second satellite settlement crossed 100 residents today," he said. "It felt like something worth telling you in person rather than waiting for the formal council session tomorrow." Rias' answering laugh carried genuine delight, and Issei felt something warm settle deeper into his chest at the news. Another small, steady proof of everything the sovereignty continued to become with each passing season. 100 more people who found somewhere safe to stand, he said quietly. That is worth climbing these stairs in the cold to share. Elena studied the falling snow for a moment, her expression thoughtful in the way it so often became when she allowed herself a rare pause from the constant, careful work of helping guide the sovereignty's continued growth. Do you remember, she asked, turning back to Issei, the first time I stood on these battlements, right after Commander Aldrich turned his unit around without a single blow exchanged? I did not believe, that night, that this place could actually last. I believed we had simply won one battle, and that the next one, whenever it came, would finally prove the old order right about places like this. I remember, Issei said. I am glad I was wrong, Elena said simply. I am glad, every single season, that I was wrong. The four of them stood together in comfortable silence for a while longer, watching the snow settle soft and steady over a fortress that had grown, patiently and without pause, from a handful of exiles sheltering in cold stone chambers into a genuine, thriving sovereignty recognized across every corner of the world the old factions had once believed they alone could govern. Whatever comes next, Issei finally said, we face it the same way we have faced everything since that first night in the deep chamber. Together. One choice at a time. Ryanair's answering smile, warm and certain in the falling snow, carried 4 years of shared conviction distilled into a single, quiet moment of perfect understanding. Together, she agreed. Below them, the fortress lights burned steady against the winter dark, nearly 500 lives settling into another peaceful evening within walls that had waited 3,000 years for someone worthy to reclaim them, and somewhere deep in Issei's chest, Drake's ancient presence rumbled with a warmth that had, across 4 remarkable years, grown into something the old dragon had waited centuries to finally witness in a partner worthy of the title. Kale and Elena eventually made their way back down toward the warmth of the fortress halls, leaving Issei and Ryanair alone once more beneath the softly falling snow, and for a long while either of them felt any particular need to speak, content simply to stand together and watch the quiet transformation of a landscape that had once seemed only cold and unclaimed, now settling gently under winter's first true blanket like something finally, fully at peace. Do you ever think about the fortress before you found it? Ryanair asked eventually, her voice quiet in the hush of falling snow. What it must have looked like, empty for 3,000 years, waiting for someone to finally walk back through its gates. Sometimes, Issei admitted. I think about Drake telling me it was Vitra's seat, a dragon king's fortress abandoned when the old war between heaven and the ancient gods finally ended. I think about how strange it is that a place built for one kind of king ended up becoming something entirely different under someone who never wanted a throne in the first place. Perhaps that is exactly why it waited so long, Ryanair said softly. Perhaps 3,000 years of emptiness was simply the fortress refusing to open for anyone who wanted it purely for the power a dragon king's seat could offer. Perhaps it was always waiting for someone who would want it for the people it could shelter instead. Issei considered that thought for a long moment, watching the snow continue its slow, steady descent over towers that had witnessed empires rise and fall long before the current factional order had ever been conceived, and found, in Ryanair's quiet observation, something that settled deep and comfortable in his chest, a sense that everything about this long, difficult, remarkable road had somehow always been building toward exactly this moment, exactly this fortress, exactly this life he had never once imagined for himself on the cold, unforgiving night he first walked away from everything he had once believed was his only possible future. Maybe you are right, he said quietly. I usually am, Ryanair said, a teasing warmth entering her voice that had grown only more natural across 4 years of shared partnership, and Issei found himself laughing, soft and genuine, the sound carrying easily across the quiet, snow-covered battlements. They stayed there a while longer, until the cold finally grew insistent enough to send them both back down toward the fortress's warm, familiar halls, toward the sounds of a community settling into evening, toward nearly 500 lives who had each, in their own way, found in this reclaimed ruin exactly what Ryanair had suggested the fortress itself had always been waiting to offer. Not power for its own sake. Shelter, freely given, for anyone brave enough to walk through the gates and choose to build something better together. The sovereignty's 4th year had ended. Its story, like the snow still falling soft and silent over towers reclaimed from 3,000 years of patient waiting, showed no sign of finishing any time soon. Chapter 42. The report that arrived at the fortress gates 8 months into the sovereignty's 6th year carried a weight that settled immediately over the war chamber the moment Kale finished reading it aloud to the assembled council. Confirmation, gathered through nearly a year of careful watch investigation, that the remnants' ambitions extended considerably further than the single sealed power beneath their own fortress. There are at least 6 other sites, Kale reported, spreading a map across the war chamber table marked with careful annotations gathered from sources across all 3 factions' territories. Each one connected to the same ancient conflict that led to Vitra's sealing, each one holding, according to the fragmentary records we have managed to piece together, a portion of the same force the old gods once intended to unleash against heaven. Our fortress held only one piece. If the remnant has spent these past months pursuing the others with the same patient determination they once directed toward us, they may already be considerably closer to a full convergence than any of us have wanted to consider. Ryanair, studying the marked locations with the same sharp, strategic focus that had defined her leadership across 6 years of steady growth, traced a finger along territories spanning all 3 factions' domains. These are not isolated sites, she observed. They form a pattern. If the remnant intends to draw power from all 7 simultaneously, they would need considerable coordination, and considerable time, to reach and secure each location without triggering the kind of unified response our own fortress managed to mount. Which means, Elena added grimly, we may finally have an opportunity the factions have never had before. A single, unified threat considerable enough to require genuine cooperation between all 3 factions and the sovereignty together, rather than the careful, separate alliances we have each maintained individually across the years. Issei studied the map for a long moment, feeling the particular weight of a decision that would reshape the sovereignty's role in the wider world once again, no longer simply a fortress defending its own walls or a watch extending careful protection to overlooked communities, but potentially the coordinating force behind an alliance unlike anything the 3 factions had attempted since the ancient war that had first fractured the world into its current, familiar divisions. We reach out to all 3 factions simultaneously, he said slowly. Not asking permission, not seeking recognition we have already earned. We propose a genuine, unified response, coordinated defense of every remaining sealed site before the remnant can complete whatever convergence they have spent years patiently building toward. Surzex, contacted within the hour through the crystal array that had carried so many significant conversations across the sovereignty's 6 years of growth, listened to the full briefing with grave, focused attention. This is precisely the kind of threat our current structure has never been built to address efficiently, he admitted, once Issei had finished relaying Kale's full findings. Each faction protects its own territory, understandably, but a threat spanning all 3, requiring genuine coordination rather than separate, isolated responses, exposes exactly the gap your sovereignty has spent years quietly filling on a smaller scale. I will bring this to my council immediately, and I believe, given everything the sovereignty has already proven across 6 years of demonstrated trustworthiness, we will find considerably less resistance to genuine cooperation than either of us might have expected 5 years ago. Chapter 43. The alliance that formed over the following weeks represented something unprecedented in the current factional order's long, fractured history. Formal cooperation between the Underworld, Gregory, and Heaven, coordinated through the sovereignty's own careful diplomatic experience, and Kale's detailed research into the remnant's likely targets. A genuine unified response that would have seemed impossible to imagine during the cautious, uncertain early years of Issei's exile. Valor arrived at the fortress within days of the alliance's formation, his characteristic boredom entirely absent, replaced by the same sharp, engaged focus he had carried into their first battle against the remnant years earlier. 6 sites, he said, studying Kale's careful map with evident interest. That requires forces spread considerably thinner than our previous confrontation allowed. I assume you intend for me to take point on whichever location proves most heavily defended. I intend for all of us to coordinate carefully, rather than simply dividing our strongest fighters across the weakest points, Issei said. Elena has spent the past weeks working with representatives from all three factions to identify which sites carry the greatest strategic value to the Remnant's likely plan. We move together, coordinated, rather than scattered and vulnerable to exactly the kind of divide-and-conquer strategy that patient enemy would likely exploit. The planning that followed consumed nearly a month of careful, exhaustive preparation, representatives from all three factions working alongside the sovereignty's own council in a manner that would have seemed impossible during the cautious, tentative early years of their separate alliances, a genuine, collaborative effort that Gabriel, present as Heaven's primary liaison throughout the preparation, observed with evident, quiet wonder. I have participated in factional cooperation before, she told Issei one evening, as the final strategic details neared completion. Formal treaties, careful diplomatic exchanges, even joint operations against threats too large for any single faction to manage alone. I have never witnessed anything quite like this, though. Genuine trust, built not through formal obligation but through years of demonstrated reliability, allowing representatives who once viewed each other with centuries of accumulated suspicion to plan and coordinate, as though the old divisions barely mattered at all. Perhaps they barely do, in moments like this, Issei offered. The Remnant does not care whether the power they seek to unleash originated from heaven, hell, or the fallen. Their threat exists entirely outside our current factional divisions. Perhaps it took a danger considerable enough to transcend those divisions before any of us could finally see how artificial some of that old suspicion always was. As the coordinated operations' final preparations reached completion, Issei found himself standing once more in the war chamber beneath the mural of dragons in flight, the same chamber that had witnessed nearly every significant turning point across 6 remarkable years. Reviewing the final strategic assignments with the full weight of representatives from every faction and every corner of the sovereignty's own growing influence gathered around the same table. 6 sites, 6 coordinated teams, moving simultaneously to secure or reinforce each location before the Remnant can complete whatever convergence they have spent years preparing, he said, addressing the assembled coalition with the same steady, purposeful clarity that had carried the sovereignty through every previous crisis. We do not know precisely what awaits us at each location, or how strong the Remnant's forces may have grown in the years since our last confrontation. But we know considerably more than we did during that first battle, and we face this threat now with an alliance the old order has never before managed to build. Gabriel, studying the final assignments with careful attention, raised a question that had clearly weighed on her throughout the entire planning process. What happens, she asked, if one team encounters resistance considerably beyond what we have prepared for? 6 locations, 6 separated forces, leaves each team more vulnerable than the concentrated defense we mounted during our first confrontation. Issei had considered this question carefully during the weeks of preparation, and he answered now with the same steady confidence that had guided every strategic decision since the coalition's formation. Each team carries a signal ward, keyed to the crystal arrays we have installed at every major faction stronghold, he explained. If any location encounters resistance beyond what that team can manage alone, reinforcement will be dispatched within the hour, drawing on whichever faction's forces stand closest to the affected site, regardless of whose jurisdiction that site technically falls within. This coalition does not simply share strategy. It shares responsibility, fully and without hesitation, for whatever any single team might face. That level of coordination has never before existed between our 3 factions, Michael observed, something like genuine admiration entering his usually composed voice. Even in eras of relative peace, our forces have maintained careful, separate command structures, reluctant to place full trust in another faction's judgment during moments of genuine crisis. Perhaps that reluctance was always the gap the Remnant, and threats like them, learned to exploit, Issei replied. Tonight, we close that gap completely, or we discover, together, exactly how much further this alliance still has left to grow before it can. Chapter 44. The coordinated operation launched at dawn, 6 teams departing simultaneously toward locations scattered across territories spanning all 3 factions' domains, Issei himself leading the team assigned to the most heavily defended site, a location deep within territory that had once belonged, according to Kale's careful research, to an ancient civilization that predated even Vitra's fortress by centuries. The battle that unfolded across the following days tested the sovereignty's coordinated alliance in ways that no previous crisis had fully anticipated, each team facing remnant forces considerably more prepared and more numerous than their earlier confrontation had suggested. The ancient organization apparently having spent the intervening years recovering and reinforcing their numbers with the same patient determination that had characterized their original 5-year wait beneath Issei's own fortress. It was on the third day of coordinated fighting, as Issei's team finally breached the outer defenses of their assigned site, that they encountered, for the first time, the figure Kale's research had suggested commanded the remnant's broader strategy, an ancient being whose presence carried power considerably beyond even the hooded leader who had confronted them years earlier, a presence that Drake, upon first sensing it, responded to with genuine, unmistakable alarm. Partner, that is not simply a powerful member of the remnant's leadership, the dragon warned, urgent and grave. That is something considerably older, a remnant, in the truest sense, of the ancient conflict itself, power that predates even my own long existence. The figure, when they finally stood face to face within the site's deepest chamber, confirmed Drake's warning with unsettling calm, an entity whose form seemed to shift and blur at the edges, either fully solid nor entirely ethereal, carrying an ancient, patient malice that felt entirely different from the calculated ambition of ordinary political enemies Issei had faced across 6 years of careful diplomacy. You have grown considerably, since our forces last met beneath your own fortress, the entity observed, voice carrying an echo that seemed to originate from everywhere within the chamber simultaneously. 5 years of patience cost us that attempt. I do not intend to allow this second attempt the same failure. You will find this alliance considerably stronger than anything your remnant faced during that first attempt, Issei replied, the boosted gear flaring steady and controlled along his forearm. 5 years of careful discipline settling into focused, deliberate strength rather than the desperate uncertainty that had once nearly overwhelmed him. 3 factions united? A dragon who has chosen his own path standing beside us. A sovereignty built on choice rather than fear. Whatever ancient power you represent, you are not facing a single fortress anymore. The battle that followed tested every ounce of control and purpose Issei had spent 6 years carefully cultivating, the ancient entity's power straining against boundaries that felt considerably more dangerous than anything the hooded remnant leader had previously provoked, and it was only through the combined strength of the full coalition, Vala's considerable power joining Issei's own controlled strength. Ryanair's coordinated aerial forces striking with precise, practiced efficiency, and representatives from all 3 factions lending their own considerable abilities to the confrontation, that the ancient entity finally, gradually, began to retreat before their combined might. This is not ended, the entity said, as its form began to fracture and dissolve beneath the coalition's overwhelming combined strength, voice carrying, even in apparent defeat, a patience that suggested centuries rather than mere years of continued waiting still remained available to whatever purpose still drove the remnant's ancient cause. You have delayed us. You have not defeated what we represent. Then we will be ready, for however long you choose to wait this time, Issei said, watching the entity's form finally dissolve entirely beneath the combined weight of an alliance the old order had never before managed to build. But know this. Every year you wait, this coalition grows stronger, more unified, more capable of meeting whatever patience you still hold in reserve. You are not facing the same fractured, suspicious factions that once left gaps for your kind to exploit. You are facing something new now, and I do not believe that patience will serve you as well the next time you choose to test it. Chapter 45. The remaining 5 sites, secured or successfully defended by the coalition's coordinated teams across the same tense days that had tested Issei's own confrontation with the ancient entity, yielded a fuller understanding, once the full coalition finally reconvened at the Sovereignty's fortress a week later, of exactly what the remnant's broader strategy had actually represented. Kale, exhausted but energized by weeks of continuous research now finally supported by first-hand reports from every secured location, presented the coalition with a comprehensive summary that settled, at last, considerable uncertainty that had lingered since Drake's first warning months earlier. The entity you encountered was not the remnant's leader in any conventional sense, he explained, addressing representatives from all 3 factions gathered once more in the fortress's expanded war chamber. It was closer to a fragment, a portion of the same ancient force sealed across all 7 sites, given partial form and consciousness through centuries of the remnant's careful, patient ritual work. Each site we secured held a similar fragment, dormant, and less developed than the one Issei's team encountered, but unmistakably part of the same ancient whole. Had the remnant successfully unsealed all 7 simultaneously, those fragments would have converged into something considerably more dangerous than any single portion we individually faced. And now, Gabriel asked, what remains of that danger, with 6 of the 7 sites successfully defended? Diminished considerably, Kale said, though not, I believe, entirely eliminated. The remnant's broader organization survived our intervention at every site, retreating rather than accepting total defeat, the same pattern we witnessed during our first confrontation years ago. I do not believe this represents a final victory. I believe it represents, much as Issei suggested during his own confrontation, a considerable delay, purchased through genuine, unprecedented cooperation between all 3 factions and the sovereignty together. Surzex, studying the full report with the same grave attention he had carried throughout the entire coordinated operation, offered a reflection that Issei recognized, immediately, as carrying weight considerably beyond simple strategic assessment. Whatever comes next, from the remnant, or any other threat this world has not yet fully revealed, he said slowly, I believe we have proven something today that matters considerably beyond this single crisis. That the old divisions between our factions, centuries of accumulated suspicion and careful, separate governance, were never actually necessary for genuine security. They were simply the structure we inherited, and defended, because no one had yet proven a better alternative existed. Issei's sovereignty proved that alternative on a smaller scale, across 6 remarkable years. This operation has proven it can scale considerably further, when the threat demands it. Michael, present for the coalition's final debrief alongside Gabriel, nodded slowly in genuine agreement. Heaven's own doctrine has always claimed unity as an ideal, he observed. We rarely achieved it in practice, across centuries of careful, separate governance. Perhaps this crisis, difficult and costly as it has proven, offers something valuable beyond simple strategic victory, a genuine demonstration that the ideal we have long claimed to value was always achievable, if we were only willing to build the trust required to actually practice it. Chapter 46. In the weeks following the coalition's successful defense, a quieter, more personal reckoning settled over the fortress. The immediate crisis passed, but its considerable cost, in exhaustion and strain and the sobering knowledge of threats still patiently waiting somewhere beyond the horizon, settling into the community's collective awareness in ways that shaped conversations throughout the fortress's halls. Issei found himself, during this quieter aftermath, seeking out Azazel one evening in the fortress's expanded library, the fallen angel's own considerable experience across centuries of factional politics offering perspective that felt, increasingly, invaluable to processing everything the recent crisis had revealed. You look like a man carrying more weight than even a successful campaign should require, Azazel observed, setting aside the ancient text he had been studying as Issei settled into the chair across from him. I keep thinking about what the entity said, Issei admitted. This is not ended. 6 years of building this sovereignty, 6 years of proving the old order wrong about power and loyalty and belonging, and I still cannot shake the feeling that we have only delayed something considerably larger than anything we have faced so far. Azazel considered this for a long moment, his characteristic dry cynicism entirely absent, replaced by something closer to the genuine, weathered wisdom of a being who had witnessed centuries of conflict and consequence across a very long life. I have lived considerably longer than you, Issei, he said finally. Long enough to understand that no victory, however hard won, ever fully closes the door on future challenges. That is not a flaw in what you have built. It is simply the nature of building something worth protecting in a world that has never stopped producing new threats to test it. The question is not whether new challenges will arrive. They always do. The question is whether what you have built is strong enough, and flexible enough, and honest enough, to keep meeting them without losing the purpose that made it worth building in the first place. Has it, Issei asked? Has this sovereignty stayed true to what I hoped it would become, Or has 6 years of growth and crisis and constant vigilance slowly transformed it into something considerably harder and colder than what began in that deep chamber with Ryanair dying in my arms? Azazel's expression softened, something genuinely affectionate crossing his weathered features. I watched a boy walk alone into these wastes 6 years ago, carrying nothing but grief and a stubborn refusal to disappear quietly, he said. I have watched that boy build a fortress, a family, an alliance spanning 3 factions, and now a coalition capable of standing against threats old enough to predate the current world's entire structure. Through every single step of that remarkable journey, I have never once watched you lose the simple, honest purpose that started it all. You have grown considerably stronger, Issei. You have not grown colder. That distinction matters more than you likely realize, and I do not believe it will change, regardless of whatever the remnant or any other threat still waiting beyond the horizon eventually brings against you. Issei felt something in his chest ease slightly at Azazel's steady reassurance, understanding, with quiet gratitude, exactly how much the fallen angel's honest counsel had come to mean across 6 years of increasingly close partnership. Thank you, Azazel, he said. For everything, across all these years. I do not think I say that often enough. You say it exactly as often as it needs saying, Azazel replied, a rare, genuine warmth entering his voice. Now go find Ryanair. I suspect she has been waiting considerably longer than either of us for you to finish carrying this particular weight alone. Chapter 47. He found Ryanair on the familiar battlements, exactly where Azazel had suggested she would be, watching the fortress lights settle into their steady, comfortable evening rhythm below, and as Issei joined her at the wall's edge he felt, for the first time since the coalition's difficult campaign had begun, the full weight of 6 years finally settling into something he no longer needed to carry entirely alone. You have been quiet since we returned, Ryanair observed, studying his expression with the same careful attention that had characterized her steady presence across every significant crisis the sovereignty had faced. I have been thinking about everything this fortress has survived, Issei admitted. The chain. Bale's blockade. Gregory's coup. The remnant, twice now, and whatever considerable threat still waits beyond however many years of patience they choose to invest in a third attempt. 6 years, Ryanair, and I still find myself wondering, some nights, whether we will ever reach a point where the weight of protecting everyone finally feels lighter rather than simply more familiar. Ryanair was quiet for a long moment, her hand finding his against the cool battlement stone in the same gesture that had carried them both through 6 remarkable years of shared purpose and hard-won peace. I do not think the weight ever becomes lighter, she said finally, honest in the way she had always been honest with him, even when honesty carried difficult truths. I think, instead, we simply grow stronger at carrying it, and considerably less alone in carrying it than we once were. 6 years ago, it was you and me, alone in a chamber, wondering if either of us would survive the night. Tonight, it is nearly 600 people, 3 allied factions, a dragon who chose his own path, and a coalition capable of standing against threats older than the current world's entire structure. That is not the same weight grown lighter. That is the same weight, shared considerably more widely than either of us could have imagined possible. Issei turned to face her fully, the fortress lights catching gold in her eyes the same way they had on countless nights across 6 years of shared partnership, and found himself, in that quiet, settled moment, reaching for words he had carried, carefully and patiently, for considerably longer than he had ever fully admitted, even to himself. Ryanair, he said quietly, 6 years ago, in that deep chamber, I told you that whatever this became, you would have a place in it. I do not think either of us understood, that first night, exactly how completely that promise would come to define everything since. You have been beside me through every single crisis, every single victory, every quiet evening in between. I do not want to simply keep building this sovereignty alongside you. I want to build the rest of my life alongside you, formally, permanently, in whatever way this world we have built together allows 2 people to make that promise as completely as it deserves to be made. Ryanair's breath caught, genuine surprise and unmistakable joy mingling clearly across her features, and for a long moment she said nothing, simply studying his expression with the same careful, searching attention she had once turned on a stranger who had saved her life without asking anything in return. Are you asking me to marry you, Issei Hyoudou? She finally said, her voice carrying a warmth that made the question feel considerably less like uncertainty, and considerably more like joyful confirmation of something both of them had quietly understood for years. I am, he said simply. If you will have me, weight and all, for as long as this sovereignty, and everything beyond it still has left to build. Ryanair's answering smile, unguarded and radiant in the fortress's soft evening light, carried 6 years of shared purpose and hard-won love distilled into a single, perfect moment of certainty. Yes, she said softly. Of course, yes. I have been yours since the night you gave a dying stranger Phoenix tears she did not believe she deserved. I would be honored to formally become your family, the same way this entire fortress already has, one patient, chosen day at a time. Issei reached up, gently, and brushed a strand of hair back from her face, the same small, careful gesture he had offered countless times across 6 years of quiet, steady partnership, and this time, as their lips met in a soft, unhurried kiss beneath the settling twilight, the promise carried within it felt like nothing less than the natural, inevitable culmination of everything the sovereignty itself had always represented. Love freely chosen, and freely renewed, one honest day at a time for as long as the road ahead still stretched before them both. Chapter 48. News of the engagement spread through the fortress with a speed that rivaled anything the sovereignty's political victories had ever achieved, and the celebration that followed, stretching across an entire evening in the fortress courtyard, carried a warmth considerably different from the careful, formal gatherings that had marked so many of the community's significant milestones. Elena found Issei near the edge of the celebration, watching Ryanair laugh with a group of the settlement's youngest residents who had gathered eagerly around her, demanding details about the proposal with the unguarded curiosity only children seem to possess freely. I do not think I have seen her this happy since the day she first arrived at these gates, Elena observed, settling beside Issei with 2 cups of the warm spiced drink that had become a fortress tradition during significant celebrations. I do not think I have either, Issei admitted. 6 years, Elena? I keep thinking about how different this moment feels from anything I once imagined my life becoming, standing on those Gremory estate steps with nothing left but grief and a sacred gear I barely understood how to wield. Elena studied him for a long moment, something thoughtful crossing her expression. Do you ever think about what Rias would say, seeing this? She asked carefully. Not to reopen old wounds. I am simply curious whether that particular thread of your story still carries weight, even now. Issei considered the question honestly, the way he had learned to consider every difficult question across 6 years of building something that demanded constant, unflinching self-reflection. I think, he said slowly, she would be genuinely happy for me, in whatever way her own complicated journey has allowed her to process everything that happened between us. We are not enemies anymore, Elena. We have not been for years. But this moment, this happiness, it does not belong to that old story in any way. It belongs entirely to what Ryanair and I have built together, patiently and honestly, across 6 years either of us could have predicted from where we each began. That is a good answer, Elena said softly. The kind of answer that only comes from genuine peace, rather than simply careful diplomacy. Their conversation was interrupted by Kale, arriving with characteristic energy despite the exhaustion of recent weeks, a small, carefully wrapped item held in both hands with obvious ceremonial significance. The council wanted to present this tonight, rather than waiting for a more formal occasion, he said, offering the item to Issei with genuine warmth. We know weddings within the sovereignty do not follow any single faction's traditional customs, given how many different backgrounds our community represents. We thought, perhaps, this could become the beginning of our own tradition instead. Issei unwrapped the item carefully, finding within a simple, elegant band of metal, forged, Kale explained, from stone recovered during the fortress's earliest excavation work, the same ancient material that had first drawn Issei's attention to Vritra's abandoned seat 6 years earlier, now transformed by careful craftsmanship into something considerably more personal. It seemed fitting, Kale said, that a fortress built from ancient stone, reclaimed and transformed into something entirely new, might offer a similar transformation for the 2 people who found each other within its walls and built something equally new from what once seemed only ruin and silence. Issei felt something in his chest tighten with genuine emotion, understanding the depth of care the fortress's community had invested in this small, thoughtful gesture, a tradition born not from any single faction's inherited customs, but from the same patient, chosen building that had defined everything the sovereignty had become across 6 remarkable years. "Thank you," he said, his voice carrying more emotion than he had initially intended to reveal. "This means more than I think I can properly express tonight." Chapter 49. The wedding, when it finally arrived several months later as the sovereignty's 6th year drew toward its close, brought together representatives from every corner of the world Issei's remarkable journey had touched, delegates from all 3 factions standing alongside the fortress's own diverse community in a celebration that felt, to Issei, like the natural culmination of everything 6 years of patient building had accomplished. The fortress courtyard, transformed for the occasion with the same pale, silver blooms that had first drawn Issei's attention to these ancient walls 7 years earlier, now woven carefully into arches and garlands throughout the space, carried an atmosphere considerably different from the tense, watchful gatherings that had once characterized so many of the sovereignty's earliest, uncertain days. Serzex and Azazel stood together near the ceremony's edge, an image that would have seemed impossible during the cautious, uncertain early years of Issei's exile, joined by Michael and Gabriel representing heaven's own genuine investment in the sovereignty's continued success. Valley, present despite his usual reluctance toward formal gatherings, offered a rare, genuine smile as the ceremony began, and even Lord Bale, his aged features carrying a warmth that would have seemed unimaginable during their first hostile confrontation years earlier, attended alongside several of his own children who had grown close to the sovereignty's community across recent years. Elena presided over the ceremony itself, her years within the church combined with her deep, personal investment in the sovereignty's founding principles making her the natural choice to guide a wedding that drew, deliberately, from no single faction's traditional customs, but instead reflected the same patient, chosen building that had defined the fortress's entire remarkable history. "We do not gather here today to witness 2 people bound by obligation or inherited tradition," Elena began, her voice carrying clearly across the assembled crowd filling the fortress courtyard. "We gather to witness 2 people choosing each other, freely and completely, the same way every single person within these walls chose to build this sovereignty together, one honest decision at a time." Issei, standing at the ceremony's center with Rias beside him, her storm-colored wings catching the soft evening light in a way that made his chest ache with quiet, overwhelming gratitude, found himself reflecting, even amid the joy of the moment, on the strange, remarkable distance the road had traveled since that first desperate night in the deep chambers 6 years earlier. When it came time for their vows, Issei found the words arriving with an ease that surprised him. 6 years of shared purpose distilling naturally into promises that felt less like formal declaration and more like simple, honest truth finally spoken aloud before the community that had witnessed every step of their journey together. "Rias," he said, 6 years ago, "I found you dying in a chamber beneath this fortress, certain your story was ending in the dark. I promise you, that night, a place in whatever this became. I did not know then that promise would grow into everything it has become since. This fortress, this family, this life we have built together, one difficult, chosen day at a time. I promise you now what I promised then, and everything that promise has since grown to include. My purpose. My partnership. My whole heart, for as long as this road ahead still stretches before us." Rias's own vows, offered through tears she made no effort to hide, carried the same quiet, unguarded honesty that had defined their entire partnership since that first desperate night. "Issei," she said, "you saved my life without asking anything in return, and in doing so, you gave me something I did not believe I still deserved, a reason to build rather than simply survive. I have watched you carry the weight of hundreds of lives with a steadiness I still find remarkable, and I have watched you never once lose the simple, honest boy who once told a dying stranger she had a place in whatever he was building. I promise you my loyalty, freely given and freely renewed every single day, the same loyalty this entire sovereignty has taught me matters more than any chain or obligation ever could. I promise you my whole heart, for as long as we both still have breath to keep choosing each other." As their lips met in a gentle, unhurried kiss, sealing vows that carried 6 years of shared purpose and hard-won love, the assembled crowd erupted into genuine, joyful celebration, representatives from every faction and every corner of the sovereignty's diverse community united, for this one perfect evening, in simple, unguarded happiness. Chapter 50. The celebration stretched long into the night, and it was well past the ceremony's formal conclusion, as the gathered crowd finally began settling into quieter, more intimate conversation across the fortress's torchlit courtyard, that Issei found himself standing once more on the familiar battlements, Rias beside him now as his wife rather than simply his partner in building, though the distinction, he reflected, felt considerably less significant than the 6 years of patient, chosen love that had made this moment possible in the first place. 6 years, he said quietly, watching the celebration's warm lights continue their joyful glow below. I do not think I could have imagined any of this, standing on those Gremory estate steps with nothing left but grief and a refusal to disappear quietly. Rias's hand found his, now marked with the same simple band Kale had presented months earlier, the fortress's own ancient stone transformed into something new, exactly as their entire remarkable journey together had been. I think, she said softly, that grief, given enough patience and enough courage and enough people willing to build alongside you, really can become the strongest foundation of all. Just as Drake once told you. Drake's ancient presence stirred warmly in Issei's chest, the dragon's low, contented rumble carrying, after 6 full years of partnership through grief and building and hard-won love, something that had grown, slowly and unmistakably, into genuine, permanent joy. I have waited considerably longer than a single dragon lifetime to witness a partner build something this remarkable, Drake said quietly, warmth evident even through his characteristic ancient gravity. Not simply a sovereignty. A genuine family, chosen and cherished, standing as proof against everything the old order once insisted was impossible. I am proud of you, partner. More proud than I believe words can adequately express. Issei felt tears gather, unexpected and entirely welcome, at the dragon's genuine, heartfelt words, understanding, in that quiet moment, exactly how far the remarkable journey had traveled since a single betrayed exile had first walked alone into these same wastes with nothing left to lose. Thank you, Drake, he said softly. For everything, across all these years. I would not have survived that first desperate night without your voice steadying me through it. You would have found your own way, eventually, Drake said. I simply had the privilege of witnessing it happen considerably sooner than you might have managed alone. Below them, the fortress lights burned warm and steady against the settling night, nearly 600 lives who had each, in their own way, found in this reclaimed ruin exactly what the old order had once insisted such power could never provide, genuine belonging, freely chosen and freely renewed, one honest decision at a time. Culminating tonight in a celebration that represented everything the sovereignty had always been building toward, not merely survival, not merely recognition, but genuine, unguarded joy, shared freely among a family built entirely from choice. The sovereignty's 6th year drew toward its close with a happiness that felt, to Issei, considerably more complete than anything the previous years of careful, patient building had achieved, though he understood, even amid tonight's perfect celebration, that the road ahead still stretched considerably further. New challenges and new arrivals alike waiting patiently beyond the horizon for whatever the sovereignty's continued story still had left to become. But standing there, with Rias beside him as his wife, with Drake's ancient warmth settled contentedly in his chest, with nearly 600 lives celebrating below in a fortress 3,000 years reclaimed and still, faithfully, growing, Issei Hyoudou understood, with a certainty that had only deepened across 6 remarkable years, that whatever came next, this family, chosen and cherished and freely built, would face it together, the same way they had faced everything before. One table, one gate. One choice, freely made and freely renewed, for as long as the story still had left to tell. Chapter 51. The morning after the wedding celebration finally settled into quiet, the fortress waking slowly under a soft, pale dawn that felt, to Issei, considerably different from the urgent, crisis-driven mornings that had characterized so much of the sovereignty's earlier years, a rare stretch of genuine peace that the community, exhausted but joyful from the previous night's festivities, seemed determined to savor fully before returning to the constant, careful work of maintaining everything they had built. Issei found himself, in the quiet hours before the fortress fully stirred, walking the familiar grounds alone, past the training yards where Ryanair's fallen angel corps would soon begin their morning drills, past the workshops where devils and hybrids and church exiles continued the patient, daily work of expanding the community's infrastructure. Past the growing library where Kale's research team continued their careful vigilance against whatever the remnant's patient future plans might eventually reveal. He paused at the fortress's ancient gates, the same towering iron and stone entrance that had first opened for him 6 years earlier, dust sifting from hinges that had not moved in 3,000 years, and found himself reflecting on the strange, remarkable weight of everything those gates had come to represent since that first desperate night. 6 years ago, he had walked through them alone, carrying nothing but grief and a stubborn refusal to disappear quietly. Today, they stood open to a community of nearly 600 people, protected by an alliance spanning 3 factions, defended by a coalition capable of standing against threats older than the current world's entire structure, and crowned, just the previous evening, by a wedding that represented everything the sovereignty had always been building toward. Asia found him there, her own morning walk apparently leading her toward the same quiet reflection, and settled beside him at the gates without needing to ask permission. The easy familiarity of 18 months settled comfortably into something considerably longer feeling. Thinking about the road that brought you here, she observed, more statement than question. Always, Issei admitted. Every time I stand at these gates, I think about that first night, walking in with nothing left to lose. It never quite stops feeling remarkable, how far the road has traveled since then. Asia was quiet for a moment, studying the gates with her own considerable weight of memory. The guilt she had once carried transformed, across her time within the sovereignty, into something considerably more peaceful. I think about it too, she said softly. Not just your journey. All of ours. Every single person who found their way to these gates carrying their own version of the same grief you once carried. I do not think any of us fully understood, in our own darkest moments, that we were walking towards something this remarkable. That is the strange gift of hindsight, Issei said. None of us can see the full shape of what we are building while we are still in the middle of building it. We simply keep choosing, one difficult day at a time, and trust that the choosing itself matters, even when we cannot yet see where it leads. Chapter 52. The Watch's continued vigilance, resuming its careful, patient work within days of the wedding celebration's conclusion, brought steady confirmation, over the following months, that the remnant's retreat, while genuine, had not represented the kind of permanent resolution the coalition had once hoped their unprecedented cooperation might achieve. Kale's careful monitoring of the 6 defended sites revealed, gradually, patterns of renewed activity, distant and cautious but unmistakably present, the ancient organization apparently already beginning the patient, careful work of reassessing their strategy in light of the coalition's decisive intervention. They are not finished, he reported to the assembled council during one of the year's final sessions, his tone carrying the same sober realism that had characterized his research throughout the entire crisis. But I do not believe, based on everything we have observed, that they will attempt anything significant for considerable time yet. Whatever patience originally allowed them to wait 3,000 years for the right convergence, and then 5 more years for the right moment to exploit it, has not been exhausted by a single, if decisive, defeat. Then we continue building, in the time that patience affords us, Issei said, addressing the council with the same steady purpose that had carried the sovereignty through every previous crisis. We strengthen the coalition. We deepen the Watch's reach. We ensure that whenever the remnant chooses to test us again, they find an alliance considerably stronger and more prepared than anything they encountered this time. Surzex, present for the session as the coalition's continued strength required increasingly regular coordination between the sovereignty and all 3 factions, offered a reflection that Issei recognized as carrying weight considerably beyond simple strategic planning. I believe, he said slowly, that whatever the remnant eventually attempts next, we have already achieved something considerably more valuable than a single victory against their ancient ambitions. We have proven, decisively and permanently, that the old divisions between our factions were never truly necessary. That proof does not disappear simply because the immediate crisis has passed. It becomes, instead, the foundation for everything this coalition continues to build together, regardless of when or how the remnant eventually chooses to test us again. The months that followed brought a steady, purposeful continuation of everything the sovereignty had spent 6 years carefully building, the coalition's unprecedented cooperation gradually settling into permanent, institutional partnership rather than simply crisis-driven alliance, the Watch's careful vigilance expanding further into territories the old factional order had historically overlooked, and the fortress itself continuing its patient, steady growth as word of the sovereignty's remarkable journey continued spreading to corners of the world that had, until recently, remained entirely unaware such a place could exist. It was during one of the year's final council sessions, as autumn began settling once more over the wastes, that Rias, now carrying the additional weight of her formal role as Issei's wife alongside her established position within the council, raised a question that had clearly been building in her thoughts across recent weeks. "Have you considered," she asked, addressing the full council rather than simply Issei directly, "what comes next for the sovereignty itself, beyond simply continuing to grow and defend what we have already built? We have spent 6 years proving a different way was possible. Perhaps it is time we considered what that proof might mean for the wider world beyond our own walls and alliances." Elena, intrigued by the question's broader implications, leaned forward with genuine interest. "What are you proposing, exactly? I am not certain yet," Rias admitted. "But I keep thinking about every community the Watch has helped protect, every stray hybrid and church exile and fallen angel who found shelter within our satellite settlements, and I wonder whether the sovereignty's true purpose was ever simply to grow larger itself. Perhaps, instead, it was always meant to become something like a template, proof that communities built on freely chosen loyalty rather than inherited structure could flourish anywhere, not simply within these particular walls." Issei considered his wife's words carefully, feeling the weight of a vision considerably larger than anything the council had previously discussed, a natural continuation, he recognized immediately, of everything 6 years of patient building had already demonstrated. "You are suggesting we help other communities build their own version of what we have built here," he said slowly. "Not simply protecting them through the Watch, but actively supporting them in creating their own independent sovereignties, built on the same principles but suited to their own particular circumstances and needs." "Exactly that," Rias confirmed. "We do not need to become the only place in this world where genuine belonging exists. We could become, instead, the proof that such belonging is always possible, wherever people are willing to choose it freely and build it patiently together." The council session that followed stretched long into the evening, the full weight of Rias' vision settling gradually into concrete possibility as representatives from across the sovereignty's diverse community began imagining what such an expansion might genuinely look like, and by the time the session finally concluded, Issei understood that the sovereignty's 7th year, whenever it fully arrived, would carry purpose considerably larger than anything even 6 remarkable years of patient building had yet fully achieved. "We do not simply protect the discarded anymore," he reflected, standing once more on the familiar battlements as the session's implications continued settling into place. "We show them, now, that they were always capable of building their own version of everything we have built here, wherever they choose to plant those same patient, chosen seeds." Rias' hand found his, the gesture worn smooth and comfortable by 6 years of quiet repetition, now carrying the added warmth of a marriage built from the same patient, chosen love that had defined their entire remarkable partnership. "Then let us help them plant those seeds," she said softly, watching the fortress lights settle into their steady, comfortable evening rhythm below. The same way this fortress once opened its own gates for 2 exiles who had nowhere else left to stand. Chapter 53. The first of the new sovereignties, as the fortress's community had begun calling them, took root barely 3 months after Rias' proposal first reached the full council, a small community forming around the stray hybrid settlement the Watch had helped integrate years earlier, its residents, guided by Kale's careful organizational advice and a small delegation of experienced Sovereignty Council members, gradually building their own independent structure, distinct from the central fortress, but built on the same foundational principles of freely chosen loyalty and genuine, accountable belonging. Issei traveled personally to witness the new community's formal founding, standing alongside its own emerging leadership as they raised their first modest gates, considerably smaller than the fortress's ancient towers but carrying, unmistakably, the same spirit that had once transformed a reclaimed ruin into a genuine home. This is not a branch of our sovereignty, he told the assembled community during the founding ceremony, choosing his words carefully to honor the vision Ryanair had first articulated months earlier. This is your own sovereignty, built by your own choices, answerable to your own community rather than to ours. We are honored to have helped you build the foundation. What you build upon it, from this day forward, belongs entirely to you. The community's newly chosen leader, a young hybrid named Tomas who had arrived at the fortress years earlier as one of the chain's rescued captives before eventually choosing to lead this new, independent venture, offered a response that carried genuine, hard-won conviction. We would not exist, any of us, without what you built first, he said, addressing Issei and the assembled crowd with quiet, steady gratitude. But you are right that this belongs to us now, built by our own choices, sustained by our own commitment to each other. That is the greatest gift your sovereignty could have offered, not simply shelter, but the proof that we were always capable of building shelter for others ourselves. As the ceremony concluded and the new community began its own independent journey, Issei found himself reflecting, during the journey back toward the central fortress, on how considerably the sovereignty's purpose had evolved across 7 remarkable years, no longer simply a single fortress protecting its own walls, but something closer to a genuine movement, patient and steadily spreading. Proof multiplying itself across the wider world, one newly founded community at a time. Chapter 54. The 7th Year's Council session, convened as autumn once more settled over the wastes, brought together representatives not simply from the central fortress and its 2 satellite settlements, but from 4 newly founded independent sovereignties, each built on the same foundational principles but shaped by its own particular community's unique circumstances and needs, a genuine network of belonging that had grown, across a single remarkable year, considerably beyond anything even Ryanair's original vision had fully anticipated. Elena, presenting the Council's formal summary of the year's achievements, offered an assessment that carried the same careful, honest realism that had characterized her leadership across the sovereignty's entire remarkable history. We have proven something this year that I do not believe any of us fully understood when we first opened these gates 7 years ago, she said, addressing the expanded assembly with genuine pride. That what we built here was never meant to remain unique. It was always meant to become a seed, patient and adaptable, capable of taking root wherever people were willing to choose it freely and tend it honestly. 4 new sovereignties, each independent, each thriving, each proof that the principles we discovered together were never limited to this particular fortress, or this particular community. Kale, continuing his careful vigilance against the remnant's patient, ongoing threat even as the sovereignty's broader mission expanded considerably beyond simple defense, offered a sobering but hopeful counterpoint to the year's genuine achievements. The remnant remains patient, he reminded the assembly. We have not seen renewed activity at any of the 6 defended sites, but I do not believe that silence represents surrender. It represents, I suspect, careful reconsideration of strategy in light of a coalition considerably stronger than anything they encountered during their first, decisive defeat. We must not allow our genuine successes this year to diminish our continued vigilance against threats that have already proven capable of waiting centuries for the right opportunity. Issei, listening to both assessments with the same careful attention he had brought to every council session across 7 remarkable years, felt the particular weight of leading a movement that had grown considerably beyond anything a single fortress could fully contain. Understanding that the balance between continued growth and continued vigilance would likely define the sovereignty's purpose for as many years as the story still had left to unfold. We hold both truths simultaneously, he said, addressing the full assembly with steady, practiced clarity. We celebrate what we have built, 4 new sovereignties thriving independently, proof that our founding principles were never limited to this particular fortress. And we remain vigilant against what still waits patiently beyond the horizon, understanding that genuine security has never meant the absence of danger, but rather the strength and unity required to meet whatever danger eventually arrives. Chapter 55. Winter arrived once more over the wastes as the 7th year drew toward its close, the fortress settling into the same familiar, comfortable rhythm that had characterized so many previous seasons across 7 remarkable years of patient, steady building, and Issei found himself, on the year's final evening, standing once more on the familiar battlements, Ryanair beside him as she had been through every significant turning point of their shared, remarkable journey. 7 years, he said quietly, watching the fortress lights settle into their steady, comfortable glow below, joined now, in the distance, by the fainter but unmistakable glow of communities their own sovereignty had helped bring into being, scattered points of light across a horizon that had once held nothing but empty, unclaimed waste. I still find myself surprised, some evenings, by how far this road has traveled since that first desperate night. Ryanair's hand found his, the gesture worn smooth and comfortable by 7 years of quiet repetition, carrying now the added warmth of a marriage that had only deepened across the years since their wedding, and the newer, quieter joy of a family that had, in recent months, begun to grow in ways either of them had fully anticipated when they first exchanged their vows. "I think," she said softly, resting her free hand gently against the slight curve that had begun changing the shape of her silhouette in recent weeks, "our family is about to grow considerably larger still." Issei felt his breath catch, genuine joy and quiet, overwhelming gratitude settling together in his chest as he turned to face her fully, understanding, with sudden clarity, exactly what her words carried. "Ryanair," he said softly, "are you?" "I am," she confirmed, her smile carrying the same unguarded warmth that had defined every significant moment of their shared journey together. "We are going to have a child, Issei. A new life, born into everything we have built together, a fortress and a family and a movement that has already begun spreading its roots considerably beyond anything either of us could have imagined 7 years ago." Drake's ancient presence stirred with unmistakable warmth in Issei's chest, the dragon's low, contented rumble carrying, after 7 full years of partnership through grief and building and hard-won joy, something that felt, unmistakably, like profound, ancestral pride. "A new life, partner," the dragon said quietly. "Born not into exile or discarded fear, but into a sovereignty built entirely on choice and welcome. I do not believe I have ever witnessed anything quite so fitting, in all my considerable years." Issei reached for Ryanair, pulling her gently into a warm, careful embrace, feeling the weight of 7 remarkable years settle into something considerably larger than even their wedding had represented, a genuine promise of continuation, new life joining a story that had already proven, again and again, exactly what could be built when refusal was given enough time, enough trust, and enough people willing to build it together. "Whatever comes next," he said softly, "we will be ready. The same way we have been ready for everything since that first desperate night, in the deep chamber." Below them, the fortress lights burned warm and steady against the settling winter dark, joined by the distant glow of communities their own sovereignty had helped bring into being, and somewhere within those walls, a new life waited patiently to join a story that had already traveled considerably further than either of its founders could have ever fully imagined. 7 years, for new sovereignties, a coalition spanning 3 factions, and now, finally, a child born into a family built entirely from choice, welcome, and the patient, unshakable belief that grief, given enough time and enough love, really could become the strongest foundation of all. The sovereignty's 7th year had ended. Its story, like the child waiting patiently to join it, was only just beginning. Chapter 56. News of Ryanair's pregnancy spread through the fortress with the same warmth and speed that had once carried word of their engagement, and in the days that followed, Issei found himself repeatedly moved by the genuine, overwhelming outpouring of joy from a community that had, across 7 remarkable years, become considerably more than simply the people he protected, but a genuine, extended family celebrating alongside them. Asia arrived at their quarters the morning after the news had fully spread, her healer's instincts immediately drawing her toward practical, careful preparation even amid her own genuine excitement. "I would like to personally oversee your care throughout the pregnancy, if you will allow it," she said to Ryanair, her voice carrying the same steady confidence that had defined her transformation across the years since her return to the sovereignty. "I have studied considerably, since joining the watch, and I want nothing more than to ensure this child arrives safely into the family we have all built together." "I would be honored," Ryanair said warmly, and Issei felt, watching the exchange, a quiet, profound gratitude for exactly how far Asia's own journey had traveled since that uncertain morning she had first arrived at the fortress gates seeking a second chance she had not been certain she deserved. Azazel, arriving later that same day with characteristic dry humor only partially masking genuine, unguarded joy, offered his own congratulations with a warmth that Issei had come to treasure across 7 years of increasingly close partnership. "A child born into the sovereignty," he said, shaking his head with evident wonder. "I have witnessed considerable history across my very long life, Issei, but I do not believe I have ever witnessed anything quite so fitting as new life joining a family built entirely from the ashes of old betrayal. This child will grow up never once understanding what it means to be discarded or unwanted, surrounded instead by nearly 600 people who have already chosen, unconditionally, to consider them family. That is precisely what makes this moment feel so remarkable," Issei admitted. "I spent my own childhood without any real understanding of what unconditional belonging actually meant, until this fortress taught me. Our child will never know that particular absence. They will simply know, from their very first breath, exactly what it feels like to be wanted." Serzex, informed through the crystal array of the joyful news, offered his own warm congratulations alongside a reflection that carried, unmistakably, the weight of 7 years of deepening friendship between two leaders who had once approached each other with careful, uncertain caution. "This feels, somehow, like the truest measure of everything your sovereignty has accomplished," he said. "Not simply alliances and recognition and successful defense against ancient threats, meaningful as all of that has been. New life, chosen to be born into a community built entirely on freely given loyalty. That is the kind of legacy that outlasts any single treaty or formal recognition, Issei. I am genuinely honored to witness it." As the fortress settled that evening into its familiar, comfortable rhythm, the news of new life joining the community adding a fresh layer of warmth to the season's quiet celebrations, Issei found himself once more on the familiar battlements, Rias beside him, watching the fortress lights burn steady against the winter dark, and understood, with profound and settled gratitude, that whatever the 7th year's final months still held in store, whatever challenges the remnants continued patience might eventually bring, whatever new sovereignties might yet take root across the wider world beyond their own walls, this moment, this quiet, joyful anticipation of new life joining everything they had built together, represented the truest fulfillment of a promise made 7 years earlier by a grieving boy who had simply refused to let anyone else feel as alone as he once had. The gates remained open. The family kept growing. And the story, patient and unfinished and considerably more remarkable than anyone could have imagined from its beginning, continued forward, one honest, chosen day at a time. Chapter 29. The 5th year of the sovereignty began with a warning that arrived not through Azazel's careful diplomatic channels or Serzex's formal messengers, but through something considerably older and stranger, a fragment of dream that woke Issei in the deep hours of a winter night with Drake's voice already rumbling low and urgent in his chest before his eyes had even fully opened. "Partner, wake," the dragon said. "Something is moving beneath the wastes that has not stirred in 3,000 years." Issei sat up sharply, Rias beside him stirring at the sudden tension in his posture, her wings shifting instinctively even half asleep, honed reflexes built across years of shared danger responding before her conscious mind had fully caught up. "What is it?" she asked, already reaching for the light source beside their bed. "I do not know yet," Issei admitted, feeling the strange, unfamiliar pressure Drake's warning carried, a sensation entirely different from the sharp, immediate danger of political crisis or armed confrontation, something older and considerably harder to name. "Drake, what did you feel?" The dragon was quiet for a long moment, and when he finally spoke, his ancient voice carried a gravity Issei had rarely heard from him across 5 years of partnership. "This fortress was Ritra's seat," he said slowly. "I told you that the day you first found it, but I did not tell you everything, because I did not believe it mattered. 3,000 years removed from the war that emptied these halls. Ritra did not simply fall in battle, partner. He was sealed, along with considerable power that even the old gods feared to destroy outright, buried deep beneath these very foundations by an alliance that no longer exists in any form your current factions would recognize. I have felt that sealed power stir twice before in your lifetime, faint and distant both times. Tonight, for the first time since you claimed this fortress, I felt it stir with purpose, as though something outside these walls has finally found a way to reach toward it. Issei felt a cold, unfamiliar dread settle into his chest, a fear that carried none of the political calculation he had grown accustomed to managing across 5 years of building the sovereignty, but something rawer and considerably more ancient. Someone is trying to wake whatever was sealed beneath this fortress, he said slowly. Or steal it, Drake said. Or study it. I cannot say with certainty from a stirring alone. But I would wager considerable pride that the answer will not prove harmless, whatever it ultimately turns out to be. By morning, Danasik's scouts had confirmed what Drake's warning had already suggested: strange, unfamiliar figures moving carefully through the wastes surrounding the fortress's southern approach, their magical signature unlike anything the sovereignty's forces had previously encountered, either devil nor fallen nor holy in origin, but something older and considerably more difficult to classify. Elena, summoned to the war chamber alongside the full council as word spread through the fortress, studied the scout reports with a deepening frown, her years of church training providing context none of the others in the chamber could immediately offer. I have heard rumors of an organization like this before, she said slowly, tracing patterns across the scattered reports. Something the church referred to only obliquely, even within its own most secure records, a faction operating entirely outside the current balance of power, drawing on remnants of the old war between heaven and the ancient gods that predates the 3 factions entirely. They call themselves, in the fragments I encountered, simply the Remnant, and their singular purpose, as far as any church record I ever accessed could determine, is recovering and reclaiming sealed power from that ancient conflict. Power the current factions either forgot existed or deliberately chose to leave buried rather than risk unleashing again. And they believe something beneath this fortress qualifies, Rias said grimly. If Drake's warning is accurate, Elena said, they may not simply believe it. They may already know precisely what lies beneath these foundations, considerably better than we do ourselves. Issei studied the war chamber's map, marking the scattered locations where Danasik's scouts had reported unfamiliar activity, feeling the particular weight of a threat unlike anything the sovereignty had previously faced, not a rival faction operating within the familiar, if fractured, balance of power he had spent 5 years carefully navigating, but something considerably older. Operating by rules none of them fully understood. Kale, he said, turning to the young hybrid whose organizational talents had proven invaluable across years of the sovereignty's steady growth, I need everything the fortress's recovered library can tell us about Vitra's fall, and about whatever alliance sealed his power here 3,000 years ago. If the remnant already understands what lies beneath us better than we do, we need to close that gap as quickly as possible. Chapter 30. The library's deepest archives, recovered slowly over 5 years from beneath centuries of dust and rockfall, yielded their secrets reluctantly, ancient texts written in a script that predated even the oldest records the current factions maintained, requiring painstaking translation work that consumed nearly 2 full weeks before Kale and a small team of scholars finally pieced together enough context to understand the true scope of what Drake's warning had revealed. Vitra did not simply fall defending his territory, Kale reported, presenting the council with a careful summary of weeks of translation work, exhaustion and unmistakable unease evident in his expression. He fell attempting to prevent something considerably worse than his own defeat. The texts describe a weapon, or perhaps a force, the translation is imprecise on this point, that the old gods intended to unleash against heaven during the ancient war, something the alliance of dragons, including Vritra, ultimately judged too dangerous to exist regardless of which side might wield it. Vritra's fortress became the sealing site not by accident, but by design, chosen specifically because dragon magic proved uniquely suited to containing whatever this force actually was. And the remnant wants to unseal it, Rias said. Or study it, or weaponize it themselves, Kale said. The texts do not specify motive with any certainty, only that the sealing was considered so critical that the alliance who performed it built failsafes specifically designed to prevent any single actor, regardless of power, from unsealing it alone. It requires, as best as I can translate the relevant passage, a considerable convergence of ancient draconic power actively wielded with intention, precisely the kind of power your presence here has apparently provided for the remnant's purposes without any of us understanding the danger until Drake's warning revealed it. Issei felt the weight of that revelation settle heavy and unwelcome across his shoulders, understanding, with sudden clarity, why Drake had first felt the sealed power stir with purpose only after Issei himself had claimed the fortress and begun steadily growing into the full weight of his own draconic inheritance across 5 years of careful, patient cultivation. They have been waiting for me to grow strong enough to inadvertently provide what their failsafes require, he said slowly. It would explain the timing, Elena said grimly. 5 years of watching this sovereignty grow, watching your own power deepen steadily alongside it, waiting patiently for the exact convergence their ancient failsafes demand before finally moving to exploit it. The council session that followed stretched long into the night, the full weight of an unprecedented threat settling over deliberations that had, across 5 years, grown accustomed to navigating familiar political dangers rather than something drawing on forces older than the current factional order itself. We cannot simply flee the fortress, Danasik said finally, voicing the practical concern weighing heaviest on the assembled council. Nearly 500 people call this place home. Abandoning it risks the very community we have spent 5 years building, and there is no guarantee the remnant would not simply pursue whatever power lies beneath these foundations regardless of whether we remain to defend it. Then we do not flee, Issei said. We understand exactly what we are protecting, and exactly what danger our own continued growth has inadvertently created, and we prepare to defend this fortress against a threat considerably older and stranger than anything we have previously faced. Ryanair, studying the ancient text Kale had carefully translated, looked up with a question that had clearly been building throughout the entire session. Is there any way to strengthen the original seal, she asked, rather than simply defending against an attempt to break it? If the Alliance who sealed Vitra's power here 3,000 years ago built failsafes specifically to prevent unsealing, perhaps there is also a way to reinforce those same failsafes now that we understand the danger. Kale considered the question carefully, flipping through his careful translations with renewed focus. The texts mention a ritual, he said slowly, requiring the same kind of convergence the remnant apparently hopes to exploit, ancient draconic power actively wielded with intention. But where the remnant intends to use that convergence to break the seal, the same ritual, performed with the opposite intention, might instead reinforce it beyond anything even a coordinated attempt could hope to breach. Issei felt something steady and resolute settle into place within him, the same cold clarity that had carried him through every previous crisis the sovereignty had faced across 5 years of patient building. Then that is our answer, he said. We do not simply defend against the remnant's attempt. We beat them to the ritual entirely, and we ensure whatever power lies sealed beneath this fortress remains sealed for another 3,000 years, regardless of how patiently they have waited or how carefully they have planned. Chapter 31. Preparing for the sealing ritual required nearly a month of careful, exhausting work, Kale and his small team of scholars painstakingly reconstructing the ancient ceremony from fragmentary texts while Ryanair's fallen angel corps and Danasik's ground forces maintained constant vigilance against the remnant's continued, patient presence at the fortress's borders. A tense standoff on either side seemed inclined to break through open confrontation, while both understood the true prize at stake lay buried far beneath any battle that might unfold above ground. It was during this tense month of preparation that Vala Lucifer returned to the fortress a second time, arriving with considerably less patience for pleasantries than his first, curious visit years earlier had carried. I felt something stir beneath these wastes weeks ago, he said, without preamble, as Issei met him at the fortress gates, the white-haired figure's expression carrying a sharpness Issei had not previously witnessed from him. Something old enough that even my own considerable senses struggled to fully identify its nature. I assumed, given your history of surviving threats other powers underestimated, that you were already aware and already preparing a response. We are, Issei confirmed, quickly briefing Vala on the remnant's presence and the ancient sealed power beneath the fortress that Drake's warning had first revealed weeks earlier. Vala listened with unusual focus, his characteristic boredom entirely absent from his expression by the time Issei finished the full account. This is not a threat suited to careful diplomacy or patient negotiation, he said finally. If the remnant genuinely intends to exploit your own draconic growth to break an ancient seal, they will not be deterred by recognition or alliance, or any of the careful political tools you have spent 5 years mastering. This requires strength, direct and immediate, applied with precision at exactly the moment their attempt reaches its most vulnerable point. I know, Issei said. That is precisely why your presence here today matters more than you likely realize. Vala studied him for a long moment, something calculating and considerably more engaged than his usual detached curiosity moving behind his pale eyes. You are asking for my help, he said, more observation than question. I am asking, Issei confirmed. 3 years ago, you told me that if the day came when my sovereignty faced a threat considerable enough to require the kind of strength few in this world could offer, your answer might be different from what I expected. I believe that day has arrived. Vala was quiet for a long moment, weighing the request against whatever complicated calculus governed his own considerable pride and his lifelong pursuit of worthy challenges. And when he finally answered, something in his expression carried genuine, unguarded resolve. Then my answer is different, he said. I will stand with your sovereignty against this remnant, not out of alliance or obligation, but because a threat old enough to have outlasted 3 factions and patient enough to wait 5 years for the right convergence of power deserves a response considerably stronger than whatever your fortress alone could provide. Consider this the first genuine test of whether the strength I have spent my entire life pursuing was ever meant for something greater than simply proving myself against worthy opponents. Issei extended his hand, the same gesture that had welcomed every significant ally across 5 years of building something the old order had once believed impossible, and Valley, without hesitation this time, took it firmly. Then welcome to the fight, Issei said. Let us make sure 3,000 years of careful sealing does not end because a patient enemy finally found the convergence they were waiting for. With Vala's considerable power added to the fortress's defenses, and Kale's team finally completing their painstaking reconstruction of the ancient reinforcement ritual as the month's end approached, Issei understood, standing once more on the familiar battlements as preparations reached their final stage, that the sovereignty was about to face a test unlike anything the previous 5 years had prepared them for. Not a political crisis to be navigated through patience and honest diplomacy, but a direct confrontation against a threat old enough to remember a war the current factions had long since forgotten ever happened. Are you ready? Rias asked quietly, joining him at the wall's edge as the fortress below settled into its final preparations, tension and quiet resolve visible in every corner of the grounds. I do not know if ready is the right word for something like this, Issei admitted honestly. But I know what we are protecting, and I know why it matters, and I know I am not facing it alone. That will have to be enough. It has always been enough before, Rias said softly, her hand finding his against the cool battlement stone in the same familiar gesture that had carried them both through 5 years of shared purpose. I do not see any reason tonight should prove different. Chapter 32. The remnant made their move 3 nights later, under cover of a moonless dark that felt, to Issei, deliberately chosen, the kind of patient, calculated timing that confirmed everything Elena's research had suggested about an organization that had waited 5 full years for exactly this moment. They did not attempt a direct assault on the fortress itself, understanding, it seemed, that such an approach would only invite the full weight of the sovereignty's considerable defenses. Instead, Danasik's scouts reported movement toward a hidden passage beneath the wastes, one the remnant had apparently spent months quietly excavating from a location far outside the fortress's usual patrol range, a direct route toward the ancient sealing chamber that Kale's translated text had finally identified deep beneath the fortress's original foundations. They are trying to reach the seal directly, bypassing us entirely, Danasik reported, breathless from the urgent flight back to the war chamber. If they reach the chamber before we begin our own ritual, we lose whatever advantage preparation might have given us. Then we move now, Issei said, already feeling the boosted gear flare to urgent life along his forearm. The descent into the fortress's deepest foundations, guided by Kale's careful research and Elena's steady presence, felt to Issei like traveling backward through time itself, the ancient stonework growing progressively older and stranger with every level they descended, until finally, in a vast chamber deep beneath even the deep chamber where Rias had once lain dying 5 years earlier, they found it. A massive seal wrought in draconic script that pulsed with faint, ancient light, and beyond it, already breaching the outer perimeter of the remnant's excavated tunnel, the first of their forces emerging into the chamber's edge. Their leader, a figure whose face remained obscured beneath a hood that seemed to swallow light rather than simply block it, stepped forward with unhurried confidence, apparently unsurprised to find the sovereignty's forces already waiting. "You understand what lies beneath this seal," the figure said, voice carrying an echo that suggested considerable, ancient power. "Then you understand why 5 years of patience was worth the wait. Power the old gods themselves feared to unleash, waiting only for the right convergence of draconic strength to finally break free of a prison 3,000 years overdue for reconsideration. We understand exactly what it is," Issei said, stepping forward to meet the figure directly, Rias and Vala flanking him with careful, ready tension. "We also understand why it was sealed in the first place, and we do not intend to let 5 years of patient waiting finally pay off tonight." The battle that followed unfolded with an intensity unlike anything the sovereignty had previously faced, the remnant's forces drawing on power that felt fundamentally different from anything Issei had encountered across 5 years of political crisis and armed confrontation, ancient and cold, and utterly indifferent to the careful balance of power the current 3 factions had spent centuries maintaining. It was deep into the confrontation, as Issei found himself locked in direct combat against the hooded leader, their combined power straining the very foundations of the ancient chamber, that he felt something dangerous stir within his own chest, the familiar pressure of the boosted gear's power straining against boundaries he had spent 5 years carefully learning to control, the raw, overwhelming surge that had once, years earlier, nearly consumed him entirely in the uncontrolled fury of the Juggernaut drive. "Partner, careful," Drake's voice cut through the battle's chaos, urgent and sharp. "This enemy is deliberately provoking exactly the kind of uncontrolled surge that would provide the final convergence their ritual requires. Do not give them what they are hoping to receive." Issei felt the truth of the warning settle cold and immediate through the heat of battle, understanding, with sudden clarity, that the remnant's leader was not simply fighting to win a direct confrontation, but deliberately pushing him toward the exact loss of control that would hand them everything 5 years of patient waiting had been building toward. Chapter 33. The realization arrived at the worst possible moment. Issei's power already straining dangerously close to the threshold Drake's warning had identified, the hooded figure's relentless assault clearly calculated to provoke exactly the desperate, uncontrolled response that would finally complete whatever convergence the remnant's ancient ritual required. "I need to pull back," Issei realized aloud, even as the battle's momentum made retreat considerably more dangerous than continuing to fight at full, careful intensity. Rias, fighting alongside him against a wave of the remnant's secondary forces, caught the strain in his voice immediately, years of shared partnership having taught her to recognize the particular quality of his voice when genuine danger, rather than simple battle stress, threatened to overwhelm him. "Issei," she called out, "what is happening?" "He is trying to break my control," Issei said, forcing the words out even as he fought to steady the surging pressure building dangerously within his own chest. "If I lose it here, if the Juggernaut drive takes over even for a moment, that is exactly the convergence he needs to shatter the seal." "Then do not lose it," Vala said, cutting through a wave of remnant forces with brutal, efficient precision as he fought his way closer to Issei's position. "Whatever anchor you have used before to hold that power steady, use it now. I did not agree to stand in this fight only to watch you hand our enemy the exact victory we came here to prevent." Issei felt the truth of Vala's blunt counsel settle through the rising panic threatening to compound the danger further, and in the chaos of battle, with ancient power straining at the edges of his control and an enemy deliberately pushing him toward exactly the failure that would doom everything the sovereignty had built, he found himself reaching, instinctively, for the same anchor that had carried him through every crisis of the past 5 years. Not fury. Not desperate power. Purpose. He thought of the throne room where his exile had begun, of the cold silence that had once answered his single question, and understood, with sudden, steadying clarity, that the power surging dangerously within him now was not the same raw, uncontrolled grief that had shattered ceiling ruins on the Gremory estate steps 5 years earlier. It was something he had spent 5 years patiently learning to wield with intention, purpose, and care, built not on rage but on the steady, accumulated weight of everything he had chosen to protect. "I am not fighting for vengeance," he said quietly, the words carrying a strange, steadying calm even as battle raged fierce around him. I am fighting for nearly 500 people who chose to call this fortress home. That is not the same fury that once nearly consumed me. That is purpose, and purpose does not need to become uncontrolled to remain powerful. The boosted gear's crimson light, which had begun straining dangerously toward the darker, more chaotic pattern that preceded the juggernaut drive's uncontrolled surge, steadied instead into something focused and deliberate, and Issei felt, with profound relief, the dangerous threshold Drake had warned him against recede back into careful, controlled strength. Well done, partner, Drake said, quiet satisfaction evident even through the ancient dragon's characteristic gravity. That is precisely the difference between the boy who shattered sealing runes on an estate's cold steps, and the sovereign who has spent 5 years learning that true strength requires control, not merely raw, uncontrolled release. The hooded figure, sensing the shift in Issei's bearing, took an involuntary step backward, something like genuine surprise flickering through the shadow that obscured their features. You have learned control, the figure said, voice carrying a note of frustration that suggested this outcome had not featured in 5 years of patient planning. That was not supposed to be possible. Every account of the boosted gear's history suggests control of that magnitude requires decades, if not centuries, of careful discipline. Perhaps, Issei said, steadying himself fully now, the crimson light along his forearm burning bright but entirely, deliberately controlled. Or perhaps I simply had 5 years of purpose considerably more powerful than whatever patient calculation brought you to this chamber tonight. Either way, you are not getting the convergence you came here for. Chapter 34. With the immediate danger of an uncontrolled surge safely averted, the battle's momentum shifted decisively in the sovereignty's favor, Vala's considerable strength combining with Rhaenyra's precise, coordinated leadership of the fallen angel corps to steadily push back the remnant's forces, while Kale and Elena, working from the chamber's edge, began the careful process of initiating the reinforcement ritual their weeks of translation work had finally made possible. The hooded leader, recognizing the battle turning decisively against their forces and the reinforcement ritual steadily progressing toward completion, made one final, desperate attempt at the ancient seal directly, a surge of dark, cold power lancing toward the pulsing draconic script that had held Vritra's sealed power secure for 3,000 years. Issei moved without conscious thought, the boosted gear's controlled power carrying him across the chamber with a speed that left afterimages trailing in his wake, intercepting the desperate strike a mere heartbeat before it could reach the ancient seal's fragile, weakened perimeter. You will not break what took 3,000 years of patient sealing to secure, he said, forcing the hooded figure's power back with steady, controlled strength rather than the desperate, chaotic fury that would have played directly into the remnant's final, desperate gambit. The figure staggered backward, their power visibly straining against the controlled resistance Issei's strength provided, and in that moment, with Kale's ritual reaching its critical final stage, and the ancient seal beginning to pulse with renewed, reinforced light, the hooded leader seemed finally to understand the full scope of their 5-year plan's failure. This is not over, the figure said, already retreating toward the tunnel that had provided their initial entry, remaining forces falling back in careful, disciplined order despite the battle's clear conclusion. The remnant has waited 3,000 years for the right convergence. We can wait considerably longer still, if this attempt has failed. Then we will be ready, whenever that day comes, Issei said, watching the retreating forces disappear back into the tunnel's darkness. But you should understand something before you go. The sovereignty you underestimated tonight is not the same fortress you spent 5 years patiently observing from a careful distance. We do not simply defend what we protect. We grow stronger with every threat that tests us, and whatever patience you draw upon for your next attempt, I promise you will find considerably less advantage in it than you found tonight. The remnant's retreat, confirmed by Donasik's scouts within the hour, marked the end of the immediate crisis, though Elena's careful analysis of the ancient text suggested, with sobering clarity, that Issei's parting warning carried genuine weight in both directions. An organization patient enough to wait 3,000 years for the right opportunity would not likely abandon their purpose entirely simply because one attempt had failed. But as Kale's ritual reached its triumphant completion, the ancient seal beneath the fortress pulsing with reinforced, unmistakable strength that Drake confirmed would hold secure for centuries beyond even the remnant's considerable patience, Issei found himself standing once more in the deep chamber. Ryanair and Vala and Elena and Kale gathered around him, nearly 500 people safely above them in a fortress that had, once again, proven itself equal to a threat that might easily have overwhelmed a lesser community. We held, Ryanair said quietly, exhaustion and relief mingling clearly in her voice. We held, Issei confirmed, feeling the deep, bone-tired satisfaction of a crisis genuinely survived rather than merely delayed, the ancient chamber around them finally settling into stillness after the storm of battle that had shaken its 3,000-year silence for the first time and longer than any of them could truly comprehend. And we learned something important in the process. This sovereignty is not simply strong enough to navigate the careful politics of three familiar factions anymore. We are strong enough now to face threats older than the factions themselves, and to face them with control rather than desperate, uncontrolled power. Valley, studying the reinforced seal with genuine, thoughtful interest, allowed himself a rare, unguarded smile. I came here expecting a worthy test of strength, he said. I did not expect to witness a sovereign choose control over raw power at the exact moment control mattered most. That is rarer than genuine strength itself, in my considerable experience. Perhaps I have found something here worth returning for, beyond simple curiosity about what you might become. You are welcome here whenever you choose to return, Issei said. Ally or simply curious observer. The gates remain open, the same as they always have been. Chapter 35. The weeks following the remnant's retreat brought a quiet, watchful recovery to the fortress. The immediate danger passed, but the sobering knowledge of an enemy considerably older and more patient than anything the sovereignty had previously faced settling into the community's collective awareness in ways that shaped council discussions for months afterward. Issei found himself, in the aftermath, confronting something he had not expected the crisis to surface, a quiet return of old fear that he had believed, across 5 years of careful growth, largely settled into memory rather than active concern. I almost lost control, he admitted to Ryanair one evening, several weeks after the battle, the two of them sitting together in the deep chamber where their partnership had first begun, the ancient seal's reinforced light pulsing steady and secure nearby. Standing in that chamber, feeling the juggernaut drive straining at the edges of everything I have spent years learning to control, I understood, more clearly than I have in a very long time, exactly what the Underworld Council feared all those years ago, when they decided to seal my power rather than risk what it might become. Ryanair studied him carefully, recognizing in his admission something considerably more vulnerable than the confident, steady sovereign the fortress had come to rely upon across 5 years of patient leadership. They feared it because they never bothered to understand it, she said gently. They saw raw power and assumed danger, without ever taking the time to see what that power might become in the hands of someone who actually cared about the people it was meant to protect. You did not simply survive that moment in the chamber, Issei. You proved, decisively, that 5 years of purpose had built something considerably stronger than the fear that once tried to seal you away. I know, he said. I understand that intellectually. But some part of me, standing in that chamber, felt the same terror I imagine Rias and the Council once felt, watching a power they could not fully predict or control straining against its own boundaries. I do not ever want to become the thing they feared I might become, Ryanair. Not even for a single moment, even in service of protecting everything we have built. You will not, Ryanair said, with quiet, unshakable certainty. Not because the power is somehow diminished or the danger no longer real, but because you have spent 5 years proving, again and again, that control born from genuine purpose is stronger than any fear could have anticipated. The Council could not imagine that outcome because they built their entire understanding of power on the assumption that strength and danger are inseparable. You have spent 5 years proving that assumption wrong, one careful, deliberate choice at a time. Issei felt something in his chest, old and complicated, finally settle more fully into peace than it had managed even across the previous 5 years of steady, patient growth, understanding, with Ryanair's quiet reassurance, that the fear he had carried out of that ancient chamber was not evidence of weakness, but simply the honest, necessary vigilance of someone who understood exactly how much rested on his continued, careful choices. Thank you, he said softly. For what, she asked? For never once treating my power as something to be feared, Even when I feared it myself, he said. Everyone else who tried to control me across those early years saw the boosted gear first, and the person carrying it second, if they considered the person at all. You saw me first, from the very beginning, in that chamber where you were dying, and I was nothing more than an exile with a sacred gear and a fortress no one else wanted. That distinction has mattered more than you probably know, across every single year since. Chapter 36. The council session convened to formally address the Remnant's threat, held nearly a month after the battle once Kale's continued research had yielded a fuller understanding of the ancient organization's history and likely future intentions, marked a turning point in the sovereignty's approach to threats that fell outside the familiar, if still occasionally fractious, balance maintained by the three current factions. We cannot treat this as a problem the sovereignty alone can manage indefinitely, Elena argued, presenting the council with her careful research into the Remnant's broader activities, evidence suggesting the organization's patient, ancient purpose extended considerably beyond the single sealed power beneath their own fortress. If they have spent centuries pursuing similarly sealed forces across territories that predate the current factional order, other locations, other communities may face threats considerably less prepared than we were to recognize and resist them. Issei considered this carefully, understanding the weight of what Elena was proposing even before she stated it directly. You are suggesting we share what we learned, he said. Not just defend our own fortress, but actively work to protect others from a threat we now understand considerably better than anyone else currently does. I am suggesting exactly that, Elena confirmed. We have built alliances with all three factions across 5 years of careful, patient diplomacy. We have proven, repeatedly, that the sovereignty's purpose extends beyond simply protecting our own walls, from the raid against the chain to Gregory's internal crisis to Bale's own gradual transformation. This feels like a natural continuation of everything we have already built, rather than a fundamental departure from it. The proposal, refined over subsequent council sessions into a careful, deliberate initiative, ultimately became something the fortress's residents began calling, with the same plain-spoken directness that characterized so much of the sovereignty's internal culture, simply the Watch, a coordinated effort combining Kale's continued research into the Remnant's history and likely future targets with careful, discreet communication to all three factions regarding threats that fell outside their familiar jurisdiction, and where the sovereignty's own resources allowed direct intervention to protect communities the old factions had historically overlooked or underestimated. Surzex, briefed on the initiative during his next visit to the fortress, listened with the same genuine, engaged interest that had characterized his growing friendship with Issei across the previous years. This is precisely the kind of role the old factions have never quite managed to fill effectively, he observed, studying Kale's careful research with evident respect. We each protect our own territory and our own interests, understandably, but threats that fall between those careful boundaries have always found room to flourish in the gaps our structure leaves unguarded. If the sovereignty is willing to take on that role, formally and consistently, I believe all three factions would welcome the partnership, even the ones who once viewed your growth with considerable suspicion. Then let us build it properly, Issei said. Not as a burden the sovereignty carries alone, but as genuine partnership, the same principle that has guided every alliance we have built since that first difficult negotiation in your own council chamber 5 years ago. Chapter 37. The Watch's first months of operation brought the sovereignty into contact with challenges considerably different from the political crises and internal governance questions that had characterized so much of its previous growth. Careful investigation into scattered reports of unusual activity across territories bordering all three factions. Painstaking research into fragmentary historical records that predated the current balance of power, and on several occasions, direct intervention to protect smaller communities that had, until the sovereignty's involvement, faced threats considerably beyond their own limited resources to resist. It was during one such intervention, a small settlement of stray hybrids living precariously at the edge of territory claimed loosely by both Gregory and the Underworld, that Issei found himself reflecting on how far the sovereignty's purpose had traveled since its earliest, uncertain days. We are not simply protecting our own people anymore, he observed to Ryanair, as the two of them oversaw the settlement's integration into the Watch's growing network of protected communities. extending shelter and resources without requiring the settlement's residents to relocate entirely to the central fortress itself. We are becoming something closer to what the old factions always claimed to represent, but rarely managed to fully achieve, protection extended not because of lineage or political advantage, but simply because people in genuine need deserve somewhere safe to stand. Ryanair, watching the settlement's residents interact with the Watch's small delegation with cautious, growing trust, felt the weight of that observation settle warmly alongside 5 years of shared purpose and patient building. "Do you remember," she asked, "what you told me in that deep chamber, the very first night we met? That you refused to become someone who discards others the way you had been discarded." "I remember," Issei said. "I think," she said softly, watching children from the settlement approach the Watch's delegation with cautious, hopeful curiosity, "we have finally built something considerably larger than either of us imagined that refusal could become. Not just a fortress. Not just a sovereignty recognized by 3 factions. Something closer to a genuine answer to the question the old order never managed to answer honestly: what protection actually means when it is offered freely rather than extracted through fear or obligation or inherited structure." Issei watched the settlement's slow, careful integration into the Watch's growing network, understanding, with quiet, profound gratitude, exactly how far the road had traveled since a single betrayed dragon had first walked alone into an unclaimed wasteland with nothing left to lose, and found himself, in that moment, genuinely uncertain whether even the sovereignty's continued growth would ever fully capture the strange, remarkable distance between where that road had begun and where it now, 5 years later, continued patiently unfolding. "We are not finished building," he said quietly, watching the settlement's lights begin their first tentative connection to the Watch's careful network of shared resources and mutual protection. "I do not think we ever will be, honestly. There will always be another gap the old factions leave unguarded, another community the current balance of power overlooks or underestimates. But I think, for the first time since that throne room door closed behind me 5 years ago, I finally understand what all of this was always meant to become." "What is that?" Ryanair asked. "Not simply a place to survive what the old order tried to destroy," Issei said. "A place that keeps growing precisely because it refuses to stop reaching toward everyone the old order still leaves behind." Chapter 38. Spring arrived over the wastes with the particular suddenness that marked the Underworld's strange, twilight seasons, the last traces of winter's snow giving way to the pale, silver blooms that had first drawn Issei's attention to the fortress's ancient walls 5 years earlier, the same fragile flowers now spreading steadily across battlements and courtyards alike, tended carefully by residents who had, across 5 patient years, transformed a once desolate ruin into something that felt, increasingly, like a genuine garden grown from nothing but stubborn hope and careful, daily tending. With it came a visitor whose arrival, unlike so many that had preceded it, carried no crisis, no political calculation, only the quiet, personal weight of a promise made and finally kept. Michael himself arrived at the fortress gates, accompanied only by Gabriel and a small honor guard, his presence carrying none of the formal ceremony that had characterized their first meeting in Heaven's council chamber years earlier. "I have wanted to see this place with my own eyes for some time," he admitted, as Issei walked him personally through the fortress grounds, past the training yards and workshops and the growing library that had become, over 5 years, something close to a genuine center of learning for scholars from all 3 factions. "Gabriel has spoken of it often, in the years since your testimony first moved our council toward recognition, but I confess I did not fully understand the scope of what those reports described until standing here myself." "What do you see?" Issei asked, echoing the same question he had once posed to Surzex during a similar visit years earlier. Michael was quiet for a long moment, watching residents from every corner of the old factional order moving easily among each other, devils and fallen and hybrids and church exiles working side by side with a casual, unforced familiarity that would have seemed impossible within any single faction's more rigid structure. "I see something Heaven's own history has struggled to fully achieve, despite centuries of doctrine built around exactly this ideal," Michael finally said. "Genuine belonging, extended without condition, sustained not through enforced doctrine but through the simple, patient accumulation of trust freely given and freely honored in return. I have spent considerable time, since our council first extended recognition, reflecting on what that means for heaven's own future, and I confess, Issei Hyoudou, I do not yet have satisfying answers, only difficult questions. Your sovereignty's continued growth keeps quietly posing to institutions that have grown comfortable assuming those questions were already settled. Gabriel, walking a short distance behind them, offered a small, knowing smile at her leader's admission, and Issei found himself reflecting, not for the first time, on how considerably the landscape of his relationships with all three factions had shifted since the raw, uncertain days following his exile from the Gremory estate. Perhaps, Issei offered gently, the questions matter more than settled answers ever could. I did not build this place because I had all the answers about what power and loyalty and belonging should look like. I built it because I refused to accept the answers the old order had already settled upon, and simply kept choosing, one difficult decision at a time, what felt honest rather than what felt certain. Michael considered this for a long moment, something thoughtful and genuinely moved crossing his usually composed features. That may be the wisest thing anyone has said to me in this council chamber or any other, and considerably longer than I care to admit, he finally said. Perhaps heaven has spent too long seeking certainty, when what our own doctrine always claimed to value most was simply the patient, difficult work of choosing compassion honestly, one difficult decision at a time, the same as you have done here. Their conversation continued long into the fortress's quiet evening, Michael and Gabriel remaining considerably longer than the brief, formal visit either had initially planned, and by the time they finally departed, Issei understood that something significant had shifted, not through any formal treaty or diplomatic negotiation, but through the same simple, honest exchange that had characterized nearly every meaningful relationship the sovereignty had built across 5 careful years. Chapter 39. The 5th year drew toward its close with a quality of settled, hard-won peace that felt, to Issei, considerably different from anything the sovereignty had achieved in its earlier years, not the fragile, uncertain calm of a young community still proving its right to exist, but the deep, unshakable confidence of something that had weathered political crisis and ancient threat alike, and grown stronger through both rather than merely surviving them. Standing once more on the familiar battlements as the season's final evening settled over the fortress, Rias beside him as she had been through every significant turning point of the past 5 remarkable years, Issei found himself reflecting on the strange, winding distance the road had traveled since a single betrayed dragon had first walked alone into an unclaimed wasteland with nothing left to lose. 5 years, he said quietly, watching the fortress lights kindle steady and warm against the deepening violet twilight below. I do not think I could have imagined any of this, standing on those estate steps 5 years ago. Not the fortress. Not the alliances. Not the watch, or the satellite settlements, or nearly 600 people now calling this reclaimed ruin home. Rias's hand found his against the familiar battlement stone, the gesture worn smooth and comfortable by 5 years of quiet repetition, and she studied him for a long moment, something warm and unmistakably fond in her expression. Do you know what I think about sometimes, she asked, when I remember that first night in the deep chamber? What is that? Issei asked. I think about how close I came to dying alone in the dark, certain that Gregory's assassins would finally catch me before morning, she said softly. And I think about how strange it is, that the same night I nearly gave up entirely, became the beginning of everything this fortress has since become. Not just for me. For nearly 600 people who might never have found their way here, if you had not chosen, in that single quiet moment, to save a stranger's life without asking anything in return. I did not know it would become any of this, Issei admitted. I only knew I refused to let anyone else feel as alone as I felt walking out of that throne room. Everything since has simply been the shape that refusal took, growing considerably larger than I ever imagined possible, because it turned out countless others needed exactly the same thing I once needed most. Somewhere below them, in the fortress courtyard, the sounds of the community's evening gathering drifted upward, laughter and quiet conversation and the particular warmth of people who had built, together, across 5 patient years, something the old order had once been utterly certain could never survive, let alone flourish as remarkably as the sovereignty now had. Drake's ancient presence stirred warmly in Issei's chest, the dragon's low, steady rumble carrying, After 5 full years of partnership through grief and building and hard-won peace, the particular satisfaction of a being who had waited considerably longer than a single human lifetime to witness exactly this outcome from a partner finally worthy of everything the title demanded. 5 years ago, partner, Drake said quietly, you asked me if a king could be built from nothing but grief and refusal. I told you it was time to build your own table. Look at what has grown from that grief now. Not simply a table, or even a fortress. A genuine sovereignty, recognized by every faction that once believed such a thing impossible, protecting communities the old order left behind, standing firm against threats older than the current balance of power itself, and doing all of it while never once losing the simple, honest purpose that started this entire remarkable journey. It is not finished, Issei said, watching the horizon where the waste stretched toward territories still unexplored, toward futures still unwritten, toward challenges the Watch's continued vigilance would undoubtedly reveal in the years still ahead. No, Drake agreed, warmth and genuine pride evident even through his characteristic ancient gravity. It is only beginning to become everything it was always meant to be, partner. And I suspect, after everything you have already built from nothing but a single, quiet refusal to disappear, that whatever comes next will prove no different. Below them, the fortress lights burned steady and warm against the settling twilight, nearly 600 lives who had each, in their own way, found in this reclaimed ruin exactly what the old order had once insisted such power could never provide, genuine belonging, freely chosen and freely renewed, one honest decision at a time, for as long as the road ahead continued to unfold. The sovereignty's 5th year had ended. Its story, like the fortress itself, 3,000 years reclaimed and still, patiently, steadily growing, showed no sign of finishing any time soon. Chapter 40. It was Asia who found Issei in the fortress library a few nights before the year's final council session, surrounded by scrolls. Kale's team had recently recovered from a lower archive chamber, her presence at his side having grown, across the 18 months since her own return to the sovereignty, into something Issei had come to genuinely value rather than merely tolerate out of old obligation. You have not slept properly in days, she observed, setting down a small tray of tea beside his makeshift research table with the same gentle, practical care that had once defined her healing within the Gremory peerage, though the confidence behind the gesture now carried a settled steadiness that had taken her considerable time and patience to rebuild. I know, Issei admitted, setting aside the scroll he had been studying, a fragment describing the remnant's broader activities across territories the Watch had only recently begun mapping in detail. I keep thinking about what Kale found in the deeper archives. The remnant was not simply pursuing power beneath our own fortress. There are other sealed sites, scattered across territory none of the 3 factions have ever fully explored. If they turn their patience toward one of those instead, we may not have the same warning Drake gave us this time. Asia settled into the chair across from him, studying his expression with the careful, attentive focus that had become, since her return, one of the quiet strengths the fortress's council had come to rely upon in ways none of them, including Asia herself, had initially expected. May I ask you something, she said, that has nothing to do with the remnant, or the Watch, or any of the considerable weight you have been carrying since that battle in the deep chamber? Of course, Issei said. Are you happy? She asked simply. Not proud of what you have built, though you should be. Not satisfied that it has survived every test the old order, and now this remnant have thrown against it. Simply happy, the way I remember you being happy, in small, quiet moments, back before everything that happened to both of us. Issei considered the question with the same honest care he had learned to bring to every difficult question across 5 years of building something that demanded constant, unflinching self-reflection, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that the answer arrived more readily than he had expected. Yes, he said. Not in the easy, uncomplicated way I might have imagined happiness back when I was simply Rias's servant, hoping desperately for her approval. This happiness carries weight, and worry, and the constant awareness of everyone depending on the choices I make. But underneath all of that, yes, Asia, I am happy. I have Rianer, and this fortress, and nearly 600 people who have become, in every way that matters, my family. I do not think I ever truly believed, walking away from that throne room 5 years ago, That happiness like this was still possible for someone the old order had decided to discard. Asia's eyes softened, something like relief crossing her features that Issei recognized as the quiet resolution of guilt she had carried, in some form, since the day she first arrived seeking a place to finally learn the courage she had once lacked. I am glad, she said softly. I spent so long believing I had lost the chance to see you happy, that my silence in that throne room had cost both of us something neither of us could ever fully recover. Watching you here now, surrounded by everything you have built, it does not undo what happened. But it does help me understand that the story did not end where I once feared it had. It did not end there, Issei agreed gently. It only began there, in a way I could not have understood at the time. I do not know if I would choose to relive that betrayal, given the choice. But I understand now, watching everything that grew from its wreckage, that the person I might have become without it would never have built any of this. I would never have found Ryanair in that deep chamber, or welcomed Azazel and Elena and Donasek and Kale and eventually you, into a family built on choice rather than obligation. Asia was quiet for a long moment, turning something over in her own thoughts before finally speaking again, her voice carrying a new, tentative steadiness that Issei had watched grow steadily across the 18 months since her return. I have been thinking, she said, about what I want to build here, beyond simply healing wounds after they happen. I have spent months working alongside Kale's research team, learning to recognize threats before they fully arrive, the same lesson I told you I came here hoping to learn. I would like to formally join the Watch, if the Council believes I am ready. Not to replace the healing I have always offered this community, but to finally offer something more, the courage to act before wounds occur, rather than only tending them afterward. Issei felt genuine warmth spread through his chest at the request, recognizing in Asia's steady resolve the same quiet, hard-won transformation that had defined so much of the sovereignty's own remarkable journey across 5 patient years. I believe you are more than ready, he said. And I believe the Watch will be considerably stronger with your judgment guiding it, the same careful, compassionate judgment that has always defined who you are, now finally paired with the courage to act on it fully. Thank you, Issei, Asia said, her voice carrying genuine emotion that felt, this time, entirely different from the guilt and uncertainty that had once defined every conversation between them. For the second chance. For trusting me with it, even after everything. You earned it, Issei said simply. Every single day since you walked back through these gates, you have earned it. That is the entire foundation this sovereignty was built upon, and I do not think that will ever change, no matter how large we continue to grow, or how many threats like the Remnant still wait somewhere beyond the horizon for us to discover. As Asia gathered the empty tea tray and made her way toward the library's exit, pausing briefly at the doorway to offer one final, genuine smile before continuing on toward her own quarters, Issei found himself returning to the scattered scrolls before him with renewed, steady purpose, understanding, with quiet certainty, that whatever challenges the Watch's continued vigilance would eventually reveal, the sovereignty he had built across 5 remarkable years remained exactly what it had always been meant to become, not merely a fortress capable of weathering any threat, but a genuine family, patiently and honestly built, one difficult, worthy choice at a time. Chapter 41. The final council session of the Sovereignty's 5th year convened on a mild evening as spring settled fully over the wastes, the fortress's growing chamber filled to capacity with representatives from every community the Sovereignty now touched, the original council joined by delegates from both satellite settlements, and, for the first time, a small delegation from the stray hybrid community the Watch had recently helped integrate into the fortress's expanding network of protection. Issei opened the session the same way he had opened every significant gathering across 5 years, not with formal proclamation, but with simple, honest acknowledgement of everything the community had built together. 5 years ago, he began, I walked alone into these wastes with nothing but a sacred gear and a refusal to disappear quietly. Tonight, I stand before representatives of nearly 600 people who chose, freely and repeatedly, to build something together that the old order once insisted was impossible. I do not take credit for what we have become. I take responsibility for opening the gates. Everything since has been built by every single person who walked through them and chose to stay. Elena, presenting the Council's formal summary of the year's achievements, detailed the Watch's continued growth, the successful defense against the remnant's ancient threat, the deepening alliances with all three factions, and the quiet, steady expansion of protection extended to communities the old factional order had historically overlooked. "We are no longer simply a fortress that survived exile," she said, her voice carrying the weight of genuine pride earned across years of careful, patient work. "We have become something the old world genuinely needs, a structure capable of protecting what falls between the boundaries other powers draw too carefully around their own narrow interests." Kale, presenting the archive team's continued research into both the remnant's history and the broader network of ancient sealed sites scattered across unexplored territory, offered a sobering but hopeful assessment of the challenges still ahead. "We will not face this threat alone in the coming years," he said. "But we understand it now considerably better than we did 5 years ago, and that understanding, paired with everything this sovereignty has already proven capable of achieving, gives me genuine confidence that whatever the remnant attempts next, we will be ready to meet it." Donasek, reporting on the satellite settlement's continued growth and the settlement accord's steady success in balancing freely given trust with genuine accountability, noted with quiet satisfaction that both settlements had, across the past year, achieved a stability that mirrored the central fortress's own hard-won maturity. "We are no longer simply extensions of the central fortress," he said. "We have become genuine communities in our own right, each contributing something unique to the sovereignty's broader purpose, while sharing fully in the same principles that have guided everything since the very beginning." As the formal reports concluded and the session moved toward its close, Ryanair rose to offer the evening's final address, a role that had, across the past year, increasingly fallen to her as the Council's steadiest, most trusted voice beyond Issei's own. "5 years ago," she said, "I was dying alone in a chamber beneath this very fortress, certain that my story was ending in the dark, unremembered and unmourned. Tonight, I stand here representing not just my own community, but a sovereignty that has proven, again and again, that the old order's certainty about power and worth and belonging was wrong from the very beginning. We did not simply survive what the factions once believed would destroy us. We became the proof that a different way was always possible, if enough people were willing to choose it honestly, one difficult day at a time." The session closed, as it always did, with the full council joining hands in a simple, unadorned gesture of shared commitment, no elaborate ceremony, no decorative flourish, only the quiet, genuine acknowledgement of everyone present that the work of building something worth protecting was never truly finished, only continuously, patiently renewed. Later that night, standing once more on the familiar battlements with Ryanair beside him, watching the fortress lights settle into their steady, comfortable rhythm below, Issei allowed himself, fully and without reservation, to simply feel the weight of everything 5 years had built, the alliances and the watch and the satellite settlements and nearly 600 lives who had each found, in this reclaimed ruin, exactly what the old order had once insisted such a place could never offer. The road ahead remained uncertain, the remnant's ancient patience a promise of challenges still waiting somewhere beyond the horizon, the old faction's own internal politics never fully settled or predictable, the constant, careful work of maintaining what they had built demanding vigilance that would likely never fully cease. But standing there, in the quiet, settled peace of a night that carried none of the desperate grief that had once driven him alone into these same wastes, Issei understood, with a certainty that had only deepened across 5 remarkable years, that whatever came next, the sovereignty would face it the same way it had faced everything before, together, patiently, one honest choice at a time, for as long as the story continued to unfold. He was no longer the boy who had once asked the silent room whether anyone would speak for him. He had become, instead, and would continue becoming, for as many years as the road ahead demanded, the answer to that same question for every discarded soul still waiting somewhere beyond the horizon to finally find their way home. Ryanair, watching the same fortress lights with the quiet contentment of someone who had long since stopped needing words to fill every comfortable silence between them, finally spoke again as the night settled fully into its deep, familiar violet. "Do you remember what Drake told you, that very first night, standing on the Gremory estate steps?" she asked. "That a king does not beg for a seat at another house's table, that it was time for you to build your own." "I remember," Issei said. "I think 5 years later, we have built something considerably larger than a single table," she said softly. "We have built an entire home, with room enough for anyone the old world still leaves standing outside in the cold. Issei felt Drake's warm, steady presence stir once more in his chest, the ancient dragon's low rumble carrying, after 5 full years of partnership, patience, and hard-won peace, something that had grown, slowly and unmistakably, into a quiet, permanent pride neither of them had fully anticipated on that first desperate night in the wastes. "Then let us keep building," he said, looking out over the horizon where new challenges and new arrivals alike still waited, patient and unwritten, for whatever the sovereignty's continued story still had left to become. One table, one gate, one choice at a time, for as long as the road ahead still stretches before us. Ryanair's hand tightened gently around his, the same familiar gesture that had carried them both through 5 remarkable years, and together, beneath a sky that had once felt like nothing but an ending and now felt, unmistakably, like the beginning of everything still left to build, they watched the fortress lights burn steady and warm against the settling dark, a home 3,000 years reclaimed, and still, patiently, faithfully, growing. Thanks for listening.